Are you aware of this? And you've got to give up stuff, right? And it's well known that I tried to give up booze. I'm gonna try and give up what I like. I'm gonna try and give up alcohol for Lent. How good is that?
You've got no chance.
Okay. You say that, but quite a few famous people are doing that. I don't know if you've...
Ecstasy?
No. Mikel Arteta apparently has given up winning. So I don't know if you've seen that. So Arteta's given up winning for Lent. Huh? That win, will you get down, my God? How are you? Oh my goodness, what on earth is going on?
I did an ear drive today, right? But I can only imagine how unbearable Goldstein would have been. I can only imagine. Bentley would have been dreading this. Yeah. And Goldstein would actually nailed him to the floor.
Yeah. I mean, Bentley would probably want to swallow himself up if Arsenal throw this away.
Yeah, all the ingredients are there for Arsenal. It's, the cake mixture has been, everything's been there. Got all the eggs, got the flour, got the sugar, got all everything's there. Right? Just make the cake. All you got to do is make the cake.
Right. With cream.
I don't know. You need a bit of cream in there as well. But you need just make the cake. I've never made a cake in my life. But Arteta's are all the ingredients.
I can tell.
Yeah, but it's all about timing, isn't it? Get it in the oven at the right time so it rises. I don't know what I'm talking about.
You have no idea what you're talking about. A cake doesn't rise.
I don't.
Let's go to John, who's an Arsenal fan. All right, John.
John, boy.
Hello, boys.
Hello, matey.
All right, John. All right.
Ever made a cake, John? You ever made a cake?
No, I want to apologise to O'Hara, not to you.
Go on.
What do you mean? Oh, have you ever made a
We
cake?
had a nice discussion 2 nights ago. We were talking about Saka.
Don't talk about cake.
Jamie asked me a question, and because you are so annoying, I just started ranting at you, cunty.
Are you talking about me?
Yeah, no, I ranted at you, but I didn't listen to Jamie's question, and we could have had a sensible discussion, but
Right.
let's try and keep it sensible.
Go on.
Have you ever made a cake, John?
My wife is world class, but I'm not.
Right.
World class.
I got him.
John, is this a good time to play Arsenal? Is this the best time of the season to play you?
It was a good time anyway because change of manager and that game. I mean, the leg sapping in that game. You saw the pitch; it sapped the players. So it's a great time.
What pitch?
But
Wolves pitch.
it was heavy.
What do you mean? Hold on. You blaming the pitch now?
No, I'm not blaming the pitch. Be sensible.
Was it a bit windy?
Have you ever played for 90? Well, you used to play on terrible pitches for 90
Why are you
minutes.
blaming the pitch? I can't believe you're blaming
I'm not
the pitch for
blaming
last
the
night.
pitch.
Well, I
Stop
mentioned
putting
the pitch.
words in
That's
my
exactly
mouth.
what you just done.
You just said the pitch
No,
was
I
heavy.
never.
Energy sapping.
It wasn't. It was a terrible pitch.
Okay,
very
what was
energy-sapping
sapping?
Pitch.
What was sapping?
The sapping was playing in those conditions. It's
What
100
conditions?
times harder than playing in
What,
good
it's snowing?
Sorry,
Bit
what?
of rain?
Sorry, hold on. Last night's conditions.
sleet. It wasn't snowing. It
Oh,
was
it was
sleet.
sleet. It was
Oh,
sleet.
sorry. Yeah, no, fair enough.
Tough.
Fair. No, do you know what,
All
right,
right,
mate?
listen,
That's
listen,
do you know what? It's a good
listen,
call.
you pair of clowns.
Sleet's hard to play in, mate.
You pair of clowns. You've had your fun, all right? You asked me a sensible question. I'm going to answer.
You gave us a stupid answer.
You can't blame the conditions, John.
I never mentioned it in regards to last night.
You did.
You just said the pitch
Well,
is
if you let-
energy
listen.
sapping.
Listen, if you let me finish my point that you asked, I'll finish it.
Go on.
Now, I was worried about it anyway because Tottenham had time, good prep time,
Good prep.
and Arsenal haven't. So I was worried about that.
Yeah.
All right, let's change the scenario around because all these numpties and idiots are saying we've bottled it, this and that and the other. I said to you the other night, the season just started. We've got 25 games to go, plenty of time to sort that out. And they haven't won it before, so it's a little bit difficult. They've got to get over that mental barrier. So let's say we go slapping. Can I have some slaps?
Yeah.
Slap.
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 Slap like we did. Slap.
What, like Wolves did? Slap.
No, forget about that.
Yeah, slap Wolves. Bueno.
Because
Slap. Slap.
past history dictates between us.
Calafiori, own goal. Slap.
Whatever. Well, listen. Are you working Monday?
Yes, I am.
Right. Well, I'll tell you what. Win or lose, I'll call you. Okay? Because I'm pretty confident we're going to slap you.
I bet you don't phone up. I bet you don't.
If you get beat, mate, you ain't phoning this up,
If
John.
you're not,
If I say I'm going to call you, I'll call you win or lose.
You're gonna blame
I'm
the
not
pitch?
numpty. No.
what if there's a bit of sleep knocking about and you get beat?
No. Listen, he'll play his best team on Sunday, which won't be Saka playing in the middle, right?
Scored.
And if you want, I know that, but if you want to go over why we were so bad, and I don't like slagging players, but Martinelli as a starter, God almighty. I mean, he's just, he can't play on a low block. He was useless, and Madueke weren't much better. Well, you know, and when we scored the first goal, obviously they had a few injuries, it slowed it down, and we didn't get the second. Martin nearly missed that chance for the goal.
Sound nervous, John. You're making up all sorts of excuses
No,
already.
no, honestly,
You are.
He's never been a good footballer when it comes to putting the ball in the net from an easy situation. He can do silly things on the counter, but he can't do it. I'm not bothered. I'm not worried, right? Because
Sound worried.
there's a long way. No, I'm not. There's a lot. Listen, we're in four. Listen, are we in four competitions still?
No, I'd rather be in your shoes than City's, but you do sound a bit worried, John. I'm not going to lie, mate.
No, I'll tell you why I'm not worried. Because if Arteta doesn't win anything this season, major, then it has to go. All right?
No, I disagree with that.
No, well, you would, wouldn't you? But we don't sack managers every other week.
But you can't sack a
Right.
manager who gets to the latter stages of every competition. You can't.
He can,
You can't.
You can't, mate.
When
You
he
can't.
can when the pattern emerges.
You can sack them.
The
Would you sack
pattern
him?
emerges. Chelsea did it.
It depends what they
Did it when
do.
They won things.
John,
Okay, here's a question.
Go on.
Would you sack Arteta if they
It-
finish second in
well, what happens in the
Premier
Champions League?
League? They lose in the final.
What happens in the Carabao Cup?
Lose in the final.
FA Cup?
Lose in the final.
No, mate, he's got to go. You can't.
You're gonna sack him.
You can't get
It's
to
the
three.
four final.
You can't get to three finals and finish second. You can't. That to me tells that is all the evidence. No, you well done. It's a little bit like what
Nah,
Claudio Ranieri done at Chelsea.
I disagree.
Chelsea he finished second that season. We beat Arsenal in the semi-final, sorry, the quarter-final of the Champions League. Got beat by Monaco. Jose comes in. We've gone from second to the quarter-finals to almost winning. We won the title, won the Carabao Cup. Arteta might just be that man. That he might be the nearly man. He might be the man, but he might be the nearly man. If he's the nearly man,
Well, you'd
I think-
sack him. You've got
I
to be
think-
careful what you
I'm
wish
not sa-
for,
I'm
Jake.
not
You
saying-
built this team for him.
I'm not saying
Built
he's
this team.
yeah,
And if they don't win it this season or they
well-
finish second and they miss the cup
Yeah,
finals, whatever,
yeah.
I
Well,
don't think you can sack Arteta. I don't.
I think you can.
From where they've come from.
No, but that's the point I'm making. He has taken them to this point. Now their time is now. Their time is now. And if it's not now, I don't know when it ever is going to be. Because City will be stronger next
You
season.
said that last season, mate.
No, we didn't. I didn't say that last season. I did not say that last season. I'm saying it now. Well,
John, would you sack him if you
But
lost
the money
if you
that-
lost three finals and finished second?
Look, the money that's been spent this season, the players that he's got, the squad that he's got, I don't think he's managing the squad as well as he could. I think tactically, like we have talked to you before about this, he's a bit stubborn. If he doesn't win, and I'll be honest with you, if he doesn't win the league or the Champions League, he has to go. I'm sorry. And also, I always think about points totals. If we win the league with 83 points, that's not really a great achievement.
no,
If we
listen.
take second-
Don't worry about the points. Don't
No,
you worry about the
No one
points.
cares
No one
about the
cares
points.
about the points.
No one cares about the points.
No, if you lose, by the way, if you lose with 82, you can moan about the points.
Yeah, I understand. I know what you're saying, but if the team gets 83 points and comes second, he's got to be sacked, right? If the winning team gets 82 points. Agreed?
How many points you got? 81?
Yeah, and the winners get 82.
Yeah,
I mean, that's not a very good season.
No,
Where's the improvement? Where's the
I
improvement?
think I agree with him on that one.
If we lose in the semi-final to look, we're going to get an easy draw, Leverkusen or Dortmund. They're not very good teams, right? So we get to the last 8. We might get City, City or Real Madrid. We don't know yet.
Amazing.
If we lose to a team like that in the quarterfinals and we don't get to the semis, or we lose to a decent team in the semis and come second, you have to go. I'm sorry. If you're not making the next step on, you have to go. Okay?
All right, John. Listen, thanks for your call.
I think he's right. I think there's been enough time now. We've had a look at Arteta. We've had a good, long, hard look at him, and everything's in place. There can be no excuses. If Pep doesn't win it, I think there are mitigating circumstances as to why this rebuild. It hasn't been particularly well done, the rebuild, in all honesty. They were doing it this time last January transfer window.
I don't know.
They started bringing Mamouche, but they were starting to do this last season in the middle. And I think the City are further behind Arsenal in terms of the squad where they are. Arsenal are way ahead of them in terms of the building of the squad. It's there. Everything's there. If they can't get over the line,
Man City.
but it's not the Man City in small block caps. It's just City. It's not the Man City that we've seen in the past.
All right, you can have your say on that. Keep your calls coming in. 03 717 22 3344. yesterday was an amazing show.
The fallout actually has been quite incredible.
Yeah.
You and I watched it unfold in the green room, and then we were lucky enough to take calls on it straight away. Right? It's just unbelievable how things have changed so dramatically just from like a 190-minute game where Arsenal
No,
really.
but it's
have
not
had a-
1 90-minute game, though.
No,
is
it's
it?
not.
Been a
No.
few weeks now.
No, you're right. But if Arsenal win that 2-0 compared to drawing it 2-2, the narrative is so different. The point, it's so. We're talking about now. You said it last night. Championship rounds. We are there. We're approaching that time now.
Mm-hmm.
And here's the funny thing, right? Is that it's Man City, right? They're not putting Arsenal under pressure. This is not like Man City and Liverpool going toe to toe, where City win, Liverpool win, City win, Liverpool draw, City win, Liverpool win, City. And do you remember that under Klopp and Pep, right?
Yeah.
You know, and I remember when Chelsea were like, going toe to toe with Man United. You know, there'll be that they win, and you have to go. And there's like the points difference was minute, and every result mattered. The only reason that Man City are back in this title race ain't because of Man City. It's because of Arsenal. That's the reason they're back in it. Not that Man City are like putting pressure on them. The only pressure that's coming is from.
So you think it's more about them stumbling than
Yes,
actually them...
100%. This is not.
But I
breathing
think
down your neck.
I know, but I think Man City are. They've been. Look, they're rebuilding, right? They've built a new team.
Yeah.
Arsenal's team was ready to win it. So I feel like Man City now. This is when Man City come alive. Right? This is when they come.
This will be the worst Man City side to win the Premier League. If they win it, it's the worst Man City side to win the Premier League, and that says more about Arsenal than it does about City.
I think.
Oh, 100%, mate. I've seen Pep's side go. I've watched them. You know, they were an absolute machine. This is not a machine. Arsenal have somehow found a way to stumble, trip, and open the door for City at the same time. Stumble, trip, smash their face on the door, bang, and as they've done that, put the handle down and go, oh no, City, look who's going to come in.
Is this one of the worst title races ever? Is that what you're saying?
Well, it's not a title race. It's not a title race.
What is it then?
It's two teams just trying to get to the top. It's not a race. It's not a title race, mate. They're jogging. So they got. You know what it is? It's like a three-legged race. The pair of them.
What do you mean?
Do you remember that at school, right? Remember the three-legged race?
No one's had a three-legged race at school, Jason.
do you remember
what are you on about? No one has that
Do
race.
you remember the three-legged race at school, right?
What are you on about? No, I remember a beanbag race or a egg and spoon race.
Okay, this is the egg and spoon race.
Where's the
for
three-legged?
top-
Where's the?
No,
I
but
want to
you
know
used
what
to tie-
three-legged race you've been to.
Used to tie a leg together, right? Remember that? Used to be your mate. You put your arm around, you have your legs tied together. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Right. It's either a three-legged. It's not a title race. This is not two teams going. Klopp and Pep probably in the those battles at the top of the table where they got they win it by 1 point, and those two teams were just immense.
So this is an egg and spoon race.
I think it's an egg and spoon race or egg and spoon whatever to the title. These are not
This
two.
is not a Usain Bolt, Liverpool Man City
No, it's not, mate.
sprint into the end.
No, this is no, not at all. This Manchester City side, if they win it, it'll be the worst Man City side to win the Premier League. And if Arsenal don't win it,
Who drops the spoon or who drops the egg?
I still think Arsenal. I'd rather be in Arsenal's shoes right now than City's.
Would you?
Yeah, I would, because
Why?
this City's team is still being formed. Even like the signings of Semenyo and Gueye, they're still very much trying to find partnerships. Still trying to find their way. This Arsenal team has been built for this moment. In my opinion, this team has been built.
No,
And-
Jace.
No, okay, you might be right, but I'm just saying that how I see it, all their ducks are in a row. Arsenal's team has been built by Arteta.
No, but it's not a great side.
Well, we're seeing that.
It's not a great side.
No, that's what I mean. That's why it's an egg and spoon race.
If I could choose right now who would I'd rather be, I'd be Man City. They're chasing down. They
They're
know
not
how to.
chasing. This is the point.
Yeah, but they are chasing. They're
They're not
behind.
chasing.
They've got a game in hand
No.
and they've got to play Arsenal.
No. They're not chasing them. It's like Arsenal they've dropped the egg. Arsenal have dropped the egg.
Right. So Man City are gonna.
Yeah.
So they're gonna catch.
Yeah, but the reason they've dropped the egg ain't because City are breathing
Okay,
down
so
their
you're
neck.
saying you still want to be Arsenal? You've dropped the egg.
Because they got that lead at the moment. And
No, but the
I'm
egg's on
still.
the floor.
Say again?
The egg's on the floor.
The egg is on the floor. Yeah, okay, I'll give you that.
Ain't broke.
It's not broke. No. It's
Still pick it up.
still pick it up and go again.
I think I'd rather be Man City.
I've
been here before.
I hope you're right, mate.
Been here before. I know how to win it.
Whoever wins this will not be like a celebration of one of the greatest title race. I've seen it. I've seen Klopp and Pep go to it. I've seen Chelsea win title race. I've seen it over the last.
Man City win it, mate. There'll be open top bus parade.
No,
I think Spurs might have one.
Of course. But it's not like City have gone and won it. It's Arsenal have thrown it. They've dropped the egg.
I think that's harsh.
I don't think it's harsh at all. I don't think it's harsh. 2-0 up last night.
If Man City win this Premier League title,
Whoever wins it deserves it.
Yeah.
But this is not a classic Premier League title race where the only reason we're watching at the weekend, like City got Newcastle and North London Derby, is because both teams actually been pretty average. I mean, I watched City second half against Liverpool. How they won that game, I never know. What's City second half against your lot? You lot, you're going to win it.
Yeah.
That's not a Premier League winning side. Arsenal last night. It's not a Premier League winning side. Teams don't do that. Teams never done that. They're going to whoever wins.
I don't know. I'm sure there's been teams over the years who've crawled over the line.
And of course they have. I can't think now, but this is one of them, in my opinion. This is one of those seasons where this is not the best. You're not going, do you remember that title race? Remember that? It ain't one of them. You will look back on that when Klopp and Pep were going at it in recent times. Mate, Liverpool, they could have won 2 or 3 more Premier Leagues, mate. They could have done. But City were just like that machine. This is not the machine we're talking about with Pep. But they might win it.
The title race has been blown wide open by bottom of the table Wolves. Wow, I'm so giddy. Are Arsenal going to bottle it? That is what we're talking about today. Welcome to another episode of Studs Up. Thanks for watching, you tens of thousands. Thanks for listening as well. I'm going to get straight into it because my intros today. So after that, has anyone seen segments? He's lost his voice, much to the delight of the Arsenal fans. But has anyone seen Jason Cundy's vocal cords? Jace, how are you? Oh, look at him go.
Sorry, they should drink out of a bottle. Sensational stuff last night,
wasn't it?
On the sports bar. Fair play to Wolves, by the way. But Arsenal, how they have not let that slip through their fingers, I will never, ever know. They weren't great, by the way, at all. But to allow Wolves back into it was... They may live to regret that. They might. As I move on to my next guest too, his eyes lit up last week when I told him that Chelsea could relegate Spurs. Wait till I tell him that Chelsea might have a say in the title race when they play Arsenal in a few weeks. Rory Jennings, how are you?
Yeah, I'm brilliant, actually. I'm feeling top of the world. Absolutely brilliant. Yeah, I mean, it's amazing, isn't it? You know, people are talking about this game at Molineux. They're talking about it being a draw, and it wasn't a draw.
No.
There was clearly a victor. The victor just happened to not be playing. Like, Manchester City won at Molineux in a fixture where they didn't even play.
Yeah.
Like, there is only one positive to come out of that game, and that is for Pep Guardiola.
Here's a question for you.
Go on.
Relegate Spurs?
Yeah.
Or take the title away from Arsenal?
I mean, it has to be take the title away
Yeah,
from it. It has to.
100%.
It just has to be.
Are you both on the
100%.
same page?
100%.
Yeah, really.
Yes. I don't mind Spurs being in the Premier League. We need them there.
We've kept Arsenal away from the league by various means. Chelsea have done it, Liverpool have done their bit, Man City have done their bit.
Yeah.
Kept them away from it for over 2 decades. You just can't let it slip now. You've got to preserve that record for as long as possible.
Well, we're into it a little bit, but let's get into it a little bit more. It's the day after the night before. Wolves draw 2-2 with Arsenal. Unbelievable result. It's blown the title wide open. I'm going to ask you straight away, Jace. Are we witnessing a slow bottle?
Right,
what do you
so
think?
here's the thing, right? Arsenal, there is no title race at the moment,
No.
right?
What would you mean?
Because normally, look, I remember when we won the title against Man United, it was Chelsea United pushing one another. I remember when Klopp and Pep used to go at it, they would push one another. Remember when Man City won it by 1 point?
Yeah.
And then Klopp lost that title to Manchester City because City was so good. That we're not witnessing that right now. What we're witnessing is Arsenal open the door and saying to Man City, chase me.
Chase me. I see what you mean.
Come on, come and chase me. Because Manchester City, they are not a side right here, right now that are chasing Arsenal and putting pressure on Arsenal. The pressure is coming from within.
The pressure is coming from within, but regardless of why they're in the situation that they're in, Arsenal can now hear the hooves. They can hear the galloping of Pep Guardiola behind.
Yeah.
And I mean, the way that they deal with that, the way that they deal with the pressure. Like, I don't know if this is a conspiracy, but I saw where Arsenal drop points. Basically, if Arsenal are on the telly, where they've won the two, they've won 2 and 7. It's been the 3 o'clock kickoffs on a Saturday where they're not on the telly. I don't know if it comes from added pressure, but City are now, whether it's because Arsenal have allowed the situation to occur, the bottom line is City are now putting pressure on them. There is pressure on them. There is expectation on them. There is pressure from their own fans on them. It is coming from within.
Because Pep hasn't put this pressure on Arsenal.
They're putting it on themselves.
They've not done that.
No.
This is not City closing the gap to 2 points and Arsenal then bottling. It's the other way round.
Apart from one game.
Oh yes, of course.
Apart from one game.
Liverpool.
Do you think that maybe the fact that City won at Liverpool, that kind of that moment, you got to think that Arsenal were 9 points clear when there was what 10 minutes left in that game, 7 minutes left in that game. Arsenal were 9 points clear. According to Bernardo Silva, the title was over. Suddenly, rather than being 9 points clear, you're 4 points clear.
It's incredible, isn't it?
And for the first time, and I don't know the answer to this, I'm going to throw it to you two. When was the last time this season that Manchester City had it in their own hands?
Yeah, it's not happened, has it?
I can't. It must be really early part of the season,
Yeah,
right?
no, I don't think it has.
But we are talking October, September.
Yeah. Well, do you know what? And it's so significant, and I can be totally transparent as to why we know it's this significant. When Arsenal were playing Brentford, and I'm watching that game, Brentford were on the front foot, and then there was a few moments. There was a few moments where Igor Thiago. There was a few moments where you thought they're going to win it, and I was so desperate for Brentford to win it because it would have meant that it was in City's hands. The fact that Arsenal got the draw, it made me think, it's still in their own hands.
Yeah.
Now, 6 days later, it's not.
Yeah, well, it could be 2 points on the weekend. And we're going to get into the manager.
Sorry, just on that. By the way, there was a stat that came out last night. For the first time in Premier League history, the side that led the Premier League had a 2-goal lead against the side in the relegation zone. Forget about bottom. It's the first time it's ever happened.
That's insane.
Right? And we're talking about one of the worst sides in Premier League history in this Wolves team.
Well, was Wolves.
Yeah,
Well, even the game itself, to your point, Jace, it's so self-inflicted from Arsenal. I mean, that's been the kind of undertone of this title race. But the Wolves' first goal was unbelievable. Fantastic strike. But it was just total capitulation. Even the manner of the smash and grab equaliser by Wolves. We haven't got an actual answer from you, so I'm going to double down Rory Jennings. Do you think Arsenal are going to bottle this title?
Well, they're telling us that they are. It's not about my opinions. It's not about do I think they're going to bottle it. They are in the mid-process of bottling.
Yeah.
Can they rectify that? Yeah, absolutely. Of course they can. They win every game between now and the end of the season. They win the league. They adopt a more cavalier, brave attitude. Arteta maybe rewrites his rule book. They could win the league.
Yeah.
And we have to hold our hands up.
He
But
ain't
at the
gonna do
moment,
that. He ain't doing
no,
that.
he ain't doing it.
He ain't doing
no,
that.
no. His cowardly approach. I think Arteta's a good manager, right?
Yeah.
But he is costing his team at the moment.
Well, Own Goal has been their best player.
player, mate.
Fantastic
Don't-
player.
don't
But
knock
he, but he bit them on the backside yesterday. I'm going to put it over to you, Jace. Do you think they will bottle
No,
this?
if I had to be in any position right now, I'd still rather be Arsenal's. I'm not convinced that this Manchester City side are good enough to win the title.
So it's more on City. That's what you're saying.
Well, if City... Look, they just signed Mark Gare here. They've got Semenyo, right? There's 2 additions that are going to... Obviously, Semenyo's been a massive improvement from them. Yeah. I'm not... Look, I saw City do something identical away at Spurs a couple of weeks ago. 2-0 up, cruising against a Spurs side that are down on their knees.
Oh, yeah.
And they've done the same. So it does feel as though whoever wins this is going to limp to the title.
I just
Not
wonder,
run,
Jace,
limp.
Yeah.
Jace, do you think there's any truth in this? I've kind of see the season almost starting for both teams with that City win at Anfield.
Yeah, I think...
I'm like, that, anything that happened before that,
Yeah, that win is enormous looking back
that's
now.
the line in the sand. It's like,
Yeah.
how are you post that date?
Yeah.
And post that date, City have been good and Arsenal have been abject.
Here's
Yeah.
another question for you both, right?
Go on.
How big now is this Carabao Cup? Because we often speak about, and Raw knows, and back in 2005, we beat Liverpool in the Carabao Cup. Jose said that was the marker that can prove these boys are winners. First thing they won together as a team, right? Under Jose. Can you imagine City going and win that Carabao Cup? What will that do psychologically to Arsenal? I just wonder what damage that could do.
Is that before their Premier League game that they have against each other? That's the question. I think it is.
yes,
it
I
is.
think
Yeah,
it
it
Have
is.
you not seen how it can go?
Go on.
It could go League Cup final, League game, Champions League.
Oh.
They could play each other 4 times in the space of 3 weeks.
Wow, you know what? To your question, that is huge. That final, it's huge.
It's got bigger now, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's got bigger.
To say that will have a say in the title race is insane.
Is this too
but
simple?
You're right.
Whoever wins the League Cup wins the league.
No, I don't think it's true. That's the point I'm making.
Do you think
Yeah.
it is that blatant?
Could be.
I think that could well be one of the most important Carabao Cup finals that we've seen in the Premier League in a long
Dictate who
time.
wins the league.
Potentially.
Yeah.
You
Let
know?
me focus on what you said actually earlier and double down on it. You talk about Arteta potentially might have to rewrite the rules and tear up his own rule book. Here's a question for you: if we get to the end of the Premier League and Arsenal don't win this title, should he stay in his job?
Possibly not. I'm inclined to say yes. I don't think it would be a disgraceful sacking if they were to finish second and trophyless.
Yeah.
I don't think if the Kroenkes were to react, I don't think it would be outrageous. But I'm still inclined to say that what Arteta is building, this is a team built in his image. He spent a lot of money in a team in his image. To then pull him out of there, I could rationalise it. It can make sense.
Yeah.
But I also have to admit, begrudgingly almost, he is a good manager. And he has made that club, if nothing else, the word I'd use is a serious football club.
Yeah.
Jason and I have been panic-stricken for a long time that they're going to win the league. A year ago, we were equally panic-stricken that they were going to win the European Cup. It's been a long time since you felt like that about Arsenal. They are now a serious proposition.
Yeah.
Whether they win it or not, Arteta has made them serious.
So you think he deserves
I would
to stay?
extend a courtesy. I can understand.
Trophyless.
I
If
think-
they
I
go
understand
trophyless.
why they sack him as well.
Yeah.
I think
okay.
the Champions League is going to be key amongst this question as well, right? Because if they don't win they've got to win one of the big ones. I don't think win the Carabao Cup, even the FA Cup together. That may give them a stay of execution, but it's about the big trophies. That's what this squad has been built for, and they are ready. And we saw last night against Wolves that they're almost a little bit too scared
Yeah.
to go and get the third goal.
Yeah.
Go and
Nate,
go
forget
and,
the third, Jace. Go and get the fifth.
It's Wolves.
Go and get the fifth.
To allow Wolves to come back and I think he could. I think he may well.
It's
lose
all
his job
too
if he doesn't win.
emotional. It's all too emotional with Mikel Arteta. Like, we're in February. We're in February. Do you know what that win should have been when they went 2-0 up? Under Mourinho, this is exactly what Chelsea would have done.
Yeah.
We would have won the game. It would have been 2-0 over, onto the next.
Yeah.
Onto the. It's like, win, next. You're not emotional now. It's not a must-win, everything. It's just functional.
Yeah.
And you can get into a situation where you feel like it's a cup final.
Yeah.
But you do that in May. You don't do that in February. You don't do that with 11 games left.
No.
You do that with 3 games left. Cup final. Find a way. And we've seen this before with him. Do you remember that first title race that he went into with Guardiola and they beat Villa? Do you remember? It was a little cushion header into the back of the net by Emi Martinez.
Oh, yeah.
Jorginho hit the bar.
Yes, I remember it. Yeah, Villa Park. Yeah.
And it was all they were celebrating like they won the league. They won nothing. It was early. It feels to me with everything Arteta does, there is never just a functional win. There is never just like a bog standard win next.
Yeah.
It's always this emotion, this cup final. And it's counted against them because at Wolves, it felt like they were playing in that kind of way. But at the end of the game, it was a little bit Battle of the Bridge.
Well, you saw what happened
Battle
at
of the
the
Bridge.
end.
Remember when Tottenham knew they'd blown the title and they thought that they'd lost their heads? I
Well,
wonder
the
if
same
that's-
thing happened. You saw what happened with Jesus at the end, and there was a scrum. And the last 2 games, away at Brentford, away at Wolves, 1-0 up, 2-0 up. They come away with just 2 points, where they should really have come away with 6.
Yeah.
Where's
Very
that
telling.
fight? You know the fight that they were displaying at the end? Getting someone round the throat and that? All well and good after the full-time whistle. Why are you not doing that? Why are you not doing that? You know when Declan Rice was looking around, he's cajoling the rest of his team.
Yeah.
He could see what was happening. He knew. You could look at him and you could see the desperation. And his teammates ignored him.
Can I just say on the Wolves' equaliser, you watch how the goal come about was, and you don't often see this. Raya don't make many mistakes.
Nah.
But he's come over the top of, who was it? Was it Saliba?
I think it was over Saliba.
Over
yeah.
Saliba,
And he
right?
drops it, yeah.
Right? He's done something similar way at Sunderland, a couple of, where they equalised really late on,
Yeah,
where he's come out of his,
Ballard.
right?
Yeah.
So I felt, but that moment, let Saliba deal with it, right? And that tells me that there's just a decision. He's making a decision that he rarely makes.
Yeah.
And he fumbled it, and that's how they got their equaliser.
It's so true. Do you know what? There's so many elements that we've talked about there contributing to why Arsenal should feel nervy. I'm going to say something. I also think, because I was detecting this a couple months back,
I think that Arsenal fan base are actually one of the components as to why we're witnessing what we're witnessing. They've been nervous about this for so long. I can just detect the shakiness within the fan base. It's there's a bit of and I know they're going to hate this, but there's a bit of Spurs to the fan base.
No, I told you I had an experience. I lived this firsthand. I work. I've got a little office in Dalston, so I have to go through Highbury and Islington. I work the Liverpool game there, so I've got to go through Highbury and Islington. So I'm on a train with them, and I'm in disguise. I'm thinking, oh God, please, God. Please don't beat me up. Please, someone's going to chin me. I'm thinking, I've only got to go one stop. I'll get to King's Cross. I'm home and dry. But got my hood up. And do you know what I could detect on the train? It was very weird. There was, I think, anxiety we can understand. Yeah. Arsenal fans anxious in a title race with City, fair enough. But do you know what they were off the back of that draw with Liverpool? Bearing in mind, they were still clear in the league. Anger.
Exactly.
And you're like, wait, you've taken a point. Oh, you could have won that game. You should have been more brave.
Yeah.
But
you're still top of the table.
You're top of the league. You've taken a point against the champions. This like furious approach.
Well,
they were booing them
on the sports bar last night. We were taking calls from Gooners saying the title race is over.
I know. I can't believe it.
And that I think spreads fear.
Yeah, don't even say it. Why say that?
Well, because they've been here before. They've walked in these shoes. They know what this feels like.
And they need a league, man.
They
need a league.
They are desperate. I know what that feels.
Yeah,
we know what it feels like as football fans, right?
Yeah.
And Chelsea.
Yeah.
But it feels as though that there is the desperation, and you kind of get the senses on the pitch as well.
Do you know what they've become, Arsenal, in a way? Do you know over the years, and it's not to the same degree, but Arsenal are a huge club. You know when we talk about clubs that need a trophy?
Yeah.
You go Villa, massive club, they need something. Leeds United, massive club. Everton, Paul Rideout, 95, they need a trophy. It's getting to the stage where Arsenal are kind of in that.
Yeah, they are.
They're kind of in that.
Because it was Arteta's first year, he won the FA Cup, but then everyone says that wasn't his team, and he just picked it up.
It was during COVID as well. Like, it's different. And it was a long time ago now.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah,
that was a long time.
It's a totally different looking team.
Totally.
This is built in his
image. Yeah,
100%.
Well, I've got Arsenal's next 9 in front of me. They've got Spurs next. Then they've got Chelsea, Brighton, Everton, Bournemouth. Then it's Manchester City on the 18th of April. That is just a huge.
Does that define the title?
Yeah, surely.
Well, potentially. I mean, it depends what happens between now and then, right? But we got the North London derby coming up this weekend, right? If you went back 3 weeks ago and you asked a Spurs fan and Arsenal fan how they felt about going into that game, Arsenal would have been buoyed, saying we're going to turn up there
5-0.
Right now, you fast forward 3 weeks, see what happened last night against Wolves. Spurs got a new manager. It's at the White Hart Lane Stadium. This fixture feels all of a sudden it's like swung a little bit back in Spurs' favour.
Well, I
would never have said.
Is it a great fixture? Look, Jace, you've played, right? Is this fixture for Arsenal? They're in a troublesome way. So the way that you get the fans back on side, the way that you kind of say normal services resumed, is to batter Tottenham. Yeah. Or crisis. Well, is it a good thing or a bad thing that this fixture's now?
It depends what happens after the whistle. But if Arsenal go there and win, right, that shows real balls. Because you've got this game right to predict. I don't want to spoil it for everyone. But I think Spurs can take someone out this game all of a sudden, and I would not have said that 3 weeks ago.
No, I know. A draw kills them, doesn't it?
Is it a good fixture for Arsenal? Do you think if you're in the Arsenal dressing room now, are you happy you've got this fixture?
No, I'm not convinced you are.
No.
I think that, like I said, 3 weeks ago, it looked far more appealing than it does now.
New manager bounce.
There's that. We don't know
it's just unquantifiable, isn't it? Who are Tottenham? We don't know.
Exactly. Yeah, and that is terrifying for Arsenal. How do you set up against a team you don't know how they're going to set up?
Tottenham's entire season will basically come down to this game because they win it.
Yeah.
Not only do they stop Arsenal, but they survive. Like if you beat Arsenal at home at this stage of the season, they're not getting relegated.
It's a cup final.
Yeah, it's twofold.
Probably they Premier League survive. I don't think they'll go down, but looking over their shoulder.
Yeah.
And you put a real dent in their title challenge.
I think you end up.
Wow.
I have never seen you two this excited ever. Look at them bouncing up their chemistry.
It's a great fixture, isn't it? You know this Tottenham Arsenal fixture. You could easily argue that of the teams that play, the big 6 teams that all will play each other, this fixture is probably the one in recent years that gives you the most.
Yeah.
Historic moments. Think about it. Just immediately, you start thinking about Harry Kane scoring from the halfway line. You're thinking about David Bentley rocketing it in. You're thinking about Fabregas running from the halfway line straight after kickoff. You think about so many. Do you remember Eric Lamela scored a Rabona? It's amazing.
What a finish!
Shot.
Yes, on the ground. Yeah, amazing.
You can immediately think of those. This one now has got to be the biggest North London derby. Do you remember they had a playoff for the Champions League? Conte.
Yeah.
Biggest one since then.
I would say this is the biggest North London derby in
a good while.
Yeah, well, actually, you're right. Yeah. One of them potentially going down, one of them potentially winning the league. This is the one, isn't it?
Yeah, can't wait for it.
Right, Rory, you hear me mention at the top of every show, this is brought to you by TalkSport Bet. Have you had a chance to check them out yet?
Yeah, I have, mate. And more importantly, I've checked out the welcome offer. It is actually ridiculous.
It really is. It really is. And I'll tell you guys exactly what.
A generation almost.
Yonks, yeah.
I don't have a problem with him.
What about
Come
you?
out and say what he's saying.
Surprised you said that.
No, I don't have a problem. He's his own man. He's allowed to come out and speak. Why would that be a problem?
Because I feel it's very disrespectful to your former
Who
employers.
cares?
I
who cares?
honestly would have assumed you would.
No.
I honestly would. I would have thought that you wouldn't have liked
He's,
this.
he's not employed by them anymore. He can come out and speak about, managers. Once you're a manager of that football club, the only thing matters is your responsibility to that club. Once you have been let go, and he might feel wronged, he may well be sitting there thinking, he said they're not a big club, right? We know Spurs are a big club, but he's talking about the mentality. But talking about, yes, they've got all the shiny new seats. Yes, they've got a huge stadium. Yes, they make huge money. But a big club in terms of mentality, I think he felt probably a bit let down by the fact he wasn't back. And he can come out and say what he wants. I don't have a problem with it whatsoever.
Yeah, I completely disagree.
You
with
disagree
Jason.
with that?
Yeah, completely. I think it was firstly, I think it's very unedifying when managers talk about football clubs that they've once managed. It's just very unedifying. It's unnecessary. It's quite aggressive, and frankly, it's rude. Then you think about what he said.
Who cares?
I
You're not offended. Don't tell me you're offended.
I don't think I'm offended. I would just say that I don't think it's very professional. I think part of your responsibility when you're a football manager is you are.
They sacked him.
But
He won him a trophy.
there's diplomacy. You're the public face of the football club, and there is an element of diplomacy. Now, when you mentioned the payoff, about £7 million.
Yeah.
Now, what is implied in that £7 million, in my opinion, and I could be wrong here, but what's implied in my opinion is,
Keep your mouth
come
shut.
on, just everything. We're going to give you £7 million, right? Which is a huge amount of money.
ridiculous, yeah.
Now, just do us a favour, do the right thing.
Well, don't speak. Are they
All right,
buying his
Gwen
silence?
Stefani.
Are they buying his silence? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I think that.
You think it's implied, you said?
I
You
think it's implied. I think they are buying his silence. Yeah.
No,
I think. Do you know what? Just out of pure professionalism, I feel very fortunate to work at TalkSport, and I've been here now 6 years, and it's an amazing experience for me. I have huge imposter syndrome, and I think I'm going to be given a tin tack every day. I've loved it so much that if that day ever comes, I won't then go on podcasts start slating Jason Cundy.
No.
As well I could.
Yeah, exactly.
But I
There's a lot of ammo there, isn't there?
Right? But I wouldn't do that. I just feel like there is an element of professionalism that is massively lacking.
Yeah.
But what about if you felt wronged? What about if you felt that the reason that you left and you felt as though...
Fine.
Do you know what?
I have a great answer to that, Mr. Cundy.
I just feel as though that Ange probably needs to speak out so he can say, here's my version of events.
Yeah.
Here's how I see my role at Spurs at the time.
Jace, you said, so what if he feels wronged? That is what the money is for.
No, it's
to
not.
Borrow a phrase from Mad Men.
It's not.
That's what the money's for.
No, it's
You
not.
feel wronged. You've had to eat a bit, right? That you don't want to eat. You don't think the way it's been played out is fair.
But what about his professional...
That's what the money's for.
What about him as... So everyone says they never feel sorry for managers to get the sack because they get the payoff, right?
Yeah.
They always say that. But what about his professional feeling about as a football manager?
Well, he's being honest, isn't he?
Yeah,
That, you know.
because
No.
they may get paid off, but his reputation potentially has been damaged.
His reputation has been damaged massively from going on the overlap and talking.
I don't think so.
100%.
What if it was a Chelsea manager, Jace? Would you care?
Well, Jose's done that. Jose come out and spoke about the Chelsea fans and Conte. He's done that.
I mean, Jose Mourinho has spoken.
I was disappointed in Jose.
Right, yeah, I was. I didn't like the way that he spoke about Chelsea fans.
Well, there
Mourinho.
you go then,
But,
yeah.
No, but I feel like this is different. Like Mourinho gave a quip in an interview. This is a sit down, have a croissant, let me rip the club apart. And crucially, with Ange Postecoglou, they finished 17th in the league. At no point did he ever say, yeah, I got that wrong. And at no point ever. Everyone was wrong. Everyone in the club got something wrong. Apart from, lo and behold, Ange Postecoglou, one of the most abject and average managers that I've ever seen in the Premier League.
But we know that. But we know that. We're not, we haven't taken stupid pills, by the way. But we know how they finished. We know their league position, but we can still...
But he doesn't seem to.
Well, but we don't have to believe that. We can see the league, 17th. We saw where they were. We can all take... We haven't got to believe every single word he says, but basically what he said and come out and said it, I don't have a problem with it.
I'm going to step in. I think you guys could go on this all day, but it's interesting you both have a difference in opinion. More interesting, Roy, you didn't think that Jace was going to say that, so I'll let the comments decide whose side that they're on there, but that's a good one. Let's talk about Forest, who was one of those clubs that Ange obviously got sacked from. This is the first time in Premier League history that in a season there's been 4 permanent managers. Is this the right appointment, and could there be a 5th on the way? Do you think that he will last to the end of the
you
season?
never say never when Mr. Marianakis is concerned, do you? Never say never.
Never say never.
I mean,
Is it the right move? I know we kind of touched on this, but in a sentence, do you think it's the right move that they've got him in, and he could be the right man to keep him up? You don't know.
I mean, I think I quite
You
like.
don't know, do you?
I quite like Pereira. I
Yeah.
thought he did a very good job at Wolves.
We did. He kept
First
them up.
time, yeah.
He kept them up.
But is he more equipped to keep Forest in the league than Sean Dyche?
You're not
What's
sure.
going on with Edu at that club? I think they could still go down. It feels like
I think now I'm having them to go down.
Oh, really?
I'm having Forest to go down. And you mentioned that it's a great point, because all of this where you've got Forest this time last year, Forest fans were living their best life,
Yeah, I know.
and they got themselves in European football the first time in X amount of decades or whatever it was. Marinakis has to have a big long hard look at himself, and he's making all these changes. Bringing in Edu was the downfall of Nuno. Bringing in Ange was an absolute disaster class.
Yeah.
Then he's gone from one mistake. He's going from one mistake to another. He's trying to rectify that. And Marinakis, even though he took them from the depths of the Championship up into European football in a very short space of time, he's the reason, in my opinion, they're going to go down.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow.
And do you know what's quite interesting? If you ever talk to a Forest fan, I did the overlap the other day. There's a great girl who's part of the Garibaldi Girls who does the chat.
Oh, yeah.
But what was incredible was her desperation to insulate Marinakis from any criticism. Like, everything is Edu. Everything.
Who employed Edu?
Thank you. Like, there is that kind of like mental gymnastics to make sure that Marinakis, because of what he's done, because of the money he spent, because he fulfilled the promise of taking Forest into Europe when they were nearly getting relegated again, because he's done all that, they just won't hear it.
That's so interesting.
They won't hear it. No.
That's a really good insight.
It's Edu's fault. It's Nuno Espirito Santo's fault. It's everyone's fault, but not Marinakis. Whereas when you're on the outside looking in, you're like, well, the governor's responsible here, isn't he?
Clearly.
Yeah.
I didn't think that there was anyone else to look at, if I'm completely honest with you. That is...
Edu's getting it in the neck.
That's news to me.
Well, do you know what? It would not surprise me if Edu finally leaves his position as well.
No, he'll be given the
Leaves or given the boot.
Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me as well.
Yeah.
Maybe not before the end of the season, but going into next season.
Yeah, you know what? 100% that is plausible. Let's talk about. We talked a little bit about City and about this title race, but the bigger question, which I suppose I've not asked, is: do you think City can kick into gear? They've got a new partnership in Diaz and Gahey. Do you think that this City side, just based on the eye test and the smell test, that they can kick it up a notch now and put the pressure on? What do you think? Let's go, you, Jace.
Not convinced.
Seriously?
No, I'm not convinced.
Even with the new defensive
I've not
partnership?
been convinced all season. I saw them away at Villa. Very poor. I know Villa have been a good side, but there have been moments this season where Manchester City, it's not the City, and there are reasons for that, because the rebuild started actually last January.
Yeah.
When he
Marmouche and all that.
Yeah, that was where it really started. So they are in a period of transition. Arsenal aren't. Arsenal have all their ducks in a row. Their squad is built. Everything's covered. They got, you remember last year when Saka was injured? They didn't have real cover out in the wide right. They've got Noni Madueke now, right?
Yeah.
If all of a sudden Odegaard goes out, they've got Eze to come in. On the left-hand side, you've got Trossard, because, Martin, they've got real cover all over. Gyökeres is up there. You look at this squad, it's built, right? City's, for me, isn't quite there yet. And if they win this title, this will be the worst Man City side to win it.
Yeah, that's a
In
great
Premier
point.
League
And on some level,
good
one
point.
of Pep Guardiola's biggest achievements. On some level. Because he would have basically, arguably for the first time in the history of him in the Premier League, he would have won the league clearly with a team that isn't the best team in the league.
Yeah, that's a fantastic
He
point.
would have won the league when it isn't really his right to. And actually, they're not really second. You have to give Liverpool the courtesy, don't you?
Yeah.
They were champions. They had that, Liverpool were favourites. I thought Liverpool would win the league at the beginning of the season. It very quickly became apparent that they weren't going to win the league. Arsenal were the heir to the throne. So if City were to win it, it would be when they are the third best team in the league at best, in a transition year. And I think that Pep Guardiola would have done incredibly well as Arsenal blowing it.
But this is, I think that Arsenal have given them a leg up. Whenever City have won the title, whenever they've been in a real title race, they've won it. When they've not won the title, they've been miles off it.
Yeah,
And it feels as though they should be now maybe double figures behind
they
Arsenal.
should be.
This title race has been allowed to happen by only one team, and that's Arsenal.
But I do. To answer, are they going to kick into gear? Right, I think it's an interesting one. I think that you have to almost have to start Man City off the back of what happened at Liverpool, the back of Anfield. So so forget all of the frailties that we saw, all those draws in a row when they drew Sunday.
So season starts there.
Season starts there, right?
Okay.
And everything that we've seen since then, which is what, one game against Fulham. Haaland scored again. You know, he scored the winner at Anfield. It turned out to be the winner. Then he scores against Fulham. If they then follow that up with a win against Newcastle United, which isn't easy, but beatable. If they follow it up with a win against Newcastle United, I think it's fair to say that maybe they are finding a semblance of their former self.
Yeah.
I'm not
And remember,
convinced.
they don't
Still
have to
not
be.
convinced.
The only thing as well, Jace. Remember, they don't have to be what you'll think. In our heads, we always go, "Are they going to win 14 in a row?"
No.
They don't have to do that.
No, but I'm still
They have
not
to win
convinced.
3 in a row. You know,
But I'm still not convinced that this Manchester City side are defensively solid enough. Look, I'm going to go back to Spurs away. 2-0 up at half-time. Cruising, by the way. Spurs were terrible that day. One goal. It was a little bit like what we saw against Wolves, where Arsenal found a way to drop points from a winning position. And I mean, neither of them at the moment are convincing.
No.
Arsenal, neither are City. So whoever gets there is
but
going to
who
limp over the
do
line.
you reckon is going to be more convincing,
Well,
or
I
less convincing?
The reason I'm still going to stick with Arsenal is because it feels as though that it feels as though it's their time, and this squad is in place. This Man City squad they still added 2 players in January, by the way. 2 starters. You know, Arsenal aren't buying players in they bought Eze, but they're buying. He's a squad.
The league is ebbing away from them. They're like whether they're still favourites, I think you can certainly rationalise it. Jason's right, but at one point you would have said they're favourites by 10 points.
Yeah.
And now they're favourites by 2 points.
Yeah.
There's another narrative that's
They're gonna limp.
developing now.
Whoever wins it's going to limp over the line.
Yeah, it's a
Unless
good point.
City, and they're the only side that could. City could do it now. They win 7 in a row.
Oh, of course they could. We
And
know
if
that
they
they're
do that,
capable
they'll
of it.
find themselves 6 points clear.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's so true. We know Pep's got that in him as well.
Yeah.
Let's move on to an individual here. Oh my God, you guys are going to love this question. If Bruno Fernandes...
Oh my God, you love this bloke.
Hey, listen. Who said I put this in the running order?
The TalkSport bet studs up in association with Bruno Fernandes.
Midfield. He was playing in a position he is
No,
not used to
Ryan.
playing. Yes,
No,
yes.
Ryan.
Sorry, that is a reason.
You are right.
Yeah.
The word you are saying are right.
Yeah.
But I will not accept it from this messenger.
No, hold
The
on.
man
hold
that
on.
was telling me that Ruben Amorim was the second coming of Christ.
No one said that.
You did.
No one said that.
did.
I did not say
You
that.
did.
I did not say
You
that
were
about Ruben
telling
Amorim.
me at the time that Bruno Fernandes was playing in his rightful position.
No,
because
hold
he
on.
can actually dictate the play.
No. I was not saying that. See, the thing is, Rory Jennings, I like to back the manager. Even before a ball is kicked, okay, we can't all say that. I like to back the manager, okay, and that's what I was doing in that
Sorry, can I
instance.
just ask a question?
But hold on. If Bruno breaks the assist record, and let's say, for example, there's so many games to play,
Who's the record he's breaking from?
it'll be
Kevin De
Henry
Bruyne.
and Kevin De
Okay,
Bruyne.
what happened that season when they
both won the
won
league.
title,
Of course, well,
right? Okay.
that's why this is such a good question, though. Hold on, has a player won?
Such a bad one.
Well, has a player won Premier League Player of the Season when they've not won the
Scotty
Premier
Parker.
League? Yes, it's
Scotty
happened.
Yeah.
So that's why this question exists. Okay, if he breaks the assist record and Arsenal bottle it, surely that's down to Declan Rice as a contribution to that. Okay, and Bruno breaks his assist record. Why wouldn't he be in contention? Is it because you guys don't like Bruno Fernandes?
I'm no Arsenal fan either, by the way.
No, I know that.
Yeah.
So don't take it personally.
No, I
Also,
know,
well,
but-
just so you know, I hate Arsenal more than I hate Man United. Just
Yeah. Okay,
if we need to
Yeah.
kind of do our
Yeah.
hierarchy,
Makes me feel better.
I just don't think he's anywhere I would argue
Anywhere near it?
Well, I don't think that his contribution, just to talk about it, is his contribution to Manchester United bigger than Elliot Anderson's contribution to Nottingham Forest?
Yeah.
I don't think it is.
Well, of course it is.
I don't think it
Every
is.
season it is. If Manchester United finish a Champions League spot, let me tell you something. Bruno Fernandes is directly.
Bruno Fernandes has
directly
turned it on in the
responsible.
past 8 weeks.
No, he hasn't.
Yes, he has.
You've only started watching him for the past 8 weeks.
I watch him every
also
week.
good.
I
For
was
the past
watching- I was
6
watching him
years.
get battered under Amorim every week.
No,
I was
he
watching
wasn't, though.
I was watching you lose to Everton at home,
Hold
which
on,
against 10 men.
Any results, any points gained under Amorim, more than likely, 9 times out of 10 were because
What
of
about the
Bruno.
points lost?
Yeah.
You always do this with Bruno Fernandes, but you always focus on the positive. Do you want to talk about the fact that he was a captain of Manchester United and they lost 2 European finals under
Oh
him?
my gosh! What is that?
You lost to Villarreal
Because he
with him as your captain.
because he was captain.
You lost to Tottenham Hotspur with him as your captain.
Well,
you're
what,
responsible.
because he was captain. You're going to put that in Bruno Fernandes' head?
Yeah.
Can we also just say, by the way, that Declan Rice is played every single game that's possible for them to play, and that includes Champions League,
Yeah.
Carabao Cup. They're in the final. Bruno Fernandes has been having his feet up on a Wednesday evening.
Yeah.
Well, it's not his fault, is it?
No, well, it is his fault.
partly his fault.
It's fault.
It's partly his fault that you're not in the Champions League. He was captain of a team that got beat by
It's not
Tottenham in the European final.
It's not directly his fault, though, is it? And the question is, if he breaks the assist record, why is it so uncomprehendable for you guys to
I
say
don't care
Bruno
only
could?
about the stats. I don't look at stats and go, he got this
I'm
amount of
with Rory.
stats, therefore he's the best player.
Shock.
I'm so.
I'm with Rory on this one.
Oh, shot! Jason Cundy pairs with Rory on a Bruno debate.
We
Oh my
usually
gosh!
argue.
I mean,
We
breaking
usually
news.
argue. You just managed to unify us with your stupid pills.
Look,
Pass them over.
do we think Bruno is a brilliant footballer?
Yes.
Oh, gosh.
Do we think Declan Rice has been better this season?
Yes.
Okay, fine.
It's Jared Bowen keeps West Ham up. What's a bigger achievement from where they were?
Well, if Bruno breaks the assist record, Bruno.
Only the stats then. So say he has exactly the same season, but he doesn't get the assist record by one assist. Are you going to go, no, not him? It's all down to the stats.
No. I understand your point. My point is, if he breaks his assist record, he has to be in contention. Whether Man United
What happens if
win
he
the
doesn't
Premier
break
League
it?
or
What
not,
happens if he gets 19 assists?
then he's had a fantastic season.
but not in contention.
No, I don't think so. Probably not.
What about if he equals it?
Because
What about
they've
if he
not won
gets
the
20?
Premier League. If he
So
equals
it's
it,
so
I think he's in-
binary with just numbers, just stats.
Well, let's be real, okay? So the Chelsea defence record, for example, that means something. And we've seen how difficult that is now.
because we won the league.
Yeah, I know. But even in isolation, if you conceded the least amount of goals, that would still go down as one of the great sides in
Not if we
Premier
didn't
League.
win the league, just for the record.
But
You
surely it would. That'd be one of the greatest
hang on,
achievements,
hang on,
no?
I can demonstrate to you that it isn't.
Go on.
Arsenal, when Manchester United won a treble, Arsenal conceded 17. No one knows that.
Yeah, no, but then
No one knows it.
But
Why don't they know it?
But that record's not been. It's been beaten, has it not?
No, only by Chelsea, the 50.
There you go. That's what
But
I mean.
only by Chelsea. But when it was 17, no one knew, no one cared, because it didn't carry them to a title.
I'd make an
Chelsea
ar-
concede 2 less goals. Suddenly, everyone's talking about it decades later.
I'd make an argument that if Chelsea didn't win the Premier League that season, but they set the defensive record, they'd still go down as one of the best
But
defence
do
in
you
Premier
ever
League
talk
history.
about the Arsenal defensive record when Man United won a treble?
No, because it's been beaten. It's been beaten. Maybe they did for
But
those 5 years.
of course
I was
they
too
didn't.
young.
Of course
I was
they
too
didn't.
young. I was too young. But maybe they did say, well, that was an unbelievable defence, one of the best that we've seen.
Pochettino, Southampton team. Right, you remember like Yoshida and Jose Font and all that?
Yeah.
Up until a certain point in the season, they had an outrageous defensive record. No one cares.
No-
It didn't do anything.
But if Bruno breaks his assist record, and I bloody hope
What
he
about
does
if he
now,
has a better play but doesn't break the record?
If he
How
has
can
a-
it just come? What about if he's dictating games but he just happens to not get the record? Like you're so binary with the if he breaks the record,
He's
then
right.
No, I think Bruno's unbelievable. I think he's the best player in the Premier League.
Only in
But
contention
what I'm
if he
saying-
breaks this nominal record, this
Yes,
arbitrary record.
I would say he needs a tag alongside. He would need to have have equaled or beaten the assist rate. That is my point here. But for me, Bruno's the best player in the league. You asked for Mavericks and world-class players. There's one. I think Declan Rice also is one as well. Cole Palmer nowhere near it. Anyway, let's move to Spurs quickly. Does their new gaffer Igor Tudor keep them up? What do you think?
I don't think Spurs will go down anyway. Even if Thomas Frank was there, in all honesty.
Really?
But the problem they've got is that West Ham are breathing down the neck. Had West Ham's performances and results stayed the same as they were 6 weeks ago,
Yeah.
I think you might find Thomas is hanging on to his job. But they're worried now. They're looking, and you can't have West Ham closing the gap on Spurs. And I don't know what he's going to do. I've got no idea.
No.
Cannot wait to see what they do against Arsenal at the weekend. I don't think Spurs are going to go down.
No?
I
You don't think there's any danger there?
Well, they're in danger.
Could
but
happen then.
It could, but I just feel that Forest right now, 4th manager in one season.
know.
It just feels that club is in far more turmoil.
Yeah.
And man for man, if you ask me now where I put my pound of Cundy money on, who's staying up, I'm going to have to put my pound on Spurs.
Same with you, Rory, quickly.
I agree with every word apart from under Frank. Like I think Jason suggested that he was fairly confident Tottenham stay in the league under Frank.
Yeah.
I think they were in real dire straits.
Only
under
because
Frank.
West Ham though. At West Ham,
Yeah.
the fact that they're looking over their shoulder.
I
now-
just when they were playing under Frank, I just felt like they weren't going to get any more points for the whole season.
Yeah.
Like when you look at their fixtures now, I think they'll accrue some points.
Yeah.
Under Frank, I just couldn't see where a draw was coming from.
Right, I've
But
got
I
you.
feel like Tudor will keep them up.
Okay.
Starting with 3 points, hopefully against.
Nice, I like what you did. Right, okay, everyone's favourite segment, reoccurring. This is only going to be the second time you do it, but gosh, they love it. It is time for the Studs Up comment of the week.
fans.
Yeah.
And I really don't.
Think when you critique Spurs, do you? And to be fair to you, you did say that you want Spurs to stay in the Premier League. People didn't see the whole episode.
Yeah.
Do you feel like is there a dog in the fight when you talk about Spurs, or do you completely detach the fact that you ever played for them?
No,
Is it?
no, just completely detached. I'm a
Do
Chelsea
ya?
because I'm a Chelsea fan.
Really?
That's it. When I say that, there's a full stop, and that's enough.
Yeah.
I don't have to explain any more.
No, I like it.
I'm a Chelsea fan. Look, Mickey Hazard and Graham Roberts both played for Chelsea, right? I was there as a kid when they were both there, right? You watch them on social media. There is no love for Chelsea, and that's the way it should be. They're Spurs fans.
Yeah.
And I really don't grasp this, how fans think that because I played for a club, I have some affiliation or should have an affiliation with them simply because they paid my wages and I played for them. No, when you retire, you go back to what you did as a kid, supporting Chelsea.
Yeah.
That is it. And people say to me, why do you hate Spurs so much? I'm like, well, I love Spurs as much as you love Chelsea. And they say, well, we hate Chelsea. I'm saying, there you go. You've answered your own question.
I like it. Yeah,
absolutely, Bang. It's so refreshing to hear it as well. Spot on, Mr. Cundy.
I like it. Yeah, I actually can't come up with a rebuttal for that one. I think that's fair. Right, here's one directed at you, Rory. Love being a Spurs fan. This is in the back of some of your comments about Spurs. Love being a Spurs fan. Yeah, it's a crazy ride, but you're literally obsessed with us. Are you obsessed with Spurs? That's my question to you. Yeah.
Yeah.
In what sense? In what
Can
sense?
I tell you, when Chelsea won the European Cup, I was in Munich. I was in the upper tier. And the drama that happened that night, you got to think Robben missing the penalty, Schweinsteiger missing the penalty in the shootout, or Juan Mata missing the penalty in the shootout, Drogba ultimately winning it, David Luiz scoring, giving it to their fans. Like, you know when the ball hits the back of the net, Didier Drogba, the Chelsea players run towards Drogba, Frank Lampard runs towards us. It was just amazing. In that moment, my shirt was off. I'm with my old man. It was amazing, right? In that exact moment, a little bit of me went, unlucky Tottenham. Unlucky.
So you are obsessed with them?
Absolutely. They're our biggest rival.
Yeah, good.
They're our biggest rival. As a QPR fan, a true QPR fan, will pride himself on hating Chelsea. Yeah. Checking Chelsea results as quickly as he checks
and
QPR
Fulham,
results.
By the way.
And Fulham. And Arsenal towards Tottenham and Man City towards Man United and Liverpool towards Man United and whatever, right? Yeah, I'm obsessed.
Good for you. Good for you. Look, I like it. Well done, boys. You've handled those comments beautifully. But the comment of the week, it's on YouTube by James Davidson, and he says, "I'm in disbelief they spent 10 minutes slating meme culture," meaning the haircut chap, Frank, and then went on to sign contracts to do the exact same thing. Well done, James Davidson. Can we get the jingle again?
That's fair enough.
That's comment of the week.
We can dress it up however you want, but drawing against Wolverhampton Wanderers after being 2-0 up, that is the Arsenal that Arteta hoped he'd bury.
You can draw at Brentford, you can draw against Liverpool, but this one last night, I think is
on the famous old town, going past the Starry Most. Do you know what that is? And fall on us for being so judgmental.
Look, I think it's somewhere in between. I said it last week, didn't I, about how this is what the Premier League is meant to be. This is the most brutal, the richest, the most physical league in the world. And we don't want to be seeing teams running away with it with 10 games to go. This is what, we're looking forward to. But this is not a vintage Manchester City side. This should have been Arsenal's year. And look, I've kind of backed Arsenal a little bit because I backed them right at the start of the season. But I said, this is what happens, the ebb and flow of games. And you can draw at Brentford, you can draw against Liverpool. I think the Manchester United defeat was a blow, but then they bounced back really well against Leeds. But this one last night, I think is massive. I really do. I think it's a massive blow to their confidence, to the belief. I've said for a few weeks now, the only way I feel that Arsenal won't win it is through their fans. Well, the fans are going to get even more nervous now. And yeah, Manchester City just feel like, don't they, with the signings of Semenyo and in particular Mark Guehi, that they're ready to go. So the fact that it's still in Arsenal's hands, but actually it's also in Manchester City's hands, I think Arsenal have definitely handed it to City. But there'll be more twists and turns, Sam. There'll be more twists and turns.
In what other league in the world are the top team 2-0 up against the bottom team who couldn't win for toffee, score for toffee, or actually do anything at all before about 2 weeks ago and end up drawing 2-2? That just doesn't happen anywhere else, does it, Crook?
No, it doesn't, and it underlines the competitive nature of the Premier League. But listen, as much as we should applaud Rob Edwards and his players for the way they fought back, let's make no mistake about it. They weren't in the game for half an hour, and Arsenal went into cruise mode, went into stroll mode, whatever way you want to label it, and they handed the initiative for Wolves to get back into the game. if you're champions elect, you go 1-0 up against one of the worst teams the Premier League's ever seen. Still, at the moment, the worst team the Premier League has ever seen in terms of points. If you go 1-0 up after 4 minutes, you have to kill the game. And this is my problem with Mikel Arteta. He's got his team playing with a handbrake on because they go 1-0 up, and their natural reaction is not to go hunting the second, the third, the fourth goal to put the game to bed, as I think Manchester City would in similar circumstances. Their natural reaction is just to keep the ball, pass it around lethargically. And then when Wolves did go up through the gears, Arsenal had no answer. Their fans, I can tell you, they're feeling the heat this morning. They're blaming the media for this narrative that Arsenal are bottling the title, but the facts don't lie.
Well, it doesn't help that you're reveling in it. For a team that have prided themselves, Scott, on brilliant defensive displays, I was absolutely baffled by the fact that they were so disorganised for that final goal. I mean, David Raya and Gabriel getting in a right old tangle, he's got to come out and take charge of that. If he's going to come out and go for it, he's got to get it. He's got to make sure he takes everything out. And I don't know if there was a bit of miscommunication. I mean, look, come on. It was pretty unlucky that the shot comes off Calafiori, comes off the post, and then comes off Calafiori again and then goes in. I mean, crikey. I mean, it wasn't exactly the cleanest goal you'll ever see. But defensively, it did look a right mess, and that's just not Arsenal, Scott.
No, and they're the type of goals and the type of moments that the Arsenal fans are looking at, and then the glass half empty side of them will say, it's not our season again, because that was a freakish goal. You're absolutely right to mention what happened with Calafiori playing a 1-2 off the post and it going in. But the actual, it came because absolutely it was a miscommunication. And if the keeper's going to come, he has got to scream his head off. So the centre-back is almost scared and he moves out the way. And if Gabriel doesn't move out the way, then David Raya has got to let him head the ball out. I mean, there was no Wolves player within 2 or 3 yards of them. So if he had have screamed, if he had have moved out the way, it's a simple catch. He dives on the floor. He kills 30 seconds. The game is absolutely over. And yet, look what happened. And now everybody is piling on, including Crookie, is piling on Arsenal. And the Arsenal fans are thinking, see, this is what we do. This is what we crumble. But I've gone through the remaining 12 games. And then I realised, I actually thought, Arsenal will still win the title. And then I thought, what happened last night? I'd have predicted a comfortable win for them against Wolves.
Yeah.
You can't predict.
Because their fixtures are quite kind, aren't they? I think they've only got 2 of the top 6 left to play, and that's Chelsea and Manchester City. And the Chelsea game is just around the corner. And of course, we're going to talk about the North London Derby in just a moment. Crook and I are going on Sunday, and we cannot wait, by the way, for this, because it is it's an amazing narrative. We'll get to it in just a second. And then, of course, they have that big game against Manchester City. But both things are true. If Manchester City win all of their games between now and the end of the season, they win the title. If Arsenal win all of their games between now and the end of the season, they win the title. So, we're still in a situation where the race is in the balance, which is great for the Premier League and great for the neutral. Not great if you are an Arsenal supporter, especially if you're an Arsenal supporter who knows Alex Crook. It is a little bit concerning, though, isn't it, that their most creative moment probably came from the centre-back passing to the left-back for the second goal. And that is one of the issues. I know you said earlier on that all they do is just, they don't go for the jugular, they don't pass the ball around just lethargically and try and wait the game out. I'm not sure that's true. I wonder whether or not actually they're lacking a little bit of creativity.
Maybe, and we spoke about him on the podcast we did on Monday. It's pretty damning of Eberechi Eze, big money summer signing. He's got a hat-trick in the North London Derby. But when they don't have a number 10 because Ødegaard is injured, Havertz is injured again, they would rather play Bukayo Saka in that position than out wide than put Eze on from the start. So I'm not sure where his Arsenal career is really going. But just on what Scott said there about, the goalkeeper should have just collapsed on top of the ball, he'd have wasted time. It's ironic they didn't do that because they were quite good at wasting time. And I thought it was embarrassing that Declan Rice, who obviously set up the goal after 4 minutes, he took 55 seconds to take a corner at 2-1. You've got players rolling around on the floor to try and waste time as well. This is the champions in waiting against a terrible Wolves team. Time wasting. How humiliating is that? And obviously it comes back to bite them because they concede the goal late in the game.
Average time to take a corner in the Premier League, Scott, do we know?
No idea. Go on. You'll tell us.
36.9 seconds. So he wasted an extra 20 seconds. Is that the worst transgression?
Not even that.
I just thought optically it looked pretty poor. It smacked of that anxiety, that nervousness that that is coming from the terraces onto the pitch.
Sounds like you're adopting another narrative, to be honest with you, to twist the knife into Arsenal.
I don't agree with Crookie on that particular example. I think when you're right at the very end, is game management. It doesn't matter who you're playing. But I do agree with him in terms of, just having a little bit more of a free, open style. You asked me a question a couple of weeks ago. Is this the right sort of tactics for Mikel Arteta? And I looked at the table and there were 9 points clear, albeit with City having a game in hand. But at the same time, the season is a long season. And in moments like this is where you have to kill the game off. I mean, they weren't just 1-0 up, they were 2-0 up against, as Crookie says, one of the worst sides in the history of the Premier League. These are the moments that creep into your mind where suddenly, as Sir Alex Ferguson famously said, squeaky bum time, can you handle the pressure? We know Pep's been there. We know the majority of the City players have been there, but not all. It's not the same City side. But Arsenal have repeatedly in the last 3 years got close and fallen away. And, I hope for their sake they don't do it, but also, I love Pep and everyone will jump on him if they don't win it again, saying it's about time he goes. So in this sense, with Chelsea not around, I can't lose.
Do you know what? It's fascinating, isn't it? Because, like you said, there's so much noise around it. But we have been saying this is a team that have been playing low-risk football over the course of the season, and they have been trying to plot their way through the season without really overextending themselves and just getting the job done, knowing that it's a long season. Now, that's absolutely fine if it works out. But if it doesn't work out, you know that approach is going to be criticised. And quite rightly so, right? Because if it doesn't work, then you did get it wrong. So I think we have to wait till the end of the season before we decide whether or not this is the right approach or the wrong approach. Because until the result is in, you can't tell.
You say plot, I say plod. There's a subtle difference between the two. If they win it, Arsenal fans will say the means were worth the end. If they don't, then I think they're going to have some serious soul searching to do, because Scott's right. This is not a great Manchester City side, and this should have been the year. Not only Arsenal won the league, I think they should have won it quite comfortably, and it doesn't look as if that is going to be the outcome now. And there's another graphic they put up on television last night, points won by Arsenal and Manchester City in the final 12 games, the last few seasons. Pep absolutely smashes Mikel Arteta in that regard. So history tells us that Manchester City come to the boil at this stage of the season, and Arsenal tend to wilt, whoever they're playing. We'll go back to a couple of years ago when they lost at home to Aston Villa, which basically cost them the title. There was another season around Christmas time when they managed to drop points against West Ham and Fulham.
What about the game against Southampton? Do you remember that game when Gary Ramsdale kicked the ball at Charlie Alcaraz?
Yeah, so I don't think you can take any of their fixtures for granted.
A quick word on Wolverhampton Wanderers. Scott, I mean, obviously they're not going to survive, but great moment for 19-year-old Tom Edozie, scoring on his debut. I mean, him and Mane, I mean, what worries me about this is that I was just about to say they'll be great in the Championship next season, but knowing Wolverhampton Wanderers, they'll probably sell them in the summer.
Yeah, I think Mane could go. I think it'd be quite early for Edozie. I mean, what a moment for him and his family, and it was a really good technique, really good strike. He still had to stay over the ball. So, yeah, there's a talent there for sure. And look, Rob Edwards has got a lot of stick, hasn't he? And rightly so, in my opinion, for saying what he said at Middlesbrough at the start of the season, then jumping ship. There's every chance that those two teams could swap, but I think he's done pretty well. He was saying 3 defeats in 11. I was there for the Chelsea game where it was 2 horrendous mistakes by the defenders that the manager can't do anything about. I think he's doing well, and if they give him a chance next season, they will have a chance of going straight back up.
Okay, it's back-to-back games without a win for Arsenal. Next up, it's a trip across North London. Yes, the North London derby, Sunday, 4:30. Crook and I will be there for Game Day Live. 3 weeks ago, this was a guaranteed Arsenal win. Not so sure now, given the form and Spurs' new manager, Crookmeister. What about the Apple boy? Is he going to settle in and take a big bite out of Arsenal's title hunt?
Listen, he's got history, hasn't he, of coming into clubs towards the end of a season, getting an uplift, getting some positive results. That's obviously why Tottenham are attracted to him. I thought it was really interesting that the names in the frame for this interim job weren't Premier League experience. You had Marco Rose, obviously at Borussia Dortmund and Leipzig. You had Edin Terzic as well, the former Dortmund manager, and obviously they ended up going with Igor Tudor. So I'd like to know.
I suppose Edin Terzic probably has got Premier League experience on the basis that he was the assistant manager at West Ham for one.
But the fact they weren't going for a former Premier League manager, I think is really interesting. Maybe it suggests there's not actually that bigger pool to choose from when it comes to managers who have taken charge in the Premier League. Southampton hired Ivan Juric for the same reason, and that turned out to be an absolute disaster. I'm not saying Tudor is going to be Juric 2.0, but I do think it's a risky appointment. I do think it's a risky appointment. I think I'd have been more confident for Spurs if they'd have got Harry Redknapp out of retirement. I really do, and that may sound really simplistic, but I think he would have come in, given the dressing room a lift. His man management skills, I think, would have been able to nurse them out of this situation. I don't know if Igor Tudor can do that in the Premier League.
Okay. Well,
sure
the first thing is that you did say actually on Monday's podcast, this has got Ivan Juric vibes about it. So when you say, I'm not saying it's the same thing, you basically have already done that. And the Igor Tudor thing, is that because, and this is not me to be disrespectful, I'm just asking the question, is that because you don't know who he is? So your frame of reference is not there? Because ultimately he has had an impact at big clubs on short-term basis before. Yeah. So his CV suggests that actually this is the perfect role for him. He might not be a long-term manager.
It's a different beast, though, Sam. The Premier League is a different beast, and Tottenham are a strange football club. And again, this is going to sound like I'm having a dig at the supporters. I'm not, but I do think their fans have unrealistic expectations when you look at the history in modern times of Tottenham. So this guy is going to have to hit the ground running. He's going to have to win games, and he's going to have to play a certain brand of football.
Not easy to do when you've got 15 players unavailable and only really 11 senior pros that can play this week. Now, I heard this thing this week. Apparently, Xavi Simons is being lauded by the Spurs fans for turning down a 5-day holiday so that he could work to get even better. They should all be turning down a 5-day holiday to get better. Everybody, no one should be going on holiday. Everybody
should be on holiday in the first place.
Exactly.
Who loses a game, gets the manager fired, and gets 5 days off?
It's
I know for a fact
unreal.
a couple of the players have jetted out to Dubai to get a bit of winter sun. It's unbelievable.
Crikey.
Okay.
Because Scott's going to tell us now that everyone deserves a holiday, and that football as well. You know, it's not fair that they shouldn't get one mid-season. Crookie has one, but at the end of the day. But at the end of the day, what message does it send to the Tottenham fans? Oh, by the way, we've got the manager sacked, and now we're going off to Dubai for a jolly.
No, that's not what I'm going to say. What I'm going to say is, I think if Thomas Frank was in charge, I think sometimes just getting away from all the noise and trying to reset mentally, I think is not a bad thing to do.
Together in a camp, yeah.
Well, together, I think whether it's playing football, whether it's not, you play a little bit of football, but just to get away from it. If you've got Thomas Frank as your manager, now you've got a new manager in, and the style that he plays is very front foot, and Spurs fans should like it. I mean, I am with Crookie that I said I felt that the one biggest thing that the Spurs hierarchy need to do is to turn the fans back on their side with the poor home form. And I think it's as ridiculous as it sounds, an appointment of a Harry Redknapp or Glenn Hoddle just immediately does that. So there's no new manager bounce with Igor Tudor, or no new manager good feel factor with Igor Tudor, the appointment of him. But what he does do, and he showed good football at Verona and Marseille, he did well at Juve and Lazio as well. He wants to be front foot, but it's physically demanding. So if you've got 5 days off doing nothing, sitting by the pool, when actually you should be running and getting fitter, if he believes that you're not fit enough, you're getting paid a lot of money to be a professional footballer. I don't care whether it's Premier League or League Two. When you're down there, you need to do whatever is right. Sometimes a difficult decision might just be a get away from it mentally. But actually, in this particular instance, with a new manager, he needs as many days as possible and as much time on the grass.
And it sends a message to the supporters that we've messed up. We really care. We are going to sort this out. You know, not we're going to go on holiday and come back and we'll sort it out when we get back kind of vibe, which is not what the supporters want to hear. They're already annoyed anyway. The idea of the front-footed football sounds brilliant. You have to be fit to play in it. Sounds great. Not great if you've only got 4 players, which Spurs seem to only ever have because everyone gets injured anyway. So the idea of playing even more intense football, I'm not entirely sure this is a great recipe for success, Crook.
Let's see, though. Let's see how quickly some of those injured players get fit now that Thomas Frank isn't the manager anymore. Not that I'm a cynic.
So you are the world's biggest cynic. Okay, so this is a must-win for Arsenal now, Scott, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It absolutely is. And you're sort of thinking, is it a good game for Arsenal? Is it a bad game? Is it a good game for Spurs? Is it a bad game? We know what happened with Mickey Carrick with his first game and how well they did against Manchester City. But, you know, both these teams can't win. Look, it's a massive game for both. Let's look, you know, we're the highlight, obviously, especially with what happened with Wolves, is Arsenal, and they've got to go to Tottenham Hotspur Stadium and win. Tottenham have to win. This is a massive game for them. If they lose and other teams win around them, they are right in the doo-doo. So this is just a game I'm going to buy as much popcorn as I can, sit on the sofa, and just enjoy.
I'm going to have some of that. Those at Spurs, they do this like chicken and waffle fries. It's really quite tasty. I'm going to just sit there with a big bowl of that and just watch and, you know, just enjoy. It's going to be great. Me and Crook are going to have a great time. Although Crook has vowed to wear a baseball cap because he's scared of the Tottenham fans. He might be scared of the Arsenal fans now as well after what he said on this.
Scared of both. Scared of Mrs. Crook.
Yeah, we're all scared of Mrs. Crook. Come on. Well, can City pile the pressure on Arsenal the night before they play against Newcastle United? Well. That's a good question because live on TalkSport, 8 o'clock, Manchester City against Newcastle, Saturday night. Newcastle, who can't win away. Eddie Howe is a terrible manager and he's completely lost it. Have won 3 in a row on the road, Crook, including an absolute thumping of Karabag.
Yeah, that was ridiculous. I watched the first half of that game. It didn't see much point in watching the second, but they absolutely terrorised Karabag, didn't they? Anthony Gordon, in particular, I've got to say, was really impressive, and it'll be interesting to see what he does with the team now, because he's utilised Anthony Gordon as a false number 9. Obviously, Nick Bolton-Marda has stopped scoring. I think a lot of Newcastle fans are already deciding that Johan Wissa maybe is not up to the task. So, yeah, I'll be intrigued by the lineup. Obviously, they did well against City in the league game at St James's Park, but going away to the Etihad is a different kettle of fish, particularly where Eddie Howe is concerned, and it was a pretty easy win, wasn't it, for City when they met in the League Cup. So as much as Newcastle are in a decent vein of form, I do expect City to win this game and put that scoreboard pressure on Arsenal.
It's a really annoying situation where you can probably play someone a little bit too much, and Manchester City and Newcastle arguably in that zone, because they played each other just, I think, the end of November. They played each other twice in the Carabao Cup. They're playing each other on Saturday night, and then in 2 weeks' time, they're going to play each other in the FA Cup. It's like really like, it's like, I've had enough of you now. You know, I'm getting sick to death of seeing the sight of you, especially if you keep losing, which unfortunately for Newcastle has seemed to be the case. They were well beaten in that second leg of the semi-final, but I think they would have learned from that, Scott. There were certain things in that game where they, especially over the 2 legs actually, where they actually had some joy against Manchester City. And I wonder whether or not they'll apply the same tactic of that, you know, trying to desperately get in behind that defence, using speed to get down the flanks and create chances. If you think about even the second leg, where they conceded 3 very odd goals to go 3-0 down, but had at the other end 3 absolutely corking chances in the same half of football, there might be an opportunity here for them just to halt Manchester City's attempt to catch Arsenal.
Yeah, you know, and I like the look of Anthony Gordon as a centre forward as well, and the pace and that he gives, the running of the channels, the press that he starts. You know, I was at Villa Park where for the FA Cup game where, you know,
we were both there.
Yeah, exactly. Another away game where they found a way to win the game. Now, obviously, there was a madness of the keeper getting sent off, but that still wasn't easy to do, and they were very, very good. Nick Voltemada doesn't score because he's not allowed to take any penalties. That's
He did actually score last Saturday night.
He did score at Villa Park, absolutely. He scored very late on just to finish it off. And that's why I think, look, I get it with Anthony Gordon, but actually it would have been a nice touch just to let Nick Voltemada's confidence go up, back-to-back goals.
Why?
Because strikers are fragile.
But he wants to win the Golden Boot in the Champions League.
Well, then it's about him, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, he was a striker.
Okay. Well, that's I personally, whether it's the left back in me, I don't know, just would have said, you know what, I've already got a hat trick. I'm going to pass this to you because I know that if we are to go deep in competitions and try and finish in the top 5, we need everyone. It can't just be me. So,
and I agree with you. I agree to a point, but I also agree. I can see Anthony Gordon's issue here. It's not half time yet. We've got another 3 halves of football to play before we're guaranteed to be in the last 16. I just want to make sure we score the penalty, so we put this game to bed.
No, he doesn't. He wants to do it for him, and that's fine. I don't mind that. For me, that's a proper striker's mentality, and that's another reason why I like it. And I don't have a problem with it. I'm just saying I understand where Kieran Trippier was coming from and saying, look, this is a team thing here, and we want our guy who's been under pressure. Crookie's just said he hasn't scored for ages, even though he did score in the previous game. But if you can get back-to-back goals, then that will give them a lot more confidence, and that's something I would have done. But they look impressive now, Newcastle. You're right.
Yeah.
You know, where we were throwing at them, you're good at home, you're not good away. But they're kind of putting that to bed, and they're on a little bit of a crest of a wave here. So this could be a really
tactical
interesting
tweak.
game.
You know, everyone turned around and said, "Oh, Eddie Howe, he doesn't. He is too stale. He can't do this and he can't do that." Well, he immediately changed it straight away. So he changed the way they play by having them with the false 9 and the wingers that with real speed getting in behind, almost like split strikers. They've moved fluidly around. He's changed that midfield. He's had to change that midfield as well. They're slightly less front-footed, so they still put a lot of energy and intensity to it, but they're not as much because they were tiring late in games and conceding a lot of goals. And there is a bit of fight about them, a little bit of spice about them, but there's also unity. And I like the fact that Kieran Trippier lost his head with Gordon, had a word with him, still kept going as they went down the tunnel, and then went into an interview, clearly been told by Eddie, you can both go out and do the interview and apologise to everyone. And then they're like, I love you. No, but I get your point, and I get your point. No, but you were right, and I know you were right. Yeah. It was great. It was like, yeah, okay, all right, we've made up now. We're all friends.
Can I just respond to Scott's late tackle there? I didn't say he's not scored for ages. I said the goals have dried up. He scored once in 16 games, Scott. So I think you'll find I'm factually correct. But cheers for going studs up there.
I'll listen back to it later.
You should.
We'll send you an apology if needed, Crookie.
Yeah.
The one thing I would say about this game, Sam, in the negative side of Newcastle is the travelling. You know, there's a lot of travelling. There's a disrupted sleep patterns. They have their own injuries as well. City are playing at home. I just feel as well as Newcastle are playing away, and psychologically they're in a really good place now. City can't blow this. After what happened at Molineux midweek, and City now playing first, with Arsenal playing such a difficult game on paper the next day, they have to put in that hammer blow. They have to win this game.
It would be so Arsenal, though, to get away with it, because whenever they have slipped up recently, City haven't taken advantage. Whenever the door has been left ajar, they've not really gone through it. So it wouldn't be a complete shock if they drop points and then Arsenal go and beat Tottenham and suddenly the narrative changes again.
Well, we do like a narrative, don't we? This season's a little... We could call this the Crook edition, couldn't we? Because it's flip-flopping all over the place. That's the title race. Let's look now at the bottom of the table, where it's a swift return to the dugout for one Vitor Pereira. Vitor Pereira has returned to the Premier League as the Nottingham Forest manager. He was sacked as the Wolves boss earlier in the season. I can't work out whether or not this is a more or less inspiring appointment than Igor Tudor Crook, because this is... I don't know. Vitor Pereira has been linked with Premier League jobs. He eventually got the Nottingham Forest job. The Wolverhampton Wanderers job. Now he's got the Nottingham Forest job. But he eventually got the Wolves job after being linked with the Everton job and almost getting that, and linked with many other jobs over the course. His agent, I'm guessing it's George Mendes. Am I right?
You might be right there, yeah.
I don't know how I managed to guess that. Has been touting him around for a very long time. What has he done to earn the right to be considered a better option for Nottingham Forest than Sean Dyche?
Well, it was only a couple of weeks ago he was touting himself for the Leicester job in the Championship. So this has obviously developed quite quickly. What has he done? Well, I guess if you're making a case for the defence, you would go back to his first few months in charge at Wolves when he did bring a real uplift. It was pints with the fans and very much points on the board as well to steer them to safety. But if you're making a case for not hiring him, you would look at how it unravelled at Wolves, and it was very toxic by the end of his tenure. He might say, well, actually, you sold all my players, which is true. And that's what concerns me, because you look at Wolves, he had Jurgen Strand Larsen in brilliant goal-scoring form. Forest haven't got a striker who can do that in the Premier League, I don't think. He had Matheus Cunha, who was a match winner. He had Ryan Aït-Nouri marauding from left-back. So he had the tools. And I look at this Forest squad, and they've invested heavily. And I think, by the way, we're going to start seeing stories about the future of Edu as overall head of football operations.
And rightly so.
I think that relationship is going to come to an end because their signings have been poor. Particularly,
I mean, I'm not saying he should get sacked, but definitely, like we said last week on this podcast, maybe there should be a little bit of scrutiny on that situation, because arguably that's where the whole falling out with Nuno Espirito Santo started.
Yes, it was, because Nuno wasn't convinced by the recruitment, and you have to say he's been proved right. You know, Kylian Mwendo was signed for a lot of money, is now at Frankfurt and scoring goals in the Bundesliga, which again highlights the difference between some of the top European leagues and the Premier League. Alexander Zinchenko came in. Clearly, he was an Edu signing, having had him at Arsenal. They had to terminate his loan. He was so unsuccessful. Amari Hutchinson has just been added to the Europa League squad, but he's not pulled up any trees so far. They've obviously had issues in the goalkeeping department. They've now got Stefan Ortega, and again, he was registered for the Europa League squad for this playoff round. So a lot of the signings don't bear scrutiny. I think part of the issue with Sean Dyche, actually, was that he was telling Marinakis, some of these players that you've hoisted upon me are not fit for purpose. So I think Vitor Pereira's got a massive job on his hands. You can't turn water into wine, to quote one of Scott Minto's favourite phrases.
They are away in Fenerbahce on Thursday night. We're recording this during the day on Thursday. So we don't know the Crystal Palace result. We don't know the Nottingham Forest result. But what is very difficult for Vitor Pereira is, no matter what happens, is that his team have travelled to Turkey, and then they have to go back and face Liverpool, Scott, this weekend. Now, look, it's not an easy game if you've got a whole week to prepare. It's certainly not an easy game if you travel back Thursday night and you find yourself with just one training session, or maybe even just a walkthrough and a recovery before you travel to the game on Sunday.
Yeah, you know, new managers, what do they want? We mentioned about Igor Tudor would have been putting his hair out what he's got left of it, knowing that the players are 5 days away at Spurs. Well, Vitor Pereira just hasn't got the ability to do that with the game against Fenerbahce. Look, I mean, obviously, you know, there was the link with and the fact that he did well in a short space of time at Olympiacos a decade ago. But that was a decade ago, and that was, you know, a different football, as Crookie was saying, with the Premier League and Igor Tudor. So I'm with you. Which one are you going to get here with Vitor Pereira? The one that came into Wolves and kept them up, but had the likes of Matheus Cunha to step up and show a bit of magic, or the one that just bombed, you know, had a bit of control of the transfer market at the Wolves and then just bombed this season? I think he's a really, really good coach. Again, this is another one where this is such a tough one to call. It really is. And the owner, let me just say, the owner does have to take a lot of responsibility here. There's the bigger picture, and the fans love him for where he first, you know, picked up. But the Edu thing, if you're going to get rid of Edu, if you really don't believe in him anymore, then what a horrendous error that was to break up the Marinakis-Nuno Espirito Santo relationship, where it was going so well. And even if they did fall away, you know, from a Champions League place to a Europa League place, well, that's still an incredible season.
And you've lost Ross Wilson in the process as well, who's a very capable sporting director who's gone on, obviously, to Newcastle United. So there's a lot of moving parts that's happened at Nottingham Forest. But I get the feeling that Nottingham Forest is a little bit like a sort of a Dodgem circuit. It's always moving and everyone's always bumping into each other. And at some point, someone's got to get off. Obviously, the turnaround is very quick for Nottingham Forest, but for Liverpool, they've had a free week for the first time in a little while, and the feeling is that they're starting to play a little bit better. Crook, obviously, their ambition is to get back in the Champions League, and it's quite a competitive race now, isn't it, to get into that top 5?
Yeah, I think the Sunderland result for me was really important for Liverpool to become the first team to go there and win. I think was a massive statement of intent. They backed it up by beating a strong Brighton side, albeit one in not great form, in the FA Cup. So I do think a corner has been turned. I do think recent performances and results have been better, and I expect them to win at Forest. I really do. I think it's difficult for Pereira to balance a tricky trip in Istanbul, and I think the owner's still got aspirations to go deep in the Europa League, despite the fact that clearly Premier League survival is the priority. And Liverpool should be fresher, they should be sharper. So, yeah, I don't think it's going to be a honeymoon start to life at the City Ground for Vitor Pereira.
I just wonder whether or not, Scott, and I suppose you would never advocate this, but there might be a time when you look at the Premier League table and you start thinking to yourself, we probably should focus on staying in the Premier League rather than worrying about getting Europa League glory.
Yeah. I mean, what I would say is, I think sometimes it can be a really good distraction. If all you've got is day after day, sort of the gloom of being down there, then that there's no escape from reality. I mean, I was talking at the weekend, and I also heard Piercy say the same thing with the FA Cup. But at least you're travelling within England. Then, if you're travelling different places, that can affect then the league form going into that Sunday game. But look, the bottom line is 100% all about the Premier League. And I think Forest do not get anything out of this game. I actually think because Liverpool are on 42 points, it was a massive win for them against Sunderland. It really was, not just because they were the first team to win up there, but you see where they are. And it was a really big win for Aston Villa against Brighton. It wasn't a big win. It wasn't a great win. It wasn't a great performance. But that means they're 8 points ahead of Liverpool right now. And that gives them a real buffer. Because I think from 3rd to 6th, someone's going to lose out in that Champions League spot, and it would be unacceptable if it were to be Liverpool. And Villa looking a little bit tired at the moment. The home form has been brilliant all season, but not in recent times. So that win for me was absolutely massive. But I think Liverpool free week up against a team that hasn't. They've got better players. They're going to win this game.
We love that, Scott. Nice little revelation there, teaching us the maths, the fact that between 3 and 6, someone's going to miss out on a Champions League place when they're only 5. So, yeah, that is definitely true. But Brentford are, hanging on in there, aren't they? They're only 4 points behind Chelsea in 5th, which is an amazing achievement already. But it is very tight for those European places because basically the way it works is this. England gets 4 Champions League places and a Europa League place via the league. Now, we know that never works out like that because what happens is that they do really well in the European competitions. So they get 5 Champions League places. That knocks everything down a place. So 6 ends up being the Europa League and the top 5 go into the Champions League. Then someone from the top 6 usually wins one of the cup competitions. We know that's definitely going to be the case because Arsenal and Manchester City are playing each other in the Carabao Cup final. So the Conference League place that ends up going to the winners of the Carabao Cup or is allotted to those Carabao Cup winners goes to 7th place, right?
Yeah.
Now, the FA Cup, we don't know who wins it. We don't know who's in the final. But usually it's someone inside the top 7. So if it's someone inside the top 7, then that Europa League place then comes into the Premier League as well. So what we're talking about here is the top 5 in the Champions League, 6th, 7th in the Europa League, and 8th in the Conference League, likely. Now, it could be, if someone outside the top 7 wins the FA Cup, that it's 6th Europa League, 7th Conference League. Yeah. Either way, Brentford, Everton, Bournemouth, Newcastle, Sunderland still have a chance of getting European football of some kind next season, Crook.
Yeah, and you know what? I'd keep an eye on Bournemouth. You know, it shows how quickly things can change, because it wasn't that long ago that some people were suggesting they'd be dragged into the relegation scrap. I never saw that as a reality. I think they did some really good business in January. Rayan coming in from Brazil with that €100 million release clause in his contract has hit the ground running, and they've got a relatively kind set of fixtures between now and the end of the season, Bournemouth. And Bill Foley did tell us, didn't he, on Talk Sport, we will qualify for Europe. It might not be this season, but it won't be in the too distant future. So yeah, I'm rooting for the Cherries, I have to say.
You did also say that you were a little bit worried about what happens to them next season because of the way that the Premier League start to change their rules.
Yeah, financially, that they've got a problem because their wage bill is far higher in terms of percentage than what they're going to be allowed next season. But that's why I think they brought down the average age of the squad. You know, they brought in Rayan from Brazil. He's only 19. Eli Junior Krupi is a teenager as well, so they're obviously not going to be on massive money. Senesi is one of the top earners. He's going to leave on a free transfer. They've already got rid of the likes of Zabani and Dean Houston and Semenyo, who signed a big money new contract. So they're going to have to get their recruitment right. But you've got to say they've been doing that for a few seasons now.
Yeah, they certainly have. Simon Francis has done a very good job since taking over from Richard Hughes. And Scott Minto, this week, though, they face a terrible, tough trip to the fortress that is the London Stadium, where West Ham are starting to show a little bit of fight, despite still being in the bottom three. They've actually had a good run of form. Is it a little bit disheartening, actually, that having picked up a few points here and there and started to win football matches, that they're still firmly ensconced in that bottom three, 3 points behind Nottingham Forest?
I think it shows where they were. I mean, they were a lost cause, weren't they, not that long ago? After that Wolves and Forest game, that was it. We thought they were going down. Bottom three was done. So for them to have to go onto that run and still be 3 points behind, but actually it's only 3 points behind. I think we're all predicting, aren't we? Although we know after what happened at Molineux, only fools properly predict, but we think that Liverpool will win at the City Ground. So it is a resurgent Bournemouth side, but it's a resurgent West Ham side. And if they were to find a way to win that particular game, and scoreline goes in both those games a certain way, Forest drop in, West Ham get out. They're that close.
Yeah, so they'd have to lose. Nottingham Forest would have to lose by a couple. West Ham would have to win by a couple. It could be that they switch places this weekend. It may. I mean, look, if things go to form and West Ham win, Nottingham Forest lose, and Tottenham lose, we could have a situation where those teams in 16th, 17th, and 18th are separated by just 2 points, which would be remarkable. I mean, there'd be a bit of a panic up going on at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, that is for sure. Crysencio Somerville, how important has he been in this run so far, and how important will he be if they stay up?
Massive. And if you remember, in the January window, there was an inquiry allegedly from Tottenham for his services. West Ham, as I understand it, immediately rebuffed that inquiry. They couldn't afford to cash in on him because he's a match winner. He brings that precious commodity of pace, which I still think the West Ham squad overall is lacking. That's one of the reasons they signed Adama Traore, but he scores goals, he makes goals, he can win matches. I think keeping him fit and in form for the rest of the season is going to be massive. Obviously, you've got Jarrod Bowen as well. And what I think they've done well with the signings, and obviously Pablo's going to be out for a few weeks now, which is disappointing for him and for them. But with the January signings, they have taken a little bit of the pressure off Jarrod Bowen, and that pressure was, I think, starting to tell. There was an incident at Wolves where he got involved with supporters post-match. I think he felt like it was all on him because there were no other match winners. So the fact Somerville has stepped up to the party, I think, is huge.
Yeah. Scott, looking at the table, we've got 12 games left. Now, arguably, there should be enough points on the board for Fulham, Palace, Brighton, Leeds to see themselves over the line. How far do you think the race to stay in the Premier League goes up the table? Where's the sort of cut-off point for those that are involved?
Yeah, look, I mean, if you say that Spurs are in the relegation scrap, and they are, then you can't say that Leeds aren't, because there's only 1 point. They're only 1 point above them. And I think even if you look at Brighton and Palace, do I think they'll go down? No. But have they got enough points right now to say that they're safe? No. And we know that both of them have gone on sort of pretty dodgy runs.
Yeah.
So if they do something similar, and what you're looking for then, though, is for others to pick up and not just more than one side. So I think realistically, I think from Leeds down, I think Brighton will have enough. They're not scoring enough goals, but I think they will have enough. I think Leeds have done really well to get themselves into a position where they are right now, really well. And I actually don't think they will go down. But at this moment in time, on 30 points, they're only 2 games away from being in the drop zone themselves. So Palace and Brighton aren't safe, but I think realistically Leeds down.
I'd be a little bit worried about Brighton. 1 win in 13, and that only was the game against Burnley. That's the only game they've won since the 30th of November. And look, we like Brighton. They do great things. They've been a very good, solid club, but they do need some points on the board and need some points on the board quickly, because 1 win in 13 is not great. And look, their next 3 games are really hard. They've got Brentford away this weekend, which is massive, but a very difficult place to go.
Yeah.
Then they welcome Nottingham Forest, which is key to them, right? With a new manager, that's a huge game. That's a huge, huge match for them. They play Nottingham Forest on Sunday, the 1st of March. And then they've got Arsenal at home. Now, by that, if they weren't to pick up any points between now and that Arsenal game, the likelihood is that one of Nottingham Forest, Tottenham and West Ham are going to pick up something. So there's going to be, and obviously if they lost to Nottingham Forest, then Nottingham Forest would pick up something and they'd be very close to Brighton in terms of points total. So they've got to be a little bit careful, I think. I don't think they'll go down, but that run isn't great.
Yeah, and the noise will get louder when it comes to Fabian Hurtzler, because there's a lot of Brighton fans who are not happy. Obviously, 2 wins in 15 in all competitions. You say just that 1 win in the league of late against Burnley. Listen, it's always difficult when you tell fans how they should be feeling. But I got accused of waffling on TalkSport yesterday by a Brighton fan, and he responded to me on Twitter, and he said the problem is that we could well end up back where we were at this rate. No, you can't, because it wasn't that long ago that you were playing at the Withdean Stadium. You didn't have a home. The club were on the brink of bankruptcy, and now it's a crisis because you're not winning many points in the Premier League. Let's get a little bit of a reality check here. And Paul Barber, actually, it was made public. He replied to a fan who made similar comments and pointed out that actually Brighton have been in existence for 125 years. 113 of those years have been spent outside the top division. So this is not a crisis, okay? And I know Brighton fans might pile on. It's not that bad. It's a bad season, but it's not going to end terminally badly.
Absolutely. And do you know what? Sometimes you do. Actually, do you know what? Like, it's like when you've got friends. Like,
I'm going to get hammered.
Like
I'm going to get hammered for saying that because I'm not a Brighton fan.
No, you're not. You're not going to get. Well, you might do, but that's just that's part of the course. That's not the only thing you're going to get hammered because of this podcast. But the truth is this: is that we're all like this. Sometimes we have to do this with Crook. Crook has to do this with me. I have to do it with Scott. Scott has to do it with me. Sometimes you need a little bit of a reality check. Sometimes your friends need to tell you, come on, guys, wake up and smell the coffee. If you're a Brighton fan and you went to the Withdean, I doubt that you are that person who is turning around and saying, we are going to go back where we are. Because I've been to the Withdean, I've commentated from the Withdean, I've reported from the Withdean, and I've sat in the seats at the Withdean. And believe me, right, if this is a crisis, then I'll take it. because it's a much different place now, Brighton, to what it was 15, 20 years ago. So, look, come on, let's get real. Yes, it's a bad season. They haven't played particularly badly, but they haven't played particularly well either. And there is a problem there. The problem is that the recruitment hasn't been good enough, and they haven't got the goal power that they need to be able to win games in this division. There's been too many draws, not enough wins, and Fabian Hurtzler hates that. And I can understand why he's annoyed about it. But at the same time, there is a little bit on him as well. So, they've got to get together. They've got to find a way to put some results on the board, and I hope that they do. But it is true that they could get pulled in unless they put those wins on the board, Scott.
Sam, I played at the Withdean, and let me tell you...
That's how long ago that place was in action. So maybe there's not many Brighton fans that can remember it.
Crookie, trust me, if you get a bit of stick, Sam and I are your wingmen.
I'm not going to stick up for him on Twitter because I haven't got the app.
No,
but
listen,
I'll stick up for him here. Okay, mate, look, he's talking sense. We've just talked. We've backed you up here.
Yeah,
makes a nice chain. Thank you, guys. Rather than trying to 2-foot me.
because you never two for anyone, do you? I mean, you're like the nicest
cuddly
guy
bear.
in the world.
The big cuddly
You've never had a yellow card in your life.
Do you know what, Sam? He was very popular at the Valley Tuesday night, and not just with Charlton and Pompey fans as well, with Arsenal and Man U fans after the game.
Arsenal, Man U fans at the Valley.
Yeah, they were there.
Where did he go?
We're in the posh seats.
Interesting. That sounds like there's a story there. Right, okay. Well, everyone's gone a bit sheepish. Sounds like I need to do a little bit of an investigation.
I'll tell you what, Sam, just very briefly, it's one of those now.
Please.
Ever since I heard that someone went up to Dean Ashton and said, "Excuse me, is that Alex Crook?" When they asked me for another photo, I went, "Do you listen to TalkSport?" He said, "Yeah." Well, Alex Crook, what do you think of him? "Oh, no, you listen to him. Yeah, I agree with him sometimes. Hate him others." That's him over there. "Oh, he's got to come over. Got to have a look at in the photo." Honestly, I was almost palmed out the way. That's the way.
Do you know what the thing is, though, with him is that a lot of people do get irate with him and annoyed, and then they see him and realise just how big he is, and then they go, "Oh, I like him really," because he's so huge. He's like Hagrid from Harry Potter. Anyway. That's it from us. We'll be back on Monday to review all the Premier League action. In fact, I think we're recording the pod Sunday night, aren't we? Crookmeister, we're going to do that Sunday night after the North London Derby.
Over a roast.
So with that, and we're going to go for a roast. So that will be out on Monday morning or late Sunday night. And we will look back on all the weekend's Premier League action. And this weekend, we've got some great football for you. West Brom against Coventry is at 12:30 on TalkSport 2 on Saturday. We take you round the grounds with Scott, with Adrian, and with Dean Ashton at 1 o'clock on Saturday. Chelsea Burnley, Aston Villa Leeds, plus Brentford against Brighton. Scott is off to Chelsea, Stamford Bridge this week. Manchester against Newcastle is our live offering, 8 o'clock on Saturday night. I will be there for that one. And then on Sunday, Crook and I will be at the North London Derby as we take you round the grounds on a massive day of football in the Premier League and beyond. 1:30. Join us for that. We'll see you Monday. Thank you very much.
Well, Wayne Rooney had some interesting things to say about Arsenal this week. Speaking on the overlap, he said, "I agree with the fact that Arsenal don't have an out-and-out superstar, a world-class player that you can pin everything on. However, what we've seen over the last few years is they know how to win games. They've shown you don't need that superstar player." What do you make of that? Do Arsenal not have an out-and-out superstar world-class player?
Well, it's a hard one because, listen, Saka's top. I think we've got a world-class pairing in Saliba and Gabriel. I think Declan Rice has been outstanding. We've got a lot of very, very, very good players. But the world-class tag is so hard. And for me, it gets banded around way too easy. And that's... We tried to do a show, didn't we, before, about what exactly is world-class. And still now I have no idea. Because back when I was growing up and when I played and someone said to me world-class, like in my head I'd go someone like Zidane, world-class. Who else? Thierry Henry, world class. Dennis Bergkamp.
You put Ronaldinho.
Right, Ronaldinho.
The bar was set a lot higher then.
Right. So all of a sudden now, it feels like that level of player maybe doesn't exist anymore, and we're just we're almost trying to find the next couple of world class players. Now, if you're comparing world class players from back then no, Arsenal don't. But if you're looking at now where we are currently, I'd probably say a lot of people would say Saka was world class. I think Declan Rice would get put in that bracket.
Sorry. You say Saka's world class.
I'm talking about in today. By my standards of what I grew up with, I would agree with Wazza and say Arsenal haven't. But I'm talking about Wazza was world class.
Yeah.
Right. When I'm coming from that aspect of the Henrys, Vieiras.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So
I wouldn't put because Saka.
I mean, you look at what he does for England, not just Arsenal, for England.
I wouldn't say world class, D.
But world class is such
Kevin De Bruyne, right? World class.
Yeah, 100%. Haaland, world class.
He's not in that bracket.
So is there only one bracket? Okay.
Well, a world class bracket.
Okay, well, yeah, but there's levels to it. But like Messi is a world class. De Bruyne is world class. De Bruyne is not Messi.
No.
But they're both in that same bracket.
Yeah. But you have to qualify. I don't think he qualifies.
Do you know what I think? I think it's hard. And I think genuinely, I think Arsenal have got a lot of very good players. But I think you start to judge in terms of the world class aspect when teams and players start to win things, right? I think that's a fair way because people were trying to crown Arsenal as the best team on the planet, and I was like, well, no, because they haven't won anything. They've got nothing to show for it.
Yeah.
They were the most informed team, but they weren't the best team because best team win trophies.
Name some. Let's play world class player tennis. Currently in the Premier League. Right? I'll start. Haaland.
Are we talking about what's the? We talking about today? Or we talking about given the last 2 years?
What we think is world class. You've put Bukayo Saka in there. I won't.
Okay.
So I'll start with Haaland. Can you disagree with that?
No.
Haaland? Okay.
Right. So I know this season has been poor, but for the last 8 years, Salah.
Yeah, I agree with that 100%. Yeah. Donnarumma. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. I thought your question.
Alisson.
Yeah. Okay. Are we talking about in their pomp or like now? Because you've put
last couple of years.
Carl Walker.
Yeah. Virgil van Dijk.
Yeah. Bruno Fernandes.
You're putting him in that bracket, are you?
Yeah.
See, I think you'll get a lot of people push back on that.
But since he's been in the Premier League, he tops every single list.
Well, not his goals
of number 10s.
Yeah. Okay, but again, that's where sometimes stats can be a bit misleading because, listen, his numbers are incredible, but at no point has he been better than De Bruyne.
No, he hasn't. But I still put both of them in the world class category.
Okay. Well,
do you put Declan Rice in there?
See, I think Declan Rice has been very good, but again, I think you need to win some stuff.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? You have to win some big trophies for people to go, right, world-class players. Do you know what I mean? Because we've had a lot of players. Oh, my God, he's comes number 3.
No, it's not safe.
I'm trying to think another.
Well, Man City, over the last 10 years, have had an abundance of them, right? So you can talk about Vincent Kompany, Yaya Toure, Sergio Aguero. Would you put Phil Foden in that? Oh,
see, do you know why? Do you know why? Like, he has been for Man City incredible, but for England, no.
Okay.
But
Rodri's obviously in there.
Yeah, with Ballon d'Or, so he has to be in there.
Yeah.
So you know, it's such a hard one, the world class tag, because.
Sorry, can I ask?
I feel like I was spoiled growing up.
Yeah, me too. Would you put Son in there?
Oh my goodness, Son. See, I think he was like a top Premier League player.
I agree with that.
But world class is.
No, he wasn't. Harry Kane was their world class player.
Yeah. So and listen, you're going to have a lot of people push back on that one. Yeah. On that one, but see, I world class. I think there's very few of those about. I think Arsenal have got some very, very, very good players. Declan Rice, Saka. But the world class tag just doesn't mean what it used to mean to me. Like, as I said, growing up, I felt like you'd watch Football Gazzetta on a Sunday, and it felt like there was loads of them.
Yeah.
Like every international team had, well, most top international teams had 3 or 4 where you'd go, oh my goodness, him. There's not so much of that about anymore.
Who would you say Arsenal's last world class player was then?
Right, we're going back. So, I mean, I'm trying to think when Fabregas was there. Fabregas definitely.
He was world class, right?
Yeah,
Fabregas?
100%.
Okay. Lindbergh wasn't, obviously.
No, I mean, if you're going back to that team, Arsenal had loads.
Okay.
You had Sol Campbell, Ashley Cole, Thierry, Vieira, Perez.
He was Wrighty world class.
Ian Wright. Yeah, I'm putting him in there.
Okay.
I'll put him in there.
Yeah.
But it's a difficult one.
But so Arsenal don't have those players now?
Well, those players I mentioned, no, not those players.
No. Why do you think that is, by the way? It's very bizarre. I agree with everything you said. It's very bizarre. We're not producing top players anymore.
I think we are, but I go back to being just spoilt of a generation of footballer where international football, you looked at the German team, you looked at the Brazil team, you looked at Argentina's team, you looked at Italy's team. You go back to England's team that, again, the golden generation we talk about who didn't win anything, but you look at people like Gerrard, world class. Europe, obviously, Beckham.
Yeah.
World class.
Yeah.
Scholesy.
Do you agree with Beckham world class?
I think he had a world class attribute. 3-0. No, save. I think he had a world class attribute.
Was Beckham world class?
World class attribute. Like in terms of.
How can you so what let him down? What wasn't world class about
Well,
him?
like, if you talk about an all round player, I thought Gerrard was better.
But they could both be in the world class.
Yeah, and I'm saying.
You're not putting Beckham in.
I don't know. It's a difficult. It's a difficult one, that. But
he listens to this.
You look at Gerrard, Scholes, Beckham, right?
Yeah. Keane was up world class.
Roy Keane.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Okay. All right, calm down.
So, I mean, that era of player, it's such a hard one. Ruud van Nistelrooy.
Gary Neville.
Yeah, I'd probably say so. Yeah.
Gary Neville's world class.
And do you know why? Do you know why I'd say yes?
Because you've had some alcohol this afternoon.
No, because you don't play for a successful team like that for as long as you do. Because if he wasn't,
I love Gary Neville. He weren't a world class.
No, listen.
Right
if he wasn't that great, right?
He weren't. No.
No, but listen, what I'm saying to you, right? He was right back.
He weren't world class.
Right.
I love you. Look what you make me do. He weren't world class.
No, but listen, what I'm saying to you. He was right back for Manchester United, one of Manchester United's most dominant periods. Now,
So was Bruce and Pallister. They weren't world class.
yeah, but they weren't in the era like this that Manchester United team.
They won the double twice.
Treble?
No, that's only been done once.
No, it wasn't. Man City did it. But my
by
point,
us, I mean.
my point is that
Yeah, but Blomqvist was in that team. He weren't world class.
yeah, but one game. But Gary Neville was right back for Manchester United for like 12 years. Now, in the world of right backs, there are, well, we've had this debate. I think there was quite a few better. Zanetti was better. Cafu was better. There's loads. But yet he still played every single week. Now, that takes some doing that.
It does.
So I think you have to put him in that bracket for that.
I think I'd look pretty cool with Beckham in front of me.
No, he's more than that. And he was England right back for years.
I know. Okay, all right. Well, listen, you can answer the question what makes him world class, but in fact, no, don't answer that because we've done that before.
So
let's concentrate on Arsenal and what Wazza has said.
They've got some fantastic players.
Okay, but none world class.
Again, world class is subjective.
Okay, well, you can answer that question. Do Arsenal have any world class players? Wayne Rooney says no. I say no, and Benty says possibly.
Beckham? He's world class.
Beckham's world class.
He's world class.
You talked about that before.
Beck's world class. I'm just letting you know.
Oh, okay.
Because I know you look like you want to fight me.
It's not been the best of 24 hours, has it, for Arsenal fans? We're going to discuss what's gone wrong for them over the last couple of games and what that all means, of course, for the title race as well, because they've dropped points yet again, this time at the bottom side Wolves, Leanne. 2-0 up at Molineux, and Wolves fought back to draw 2-2 with a late leveller. It's a draw that perhaps has given Manchester City just that little bit of a skip in their step, shall we say, as they head into this business end of the title race. Let's focus very much on Arsenal and what's happening to them of late, because this is the second Premier League game that they've dropped points in when they've been ahead. Likewise, it was at Brentford when they were 1-0 up in that one and ended up drawing that 1-1. What do you think is going on with Arsenal right now?
I mean, as much as I'm a Man United fan, I always speak highly of Arsenal. You know, I spent 12 amazing... I was at that club from when I was 9 till I was, 21, and then went back there. But yeah, I like Mikel, but it's just the wheels seem like they're falling off. But at the same time, I just said to Benty when we were talking before, like, I don't think it helps that a lot of the fans are on their back. I know the footballers get paid a lot of money, but it's been quite hostile at the Emirates for a couple of months now. Like, when I go to games there, every time there's a sideward pass, it's almost like there's groans. And I get it, I sit on here. I'm not going to be a hypocrite. Like, myself and Crookie sit on here and talk about Man United. Do you know what I mean? But I also think the fans love their club so much, but it doesn't help that they're on their case. On one hand, I understand, but on the other hand, there's still, but it doesn't feel like it's in Arsenal's hands anymore, does it? Because they have to go to the Etihad. There's 2 points in it now. City have that game in hand. And I just think if Mikel Arteta doesn't win the league this year, Nat, like, maybe, just maybe, he's not the right person, genuinely. Maybe he's not. I mean, if they end up just winning the Carabao Cup, right, with the amount of money they've invested, they said last year, the certain players like Zinchenko weren't good enough. They've got rid of those players, right? Now they've got in Gyökeres, who they said they needed a number 9. Yes, he's their top goal scorer, but he's nowhere near it. Martinelli, nowhere near it. Trossard hasn't been great. Saka, congratulations to him, just signed a new contract. I love Saka, but he hasn't had a great season. Declan Rice has been unbelievable, so we'll leave him to it. Saliba and Gabriel have been brilliant. David Raya made that mistake last night, and we'll forgive him because he does, he's been brilliant this season. But, like, it just feels like that all too familiar feeling. And I went 2 months ago and I said, come on, like, Arsenal are going to win the league. And I know some fans are saying, the media are not helping Arsenal's situation. But, like, if Man United or Liverpool or Chelsea are in that position where they're like 10, 11 points clear before choking and all that type of stuff, but it feels that way, doesn't it? Like, mentally. And I think if Pep was the Arsenal manager and they were that many points clear, they're not dropping that. So for me at this moment in time, as much as it pains me to say it, City look like they do have the upper hand. But massive game this weekend, Nat. North London derby, Gortuda's first game in charge. I still think Arsenal will get the job done. It's not like outcry. The fans feel deflated, but it's still within their control. So what I'm saying, Arsenal fans, I know it's easier said than done. just get behind the team because they're still it's within their capability. When Arsenal are performing to the levels we saw them perform at the beginning of the season, they can win this league. But the problem is the Forest game, Brentford. People can tell Brentford are flying high. Arsenal should wrap that one up. The Wolves game, Wolves probably one of the worst teams. No disrespect to Wolves that we've seen in the Premier League this season. They've got Armstrong in now, already thinking about being in the Championship. And then Sunderland, there's games where the Liverpool game midweek as well, a couple of months ago that I was at. 0-0. Liverpool didn't even have another 9 in that game. So these are the types of things where they have to get over the line. But we can't start blaming the manager constantly. The players have to step up as well.
I mean, 2026 has just not been a friend to Arsenal, really, when you consider that it's only Crystal Palace and West Ham who have dropped more points from winning positions so far in the Premier League. And you mentioned, obviously, Wolves. On paper, this was a given 3 points, you'd have thought, for Arsenal going into that one. I'm not going to dismiss Wolves' spirit because obviously they had it in that game.
As well.
Yeah, absolutely, to get back into it like they did. But then you wonder, did they sense something, those Wolves players, that Arsenal were there to be got at?
Yeah.
Hence why they ended up getting a point from that game. But it is also the first time in Premier League history, I was reading, that a side starting the day bottom of the table avoided defeat to the leaders despite trailing by 2 or more goals, which obviously happened in that game yesterday. And you're right. You can say, look, Arsenal is still in your hands, because if Manchester City were to win, technically right now Manchester City of course have a game in hand. If they win that, they would get to within 2 points of Arsenal, and then it might all come down to that game at the Etihad.
Everyone expects City to win, don't they? Like, genuinely.
Possibly, yeah.
But I don't come from that place. I think Arsenal, on their day, they can beat anybody with the type of quality they have. But as you said earlier in the season, they were beating everyone and doing it well. Is it because it's now the pressure time? They're feeling it. Do you think that's possible? Yeah, I do. I think there's a common denominator here that whenever it gets to crunch time, they can't seem to handle it. Now, the players in that dressing room, I look at the leaders within that team, Declan Rice, Saliba, Gabriel. A lot of people have been questioning Martin Odegaard as the captain as well. Is he really standing up at this moment in time? So, and then he's been left out the team. I know he's picked up injuries along the way. But you're always looking to point a finger, aren't you, when the team's not performing? But what has happened, since Christmas? Because they were in unbelievable form. Even the fact that we went there, Man United, and won. I know Carrick has done well, but realistically, I thought we were going to get battered by Arsenal at the Emirates, about 4 or 5-0, genuinely, because I think Arsenal on their day can genuinely annihilate everybody. Now, again, it's still within their powers. I know the fans are really disappointed, which I completely get. Because it's that all too familiar feeling, isn't it, Nat, that they've had before.
Here we go again.
But maybe this could be, I'm just trying to give a little bit of hope to some Arsenal fans. Maybe this could still be their year, but get behind the team a little bit more at this moment in time because, I'd love for Man United to be in this position that Arsenal are in. You know what I mean? At this moment, if you just said before the season started, I know it's easier said than done. Would Arsenal be in the position they are in? With 2 points difference with City's game in hand, they'd take it. They'd snap their arm off for that, wouldn't they? But Arsenal it just feels like they're throwing it away. That's what it feels like. But Mikel Arteta, he said it wasn't nowhere near good enough in that game. They need to do something. They need to do something and dig deep. But maybe they just don't have the right mentality, players in that dressing room that can handle the pressure. With City, the only detrimental thing, this is not the City of old.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? I was saying before, this has probably been for me, I know you feel differently, one of the worst Premier League seasons I've seen, genuinely. Because I know Brentford are flying, right? But we're talking people just kind of getting to that finish line, stumbling to the marathon finish line. Never done a marathon, I respect everyone that does. But when your legs are gone and you're trying to get to the end of that run.
Jelly legs.
Yeah, that's what it feels like. It's like Man City, if they win the league, it won't go down as the greatest ever win in history. And if Arsenal win it, will they go down as one of the greatest ever Premier League sides? I feel like this negativity around them will almost, because they could still win the league, but people don't feel that way. So Liverpool have been poor, and if Arsenal do not win the league this season, for me, it's now or never. I said it at the beginning of the season as well, even before they were flying high. They have to get the job done. Don't worry about Champions League, Carabao Cup, and all those things. I'm not saying don't worry about them like they're small competitions. But the fans want
this should be
the
the
Premier
priority.
League. Yeah, the Premier League has to be the priority.
And just to pick up on something you said earlier, if they don't, and if it's when I say just, look, winning a trophy is winning a trophy, but I get that the Carabao Cup is not going to be as important as the Premier League or the Champions League or even the FA Cup to an extent too. if they can only come away with something like that, the League Cup, you think Arteta should walk or he should be sacked or whatever? Because does it get to a point where you're thinking he can't do any more?
Yeah, but do you know what? I'm not making similarities, but Sir Gareth Southgate at England, right? Sometimes you have to be careful what you wish for, because now Gareth's gone, I actually miss him. But although Tuchel's done a really good job, you can't argue with that. But I think sometimes someone can take you as far as they can go. If Mikel Arteta and the team don't get it over the line this year, when they've been talking about bringing in this number 9 in Gyökeres, they've got the number 9 now, then there comes a time where the fans will start to be like, not get on Mikel Arteta's case, because the players have to go out there and implement the game plan, but there has to come a time where, for me, when I seen what I saw in that Wolves game, with 10, 20 minutes to go, Arsenal were then more defensive. Do you know what I mean? They don't think we can go for more. Man City then go for more. They smell blood and they go for more. So, I mean, I'm not a big fan of sitting here saying, get rid of this manager, get rid of that manager. But one trophy in 6-7 years that he's been there is nowhere near good enough. With the money they've invested in Declan Rice, those types of players over 100 mil, like they've spent money. I know the Cronkies come under a lot of pressure sometimes and people look to point fingers, but they have spent money. So, and Mikel Arteta's been able to build this squad, hasn't he? It's his squad.
Well, yeah,
he's someone else's team.
Well, let's not forget he is the manager, not the head coach.
No.
He wanted to be the manager because he wanted to have more of a say in the running and of the transfers and everything else at the club. So I get where you're
I'm
coming
sure he
from.
must be thinking that to himself now. If he can't get it over the line this year, I'm not saying he has self-doubt, but he must be thinking, maybe I'm not the right person. Surely.
Well, you might have to ask questions of it, certainly.
Hello, good afternoon. Welcome to Drive. What a show we've got coming up. It's me, Andy Goldstein, and of course the big Arsenal fan, Darren Bent, is alongside me. You all right,
Darren
Benty?
here, by the way, Darren
Yeah.
Bent.
You all right, Benty?
Yeah, I'm good, man.
Yeah, you all right?
How you been?
Oh, wait, let me just move that bottle out of the way. That's all right, I don't need to
It's a can.
hurt yourself on that bottle. But, Jingo, we've got a show for you today. It's happening again. Arsenal on the verge of bottling the Premier League again. What's the problem? Again, 03717223344. WWE World Champion Drew McIntyre will be on our show as well. And we'll look ahead to all of this evening's European football with Forest Palace and Celtic all in action. It's Thursday. That means what's happening, Benty? I can imagine they've been saying about Declan Rice on a drive show. Win, where are you? Win, stay there. What have I told you, Win the dog? Stay there, Win. Win, you're not used at the moment. Stay. How are you, Darren?
How you can do that to me?
How are you?
And you can do that to me. Listen.
Good to see you, Darren Bent.
Do you know what though, Jack Joe? The week I've had, you can do that to me, huh?
Carabao. They're going to win. They got smashed to pieces.
Hey, the week I've had, you can do that to me, huh?
Yeah, I am going to do that to you. All bets are off, DB.
Shocking, isn't he? Hey, it's not even Joe shaking his head.
I'm not doing it for me. I'm doing it for the
But
listeners.
listen, you know, I'm
They
hurting.
expect it.
I'm hurting.
Yeah,
So why would you do that to me?
Yeah, I bet you are. I bet you're hurting more because of your team. Huh? Before we start today's show, all jokes aside, we'll get to Arsenal in a minute. I'm not that cruel.
Yeah.
All right. I just wanted to point out that yesterday was Lent. Lent began yesterday. Are you aware of this? And you've got to give up stuff, right? And it's well known that I tried to give up booze. I'm gonna try and give up what I like. I'm gonna try and give up alcohol for Lent. How good is that?
You've got no chance.
Okay. You say that, but quite a few famous people are doing that. I don't know if you've...
Bex, is he?
No. Mikel Arteta apparently has given up winning. So I don't know if you've seen that. So Arteta's given up winning for Lent. Huh? Down, Win, will you get down, my God? How are you? Oh, my goodness. What on earth is going on? What is happening? What's happening, DB? Win, what are you doing? Get off the couch. Good boy. Win, say it. I'm sorry. Sorry about Win. Win. Where's Win when you need him? Where was he yesterday, right? Where was it? 2-0 up. Where was he?
Finished.
DB. It's coming. What's happening to
He's
your
like saying
team?
it's coming home.
What's happening? Yeah. Man City fans will be thinking he's coming home. Pep, he'll be thinking he's coming home. Noel will be thinking he's coming home. Liam will be thinking he's coming home. All Manchester City fans. Not one Arsenal fan is coming home. Should we get on with the show? We've got lots to talk about.
Jeez.
Where should we start? Oh, yeah. Arsenal dropped more points in the title race last night. So, is it happening again?
2-0 Arsenal. Got to beat Wolves, man.
Ball spilled by the goalkeeper and driven in! Off the post and in! Would you believe it? The youngster Edozie has hammered it goalwards!
2-0 Arsenal.
And it's 2-2 at Molineux, and Arsenal are poised to drop points!
Got to beat Wolves, man.
This will hurt. This one will hurt.
I've said Arsenal season. I've said it's the first time I've thought maybe I'm wrong.
2-0 Arsenal.
Wolves 2, Arsenal 2.
Got to beat Wolves, man.
Yeah, you got to beat Wolves. Got to.
And don't forget the last bit.
They didn't.
Hey, got to beat Wolves, man.
They didn't know. Arsenal dropped more points in the title race yet again as they threw away a 2-goal lead against the worst side in the Premier League last night. Wolves scored in the 94th minute, which means Arsenal now 5 points clear but have played a game more than Man City. It also means that the title is now in City's hands as well as Arsenal's. Lego head Mikel Arteta spoke to TalkSport after the game. He was asked what went wrong
Stop calling him Lego head.
in the second half.
We felt almost everything went wrong. We didn't have any control. We gave the ball away time after time. It didn't have any periods really of dominance, even though they scored the second half. So, yeah, very disappointed, very frustrated. You can sense that. So now is not the moment to talk because we are all too sensitive about it, and you're not going to get anything positive out of that. So the only thing that we have to do is be close to the players, lift them up, because on Sunday we have a big game coming up.
I can only apologise for Win the dog barking all through Lego head's little.
Bro, listen,
Win! We don't stop it when the manager's talking. It's a
listen,
disgrace.
I've got
Sorry about that, everyone.
close authority.
Win the dog.
Arsenal football club don't like that. Call him Lego
Yeah,
head.
let me tell you now, I'm the least of Arsenal's problems at the moment. I'll tell you what, it's top of their list, right? Your crowd are nervous. I can smell the desperation. So I said yesterday about Saka signing his deal before the end of the season. Absolute bonkers. Shouldn't have done that. Your club's gone into meltdown. You can't throw away a 2-goal lead against anyone in the Premier League when you're trying to win the title, let alone the team who are officially the worst. 2 goals up against Wolverhampton Wanderers, and it ends 2-2.
Listen, you
haven't finished yet. Your team, Benty, your team. A lot of people are going, I think you're done. I think they're done now.
Nah.
And before the North London derby, like 2-3 days ago when Spurs sacked the manager, I was like, you're smash Spurs. Let me tell you now, Spurs are going to get something out of that game.
Nah, listen, first and foremost, you're going to get no argument from me on the performance last night. Because the performance last night was pathetic. So that I will say. I mean, it's horrible. You know what, I'm sitting there, it's horrible. Because when we went 1-0 up, I'm thinking, right, here we go. Like, I like the way the system that he played. I like Saka playing in the 10. He tried that. I thought, okay, quite like it.
That's bonkers. We'll talk about that in a minute.
The problem I've got is at the minute, there's no, in attacking areas, like, put it this way, I liked Trossard, right? Then you know my feelings on him last season when I kept saying to you, right? He's reverting me back to that where I was like, he's playing too many minutes. He's playing way too many. Even when he came on, nothing. Martinelli last night was playing like headless chicken, poor. And the goal that brought the equaliser. You know, I know it was a mistake by Gabriel and Raya and Calafiori played his part. I don't blame them because all season David Raya and the back four I think have been rocks. Done everything they can.
Yeah.
It's those in the attacking areas. They need to have a look at themselves because not enough.
You've got to blame the keeper.
Mate, I can't blame him for one mistake.
Well, that you can. He's cost you 3 points.
No, but he's been. Yeah, but how many times has he saved us?
All right, but in that particular game,
No, I don't.
You don't wipe the slate clean just because.
No, I'm not putting any blame on him because all season.
Hold on. You've got to put some blame
I'm
on.
not putting him because for the entirety of the season.
Who's to blame for that goal?
He has been incredible in terms of his performance. But in attacking areas, when you go 1-0 up against Wolverhampton Wanderers, who, as you said, are rock bottom of the league, how can you not create any chances? Nothing. Gyökeres offered nothing. Martinelli hardly anything. Saka scores a good goal. I'm thinking, here we go. Get into your groove, score 2-3 before half time, then maybe start taking players off. And it's almost like they won't go into their shell. So, listen, unfortunately, I'd love to sit here and argue and go this, that, and that. They've only got themselves to blame. The only thing I'd say is, from Arsenal's perspective, is that 1 defeat in 20, you'd go, well, that's not bad. But it's the performances at the back end of this 20 where you're going, all of a sudden, where draws feel like defeats.
Forest, Brentford.
Yeah, like draws.
Liverpool.
Draws feel like defeats now. And Arsenal somehow...
Well, they are. Effectively, they are.
Arsenal have got to find a way of shaking this because people are waiting, yourself included, and others, for Arsenal to fall off a cliff. Now, right now...
They're very near the edge of that cliff.
Right, no, I wouldn't say they're near it. Right now, they're hanging on by their fingernails in terms of the 5-point gap. You're now hoping that Newcastle can do us a favour before they can play in the North London derby at the weekend. But it's one of those where, oh my goodness, this could turn out to be one of the best seasons in Arsenal's history, and quite quickly it's developing into potentially the worst. Squad's there, had such a big lead. I think I looked the other day in terms of, I think the stat was nights at the top of the Premier League table. I think Arsenal was like 147 nights. The closest was like 40, Liverpool. So you're thinking, like, what is going on here? So
if when I asked you when things were rosy for Arsenal,
yep,
out of 10 your chances of winning it, you'd have probably said 9. A couple of times you did say, oh, we're going to win it.
No, I said I think we will win
Yeah,
it. But I never was like, we're definitely going to win it.
But I think we'll win it, right? Let's just say for you to say I think we'll win it was 9 out of 10.
Mm-hmm.
What is it now, that number?
7.
Still that high?
Yeah, still quite much. 5 point. I've got 5-point gap.
I know, but listen, there's no way Pep's going to let his players walk out that dressing room and say, if you ain't coming back in here until you got 3 points. It just ain't happening. I mean, like, I bet all the money I had on Man City getting that result. And Newcastle have got this horrific journey back.
I would have done Man City. And listen, Man City are still a world-class team, but they are still trying to.
No, but they won't be allowed back in that dressing room without 3 points. They just won't be, Bentley.
You say that,
it's the biggest cert of the weekend.
Yeah, but how many times have we seen City this season drop points?
It don't matter.
Expected it.
Don't matter. It ain't happening. I'm telling you. Like, they'll smash them 3 or 4.
Okay, what happens if they don't?
Well, I think they will, and then I think you got your work cut out with Arsenal, with Tottenham.
Yes, that all of a sudden I'm looking at that game going,
it's a tough game. Let's take calls on it. So many questions. I suppose the main one being Arsenal fans. Are you throwing away the title again? 03717 223344. Dial that number. You can speak to me, Andy Goldstein, Darren Bent, and of course, Win the Dog. Why are football fans so entitled?
Getting in contact with Hull City. I'm getting in touch with those kids. What we're going to do is we're going to take you down to Stamford Bridge and give you a fantastic day out for the kids and the mums and dads as well, just to make up for what happened to them when they were blanked by Chelsea player after Chelsea player.
It doesn't take very much just to acknowledge a kid. They shouldn't be proud of putting an image out like that because that's not quite the reflection they want.
My son loves this. Please, Arteta. Arteta, please, just one signature. Please, Mikel, please.
Yeah, it's been a busy old few days of those in football being criticised for how they interact with others. Firstly, Chelsea players took a lot of stick for not acknowledging Hull City's young mascots. Didn't see him. Brentford boss, I mean, this was mind-blowing. Keith Andrews was also labelled patronising for going into the Macclesfield dressing room to praise their players after knocking out the FA Cup. Who's coming up with all this nonsense? Now Mikel Arteta is coming under fire for not winding down his window for an autograph hunter as he sat in the car with his wife and maybe kids. I'm led to believe his kids are in back after Arsenal's win over Wigan. He was asked about that incident in his press conference yesterday. Here's what he had to say.
I always try to be very respectful. I love to sign a photograph as much as we can. I think it's part of our role. But there are certain things in terms of security that we have to respect. And especially with certain people are doing it that they are not doing it for the right reasons. And we have other examples. The last time my wife was there and what was in the media was totally wrong and unfair, but that's it. I prefer to talk about the incredible other people that comes around genuinely because they want that to have that interaction, and I think everybody knows me how happy I am to do that. But there are moments and contexts that is not the case.
I have to say, I'm absolutely stunned, a little bit saddened that all this week we've just had people moaning about stuff that doesn't even warrant a moan. First, it was the players walking past the mascots, right?
That one I've been in that scenario.
They're all focused. They walked in a straight line.
No, but listen, I've been there, Andy. When it's kids, you walk past, you give me a little fist pump, you give me a little high five, you doing, you're right.
Okay, all right.
So that one there.
We disagree on that, but fine. Yeah. Keith Andrews going into the opposition's dressing room.
I love that.
I mean, how's anyone got a bad word to say about that?
Honestly, but
insane.
That's not a new thing. I remember. I'm pretty sure Arsenal played Sutton United, I think, in the FA Cup, and Theo was captain that day.
Yeah.
And he went into the dressing room, and I remember thinking, he went round there, he sounded the players. I remember thinking, what a nice gesture that is, by the way. Do you know what I mean? But so.
Okay. Anyone that had a problem with that and called it patronising, you don't know what you're talking about. And lastly, now I like going after Arsenal just because it's you, right? If you were an Arsenal fan, I'd love Arsenal. So it's not really. It's not really Arsenal. It's you supporting Arsenal, right? So if I can, I'll stick the boot in. But I'm going to defend Arsenal today. I'm going to defend.
What? Hey, Jack, clip this.
Yeah, I'm going to defend Mikel Arteta.
He's got great hair.
I'm going to defend Lego Head, right? Any Arsenal fan that has a problem with, for safety reasons, amongst others, not winding down his window when there's a fan there, in his face, I'm no window, I'll get on it. I mean, what's the fella meant to do? His wife's there. She's not used to that, right? So she's going to be a little bit scared. I'm led to believe his kids are in the back, but even if they're not, he's not putting his window. If he puts his window down, someone grabs this or punches or does it,
Or more people come to the car.
throws the pen in the car. Or what. Why should he do that? And also, by the way, the fact that he's even in that scenario, I think he's completely wrong. Whoever's responsible for not getting him out of the ground in seconds.
Well, it's hard with football stadiums. Again, I've been there. It's hard sometimes.
Just wait.
That's the only thing you can do. Is that I've been. I mean, I'll go back to the time at Tottenham. That was always so difficult because, first of all, I think it's Tottenham High Road. That's just full of traffic after games, and you almost have to pick and choose because if you went too early and you got stuck on the high road, you'd constantly get that.
Yeah.
The whole way, and then. You know what it's like. One fan sees it and they go, "Oh, who's that in the car? Oh, it's such and such."
Quickly,
and then you've got to bombard now. Health and safety. You got. I know you're stuck in traffic, but a lot of cars, a lot of moving parts, and you've got like fans everywhere. That's an issue in itself. So I've got no issues with Arteta not doing that because I probably in that scenario would have done the same thing.
Can I ask? It's illegal to have your windows blacked out at the front, right? But not the back.
Not the back.
Okay. This shouldn't even be a question because he shouldn't have to change the way he lives his life. But argument to be said, maybe his wife should drive out and he should sit in the back.
Maybe a little bit.
Even that, I'm a little bit uncomfortable with. Like, why should he have to change?
Yes, exactly that.
Yeah.
So I've got no issue with him doing that. I think sometimes there's a time and a place for pictures, and I'm pretty sure, and Arteta spoke about it, he doesn't mind on the right occasion spending time with fans, signing autograph for fans. But also, there's a time and a place for that. He's just obviously finished a game. He's there with his family in the car. Now that's the one thing that riles me. Right, and I'll blatantly say no to someone's face. If I am with the family, say if I've got my kids, like there was a time before where someone was like, "Oh, Darren, like I'm carrying my little boy." I think Milan must have been maybe 3 at the time. Maybe I'm carrying him. Someone's like, "Darren, can I have a picture?" I'm like, "No." He's like, "Well, why?" Well, my son's in my hands. So what do you want me to expect me to do? My son's with me now. Well, can't you put him down? I'm like, no. So if I'm with family, it's a big no-no for me because at that moment, I'm not Darren who played football or talked sport.
No, you're a dad.
I'm a dad.
Yeah, I know.
I'm a dad. So
I sort of feel this country's losing the plot a little bit, and we'll get in a little bit. We're losing respect for each other.
Yeah.
Right. I think it's a big problem. With
I think it's a tough time. That's why for people concerned.
It is. Do you think football fans feel they are more entitled than ever?
Yeah, I just feel it because do you know what it is? It just feels like the divide is just as wide as it has ever been, and that's making people even more angry. So there was a time where you could kind of. There's always been a slight gap between supporter and football player, but it almost felt like there was a period where they were a lot closer than they are. Now with the state of the economy, people struggling, and the money in football which is going up, people just feel completely as far away from us as a professional footballer as ever. So that's making them angry as well. So when they get an opportunity like that fan the other day who's like, well, he's right there in front of me, I'm going to try and get his picture. There's no respect there. Because in his head, he's probably thinking, well, I'm never going to get this opportunity again, so I'm doing it now. And because, again, we pay their wages and stuff, he's obligated to do this for me now. So when they're told no, they don't like it. No. They can't stand it.
And I also feel as well that when even grown-ups, which I sometimes find a little bit weird, but even grown-ups, when they see a footballer that sometimes are probably younger than them or a manager, it's like they're seeing their god, their idol.
So you and Bex.
And so, yeah, a little bit like that. But they sort of completely lose the plot. And they lose the ability to think normally.
And I've had that. And listen, I will spend time signing stuff for kids, and I've not got no issue with that. But there's always a time and a place for that. Do you know what I mean? And I think for Arteta in that situation there's nowhere on the planet he could stop at that minute and put his window down and start signing. He couldn't do it then.
Do you think football fans are listening to this will be thinking what you two are talking about, and also would have seen that footage and think, why is he just not wrong? Like, he's wrong. Yeah. He's wrong. He should. There's a fan there. He loves him.
My goodness, there'll be supporters going, they should get out of the car and sign it. But you can't. In that scenario, you cannot do that. And security guys in that situation, which again I've been involved with before, will say, listen, a little bit like when we came up from the pool the other day, we did the show drive at the darts, right?
Right.
Security man said to me, don't stop. You get behind me, don't stop, your head down, you walk out, right?
Yeah.
Now, me being
You're
me...
a disgrace, mate. I was there signing autographs. Just for the record, I was more than happy.
Me being me...
Yeah.
If someone came up to me, I was like, do you know what? It's just a little quick picture. So I had the picture with them. But that was their instructions. And that was just at the darts.
It was insane there.
It was. But for Arteta, outside Arsenal Stadium or whatever stadium it was, you can't stop then.
You can't. And I agree with you. But do you think football fans, or just human beings, will be thinking that if you're in the public eye, you actually shouldn't be allowed to have a day off, but wherever you are, if someone comes up to you and wants a picture, because I used to hear the phrase, it's when they stop asking. That's when you worry, which I understand that, right?
Yeah, of course.
But do you think that these people should have, for argument's sake, if you see a famous person in a restaurant and he's there...
I'm not going up to them.
No, not you. If someone sees a famous person...
Denzel.
right. Do you think they're entitled, A, to go up? And B, do you think that that person is allowed to turn round and go, no, and be rude? Not rude, but go, no.
Yeah, first and foremost, no one's entitled to anything. I don't care if, again, there's that we pay your wages kind of stuff. I understand that's just football in general. But no person or fan is entitled to go up to a famous person and demand their time. Because on the flip side, it's well within the players' right to go, no, I don't have to. And also as well, if you're coming up to me with a different level of energy, why should I do anything? So I think...
You've changed since you've been working with me.
No, I think Arteta's right. And listen,
I've changed, didn't I?
I know. I'll always give time to people. Because I would
change it now.
No, I would always give time to people because I think it's the right thing to do. But there is a time and a place. And if he's with his family in that type of environment, that's not the right time to be doing that.
Okay, what about if he's having lunch?
No,
on his own. Right, you see him in like the local. Just say you saw Arteta in like Burger King.
Yep.
And you went up to him and you went, Mikel, and he went, no, let me have my Whopper.
Yeah.
Is that fair or not?
Of course it's fair. Let him eat.
Okay.
But then that then becomes personal preference because if I'm eating lunch on my own and someone comes up to me, I haven't got an issue with that.
Right. What if they want to shake your hands? Genuinely. So you're eating a burger, you got your Whopper, and they want to touch you.
No, just give me a little fist pump.
No, I just want to shake your hand, Darren.
I'm like, no, you can see I'm eating. Come on. And then it's already. See that? Now it's starting to become a problem. And this is how quickly
shake my hand, mate.
And this is how quickly things escalate because if Arteta rolls his window down, signs an autograph, and then puts it back up, and the next one comes and he goes, no, he's going to go, hold on, you just did it, and it causes a problem in itself.
Yeah. Mikel Arteta, was he right or wrong to effectively ignore a football fan in favour of his own and his family's safety? Derek's a Leeds fan. Hi, Del Boy.
Afternoon, fellas. Yeah, my point.
Who's that in the background?
That's my carer.
Oh, okay, all right, fair enough. All right.
She cares very much.
You should marry your partner then.
Yeah, the fact is, it's like kids wearing a school uniform. The school is responsible for them until they get home and take the uniform off.
Okay.
So the money that's involved with all these teams in the Premier League, they could build themselves a private car park that takes them out onto the road.
They do.
So they don't
Arsenal Park underground.
That's exactly what they do.
Yeah. So for him to ignore somebody who's just an Arsenal fan, who doesn't get to see his players until he goes to the ground, how many times a season? And he gets refused like that. Arteta wants fining. He really does for it.
What about his safety?
He's disgracing the club's badge.
What about
He's not promoting.
What about his safety?
He knew it was a fan.
But how would he know that?
Well, hold on, fans have attacked.
Held the pen up.
What about the safety of the manager?
No. Right, so you've got security guards in the car park who can see him out onto the road, block the traffic, and make sure they come out as they're gliding, so they don't have to stop.
Okay, all right. Let's go on to Ian. He's an Arsenal fan. Hello, Ian.
Hello, guys. How you doing?
I'm good, man. How are you?
Yeah, not too bad. Thank you very much. Not too bad.
The last caller
Can't
said Arteta should be fined.
I completely disagree. The thing is, what's going on in the world right now is what I said to the lady on the phone, is that everyone is so entitled nowadays to everything, even to the point it's in all aspects of life. So my boss, for instance, he's my boss, but he's not entitled to talk to me like rubbish. You know, it's a two-way street. Everyone forgets that respect and entitlement are completely different things. You earn respect, you give respect. And this Arteta thing, well, what about his safety? He's not guaranteed, because he's just waving an Arsenal shirt around, it's not guaranteed that he's an Arsenal fan.
Yep.
He might be waving it around to get close to that person.
Yep.
And just because he's out there, why can't he just be protecting his family, his wife, and maybe his child, maybe not, but whoever else is in that car, why can't he be doing his due diligence and not stopping, waving in the window, keeping the windows up and saying, sorry guys, we're going to move along, I'm protecting who's in the car. What's wrong with that?
Great call, Ian.
I agree with you.
Hey, great call, Ian.
If anything, Arteta should be commended.
Yeah, agreed.
For not opening that window and then putting not his life at that, but certainly risking.
We don't know nowadays.
You don't. You don't. Ricky's a Spurs fan. Ricky.
Good evening. You all right?
I'm good, Rick. How are you?
I'm not too bad. Just a quick one, really. It's for you, Benny, to be fair. Massive fan of yours. Used to play for my team, Spurs, on sad one. But I saw you at Birmingham Christmas Market about 2-3 years ago. You was with your family and whatnot.
Yeah.
And no, and everyone was hovering around him trying to get pictures, all the rest of it. And I thought, oh my God, what's going on here? I would have loved to have a picture, but you respect when people with their family. You don't have a God-given right. So I dropped you a DM on Instagram. I said, look, saw your family, you wanted to take a picture, wasn't going to do that. And to be fair, you replied and he was like, no, I appreciate that. And you offered some signed stuff.
This is a setup.
No, stop.
Let me tell you now.
Hey, no, stop.
You're his best mate, aren't you? Let me tell you now. There ain't no way Bentley's replying to a DM.
I did.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't buy any of that.
I promise you, I can bring it up now.
Well, do you think he should be knighted? Do you think he should be knighted? Yeah.
Oh, let's not get ahead of ourselves. He is an Arsenal fan, but no, people don't have a divine right. It's as simple as that.
See, honestly, Ricky,
no,
great
I'm
call.
not
That.
buying that.
Rick, I'll speak to you soon. No, I don't know.
I'll send you a kit.
No,
mate, producer Joe, your mate has been waiting about 40 years for an Ipswich top.
No, but he also stole something from me, so he's got his gift.
He stole his own gift.
Yeah, so
I'm not having that.
Honestly, nice guy.
He DM'd him. What was his name?
Ricky.
Yeah, only because it's on the screen. Yeah.
Ricky.
There ain't no way you would.
No, loads of times I've done videos for people and stuff.
Oh yeah.
Honestly, that's it. What, Joe? What's wrong with you?
Do you think it's true, 100% true, that Manchester United and Chelsea approached him?
I think so.
Or his
yeah.
agent? You do?
I think so. Yeah. Why not?
Well, I can't see Man United approaching a Liverpool manager. I just don't see that.
Do you think that matters as much now?
I do.
Really?
Yeah, I really do.
When Pochettino went to Chelsea, I don't think Chelsea fans were too fussed about
I think
his Spurs.
some were. Billy wasn't a fan of it. Billy's a hardened Chelsea fan.
But when you know you're getting a winner and you know that he's going to win with you and he'll get you back to your glory days, say if you knew that, wouldn't you just say, yeah, you know what? The football you played, Mane, Salah.
I hear what you're saying. I just feel there's other managers. Like when George Graham left Arsenal and went to Spurs, I mean, that was horrific. I don't understand why he did that. I don't understand why Tottenham approached him and why they let that happen.
Do you think it matters as much as managers, or is it more players that can't do it?
Personally, it's harder for a player.
Yeah.
Especially if they're a legend. But if the manager's a legend, like Klopp, he's one of their greatest ever managers, right?
I don't think Klopp will do it. Personally, I don't think, 9 years at Liverpool, 8 trophies, I don't think Klopp would ever dream of it. Because we've seen like Pep's assistant.
Yeah.
Rivals.
Yeah.
And he's at Manchester City now.
Would you have a problem, you're a Villa fan, if Birmingham's manager was really successful, won everything, and then went to Villa?
I had a problem with Alex McLeish coming to Aston Villa.
Okay, there you go, prime example.
It happened, but that was because he had just got Birmingham City relegated, and within 2 months through pre-season, he gets the Villa job. So I was baffled. 1, he was Birmingham City manager, and 2, that previous season and knocked us out of the Carabao Cup. I was a bit confused at that, but then Steve Bruce come and it didn't bother me because I knew he was a legendary manager.
Yeah.
What he'd done in the game. I've heard about how good he is.
But you would never have gone to Birmingham, right?
Not as a player, no.
You never got Wolves.
We had this discussion before. Remember, I told you that I had an argument with my friend over it.
No.
My friend was saying to me, like, when I was coming to the end, he was saying, like, why don't you just go to Birmingham City?
I've not had this with you.
Yeah, and I was like, what are you talking about? And he's like, so Birmingham City offered $100,000 a week, and the guy said, no, I wouldn't. I generally wouldn't. No amount of money go and play for Birmingham City.
Do you find it's mad that Bentley played for Spurs?
No, because yes, he's an Arsenal fan, but just Jamie Carragher, an Everton fan,
yeah,
for Liverpool. So I get it. If the club's after you, go and do it. But for me, the rivalry between Villa and Birmingham, I could never dream of doing it. But as a manager doing it, Steve Bruce coming to his rivals, and I think he'd done both Sheffield clubs as well, did he?
Yeah.
Steve Bruce as well. So
Harry Redknapp's done Southampton and Portsmouth.
Exactly. So I think some fans out there, Manchester United, would think, you know what, the success, the way Liverpool played, I'd want that back.
No Man United will want that. No Man United
You
fan.
think so?
No, sir. Yeah, you can't be singing Jurgen Klopp's name. No way.
Why not?
What's sat there opposite the Sir Alex Ferguson stand? Just can't happen, Gabs.
Come on.
Of course not.
Manchester United last won the Premier League when?
2013.
2013. Haven't won it in 13 years.
I know, but that's...
And he can change that.
No. Because the
if
argument...
you knew he was going to change that.
No, I'd rather wait.
Well,
you can't...
if you were told in
Gab.
2 years he's definitely going to win the Premier League for Manchester United, you're telling me, you're saying, nah, Jurgen, you know, Liverpool connections, sorry, mate, can't.
Yeah. Carrick's going to do that. Do you think Liverpool fans would swap Slotty for Kloppy right now?
I would, yes.
Yeah, me too. At the beginning of the season, they would have said no.
Yeah,
but
this
now...
season's been a bit of a shambles, hasn't it? They're still not guaranteed to get top 4, top 5. They've got a battle on their hands to the end of the season. I just think the times were so good under Klopp, wasn't they? Even though they only won 1 Champions League and 1 Premier League, look at the battles with Manchester City. They could have easily won 3 or 4 Premier Leagues, Liverpool, but that Manchester City team was so good. And the football they played, you know, it was chaos, wasn't it? It was like, win the ball back, don't mess around, no passing it around midfield, into the channels for Salah and Mane. If you can find Firmino, get into his feet, Fabinho and Henderson in the middle as well.
Yeah, it's a wonderful team.
Yeah, it was a wonderful team.
Do you think there's a chance at all that Klopp could come back to Liverpool? Let's just say, because I think if Liverpool don't get Champions League football next season, he could be gone.
Yeah, he should
Liverpool,
be gone.
Yeah, he should be gone.
Yeah.
Now, if they do get rid of him, which is a little bit barking when you think about it, he won the Premier League last season, but I understand it in the crazy world we live in. Do you think that Klopp could come back to Liverpool at any stage in the future?
I don't see why not. He's 58.
Young?
No, he's not. Yeah, exactly. He's not in his 70s.
No.
I don't know Mourinho's age, but I'm sure Mourinho's in his 60s. I'm sure he is.
This is a guess. I think he's 62, but I might be miles off.
Has someone said that in your ear?
No, I saw a documentary about him.
They're going to tell you now in your ear.
Can you have a look at how old Jose?
But
I might be miles off. 63. Hold on. Today. There you go.
Exactly. So 58, still young
Yeah.
as a manager. Why not? And you might have been out of it now, Jurgen Klopp, for what, 2 years, and think, I'm rested. I'm feeling like I want to get back into it.
Yeah.
The job I'm doing for Red Bull doesn't really give me that buzz.
Doesn't give me wings.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
So maybe he would. Maybe he's waiting for a job. Maybe he feels like, you know what? Yeah, I want that buzz back. I'm enjoying life, working for Red Bull. He loves Mallorca, doesn't he? As a place to live as well. But why not?
Yeah,
58 is still young as a
agree
manager.
with you. Well, listen, I agree with Gabs on some, but not all. The thing I didn't agree with when Gabby said that he wouldn't necessarily mind too much if an old rival took over the management of
8 trophies in 9 years, Klopp. 1 Premier League, 1 Champions League.
I still wouldn't have him.
FA Cups, Carabao Cups, FIFA World Club.
I still wouldn't.
Everything.
Wouldn't have him.
Charity Shield.
Would you have an old rival as your gaffer? 03717 223344. And Liverpool fans, would you slot for Klopp? 2 questions, 1 number. 03717
Agree with me.
44. Dial that number. You can agree or disagree with Gabby Agbonlahor. You were asking me whether or not I would have taken Klopp at Man United, and I said not in a million years. Let's speak to another Man United fan. He goes by the name of George. Hello, George. How are you?
Hello, George.
Yeah, hi. Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm good, man. How are you today?
Not too bad. Not too bad.
Good. What would you like to say,
right.
George?
You I've been supporting United for 65 years. But do you cut off your nose to spite your face?
Mm-hmm.
You pose the question that if you can guarantee that within 2 years Klopp can win you the league, go for it. Why not? It'll get United back to winning ways.
Yeah, okay, but I mean, there is no guarantee of that. But here's my question: would you take that gamble? That's my question.
Yeah, I would. Look at what we've done in the past few years. Look at all the managers that have come and gone. They've all proved done. You know he's a proven manager. If it wasn't for City, as much as I'm United and against Liverpool, but if it wasn't for City, they would have won 3-4 more leagues.
Yes.
You know that. So that's a fact. I go by facts. The fact is that he's a very good manager. And you don't cut off your nose just to spite your face.
Spot on, George.
Why not?
Okay.
We need him.
George,
we need him.
George, thank you for that.
Well said, George.
With Klopp, I'm a little bit sort of like, I know he's a good manager, but he only won the league once.
Yeah, but look at the Man City side he was playing against.
Oh, Leicester managed to win the league in that, didn't they?
But as well, Klopp has never really provoked Manchester United, has he? Do you know what I'm saying? He's never provoked Manchester United. Even
what do you mean provoked? What do you mean?
I mean, some managers might have rivalries against clubs and they beat Manchester United.
Your Liverpool manager, that's enough provoking.
Don't forget though, he defended Manchester United when he had a go at me.
Oh yes, he did. Yeah, have we got that clip?
Do you remember?
We'll get that clip when he had a pop at you.
Exactly. So he defended Manchester United. Maybe he likes Manchester United. You never know.
Maybe he doesn't like you.
Yeah, he did come for me a bit, didn't he?
Alex is up next, a Villa fan. Hello, Alex.
Hello, Alex.
Yeah, guys, how you doing?
I'm good,
well,
man.
mate.
You all right?
Yeah, all good. Real quick, before I get on to what I want to say, Gabby, Villa fan, love you. I will never forget to the day I die, as a kid, being told I can't get your name on the back of my shirt.
Too expensive.
Yes, too many letters, and my parents tried to get me to settle on Gabby 11 instead. It was outrageous.
Mate, I do that now with my own kids. They can't have the
Yeah,
surname on. It's too expensive, mate.
I'll tell you what, Alex, if you can spell it now in one go, he'll send you one.
AGBONHALOR. Cheers, Gab.
No, it's wrong, mate.
You got it wrong.
AGBONLAHOR.
Oh,
man, Alex, that's out of order, mate.
Wait, lucky he didn't get his name on the back.
I couldn't look at a shirt that's on the back that has the name on the back, can I? We couldn't afford it.
No.
Exactly.
Spelling mistake. You needed Tipex on the back of that.
It's not an easy one. I'll let you off. I think I spelt it wrong in my life.
Did the kit man ever get it wrong? Because the kit man on various famous players, like Beckham being one, they've spelt their names wrong.
They probably have, but I wouldn't have known.
Okay. Go on, Al, what do you want to say?
As I say, I love Gabby, but I have to disagree.
Yeah.
I couldn't stand McLeish or Brucey. Like, I know that it was a bad time for the club, but I was almost like happy at the fact that Bruce couldn't get us up, because it just did not feel right, the fact that someone with such history for a rival club would be then held in such esteem. I feel like with rivalries in football, regardless of players or managers or any sort of wherever you are in the system, it just is a line you shouldn't cross.
Yeah. Don't you think though that like
Thanks, man.
look at Mourinho,
Yeah.
Chelsea, Spurs,
Yeah, I know.
Porto and Benfica. Are they rivals? They
Yeah.
probably are in the
Yeah.
Portuguese league. Like I'm sure the Benfica fans love Mourinho, even though the success he had at Porto. I think everyone's different, aren't they? Different
I
opinions.
think with Spurs it was different because they were absolutely desperate to win something, and
Yeah.
you've got a proven winner coming in, so you just get excited about that.
Or do you think Chelsea fans will take Mourinho back?
I do think.
They care that
I
he
don't
went
know, but I do think that Jose now amongst Chelsea fans isn't loved. If he was loved 100% by Chelsea fans, it might be 90 because of the fact that he went to Spurs.
Because he went to Spurs.
Yeah, and maybe Man United as well. Ash is a Man United fan. Hello, Ash.
Good evening, Ash.
Afternoon, chaps. How are we?
Good, man. Are you all right? Do you want a chance of winning a Gabby Agbonlahor shirt by spelling his surname?
I'll give it. I'll listen to the last one. Sandy, fellow United supporter, I've got to disagree with you, mate.
Go on.
If someone said to me next season Guardiola from City was coming to United and win the league, I'll take it 100%. We don't want to trade for the last 13 years, the Premier League last 13 years, sorry. I'm taking it with both hands, mate. It's got to be done.
Yeah. What about, I get that, and maybe I agree with you. What about Klopp, though?
I'll take Klopp. I'll take anybody if we win the league.
But he was Liverpool manager, one of your biggest rivals.
I get that 100%, but if somebody said to me, you might want to trade for the last 13 years,
I agree.
but Klopp comes in and wins the Premier League and continuous Premier Leagues and trebles and history, I'm going to take you, mate.
All right, what about,
You know,
what about, because in this scenario, we're giving you guarantees, right? Take Klopp and you're guaranteed to win the league. What about if the same guarantee came with Gerrard?
In terms of what?
No, would you take Gerrard manager of Man United if you knew he'd win the
Guarantee
league?
you're going to win the league.
That's a very good question.
How much time do you need to think about that?
Do you want me to spell Agbonlahor for you?
I mean, it's a trick one with Gerrard, isn't it? But if you're looking at established managers such as Guardiola...
No, but would you?
Yeah, I think I would. I'd take a risk.
Oh, you liar.
I'm always
liar.
I work in the
I tell you what.
services, mate. I'm always up for a risk.
Ash, I can spell Gerrard. I'll put one of them on the back of a Man United shirt, send it your way. Wear it with pride, all right?
He can't be number 7, though,
Yeah,
can he?
yeah. Good luck with that. Thanks, Ash.
What's up, man?
The Pep thing's a very good point. I would take Pep, obviously. I mean, that's a no-brainer.
Why
No,
don't-
no,
and
just,
not
just
Klopp?
Pep. You've got the best manager in the world.
But does that show that Liverpool are more of a rival than Manchester City?
More of a rival, just...
Don't you think?
Maybe they are. The longevity between the two clubs is much... I mean...
League titles,
Yeah.
similar.
Yeah.
It's a good debate, though. I think you go 50-50. So I think some Man United fans will say, listen, I want to win.
Yeah.
Like the last call out, I just want to win. And if Klopp's going to win, then let's get him.
Okay, let's not get him, though.
Shabana, I'm not sure how you getting on at the weekends. Good.
Great, thank you. Yeah, love it. Absolutely.
Are you getting a wee lay-in during the week or not?
Yeah, and we were even saying this morning's the earlier one. Getting a long lie to 3:45 on a Saturday, Sunday is beautiful, whereas on a Friday it's 3:45. So the hour makes a difference. If your alarm starts with a 2.
And you finish at 9 though, didn't you, Dan?
About that, yeah.
Oh, hell, 9 o'clock they finish, 3 hours.
Straight to the boozer.
Doddle.
Straight to my...
A bit of whispering angel. Doddle.
You know it. You know me well.
Right, what you got for us?
Well, I actually think from a neutral's perspective, this game is absolutely incredible at the weekend. Arsenal fans are feeling the nerves, as are Spurs fans, but they're obviously rejoicing for what happened to Arsenal midweek against Wales. Of course, they've dropped points, but Spurs are 16th in the table on 29 points and kind of flirting with relegation places at the moment.
Well, they are, Shaban, you're right.
Well, West Ham have got a massive game this weekend, haven't they? Bournemouth at home.
Yeah.
If they can somehow get a win. And Forest, maybe they get a little bit of a push now as well. Leeds are picking up points still.
Yeah, Leeds are not safe yet.
No,
but they are showing
It's going to be interesting at the bottom.
But Ray, Arsenal from midweek, I mean, are they starting to, the old B word, I don't want to say, they're still at the top.
They'd be very disappointed with how the game went in the end and how they drew the game, because it's 2 points dropped again with a 2-0 lead. No disrespect to Wolves and credit to Wolves what they did, but you can't be really dropping 2 points there.
Are you confident for this weekend?
Tottenham haven't got a good home record, have they? And I think Arsenal got to go there and they've got to be on the front foot. Wolves game's gone now. I'm sure Mikel Arteta would have had a little meeting with the players after and saying, look, we've got to do this better. But they're still a good side, a very good side, Arsenal. And if they go there and play at their strengths, then they probably would get the 3 points. But you just don't know what bounce they're going to get. Look at the Forest last night. You know, new manager, win 3-0 away. Yeah. So sometimes if Tottenham can get that first goal, then the crowd are going to go crazy, and you know it'd be a tough game for Arsenal. Then really would be.
Mickey Van de Ven saying that your man Igor Tudor's been very clear with them. He's been on them since he arrived at the club. But we were discussing this in the office this morning, Ray. How many of the Spurs players would get into Arsenal's A team or B team? Would you put any of the Spurs players in that Arsenal?
Well, I think their best player is Van de Ven, isn't he?
Yeah.
Did you say that, Tottenham?
Without a doubt.
Hands down.
So, can you find him a spot? I wouldn't probably split up Saliba and Gabriel, if I'm being honest.
Okay.
So he's been a fullback.
Fullback, Calafiori's been good at fullback. I know he's had his injury problems. Maybe left back then. He could get in there. Would you do that, Al?
If I was putting him anywhere, it'd have to be fullback.
Yeah.
I wouldn't split
you wouldn't want to split Gabriel and Saliba up.
But who could Van de Ven get into that team?
Left back.
As a fullback.
Probably a fullback, yeah.
What about Dominic Solanke?
Solanke, well, the jury's still out a little bit on Gyökeres, if I'm being honest. I'm really hoping he does well and he can get the goals that they bought him for. Solanke, he's had his injury problems as well. On a fit Solanke, maybe, I don't know. I mean, it's a tough one.
City.
Would you put him in now as a striker, or would you go with Havertz if he was fit? Havertz he's done a great job on centre forward when he was fit.
Dominic would get in the Arsenal side.
No.
You don't, even their B team.
Oh, well, that's
B team.
I don't want to be disrespectful.
No, you can't. Yeah, it's what it's all about is that on the day, as I said before, and it's an old cliche, form goes out the window. North London derbies. On form, you'd probably say Arsenal, definitely. I know they drew against Wolves and the way they're playing, but you look at it. If Tottenham can get that first goal and they can get the crowd behind them, then it's going to be a tough game. But these are the sort of games you've got to go and win if you're Arsenal.
When you talk about Arsenal's B team, I'll just give you a few of the players. Lewis Skelly, Norgard, Marino, Eze, Menduka, Jesus, Havertz. Do you know what I mean? You think...
He's got some top players. The squad, there's no doubt about it. It's the strongest, the squad.
What do you think will happen this weekend, Al? Do you think it'll be Arsenal?
If I was putting money on it, I'd say yeah, but I fancy it could be a draw.
How do you guys feel about? We've spoken about this before, Ray, but the mental side of things. Have they got the mentality, or now they know that City are on their heels again? They've dropped points at the bottom of the table.
You don't worry about Man City. You worry about yourselves. So every single day in training, your standards have got to be set high, and you go into the game and the players they've got so much talent in that team. You know, if you go through, I know all the guys injured at the moment: Zubimendi, Saka, Martinelli, Rice, Calafiori, Gabriel Saliba, Timber. Got so many good players that you just got to worry about yourselves and make sure you set the standards so high and keep to them levels every single week.
Whereas Pep, Man City, Pep's been there, done it.
Well, Man City win every.
He's just saying to himself, win every game, we're champions.
Yeah, exactly. If you can win every game, which I doubt they will, but if they do win every game, they win. They're champions.
Jason Cundy said last night, it's not a title race; it's an egg and spoon race. But Arsenal have just dropped the egg. It's not smashed. They just need to pick
it up quick. Quick. Pick that egg up and keep running.
But all eyes on White Hart Lane.
It's going to be a cracking weekend.
Huge game.
Yeah,
Huge game.
It's a massive game. Then they got Chelsea. Yeah. The following week at home.
Chelsea, the bridge would be harder, but
Chelsea, they've still got players who can hurt you, Chelsea.
Yeah.
So that ain't an easy game either. So the next two games, the running, look, anything can happen. I think they've got Brighton coming up. They've got a few other games coming up. I think they've got Burnley towards the end. So they've got teams they can beat towards the end. So if they can get a draw at the Etihad, that's the big question. Or if they can pick up a win, even better. But you don't look when you're playing against your rivals. When I was playing, Manchester United was our biggest rivals. If you can get 4 points home and away, you've always got a chance.
You're nervous. You're nervous. You're panicking.
No, I'm not panicking. But
shaking.
No, I mean, I was really, I was really gutted. I was really gutted against Wolves, I must admit.
Jason Cundy's already fearing for Arteta's job.
Arteta might just be that man. That he might be the nearly man. He might be the man, but he might be the nearly man. If he's the nearly man,
well, you'd sack him. You've got to be careful what you wish for,
I'm not
James.
saying
Built this team for him.
I'm not saying
built this team. And if they don't win it this season, or they finish second and they miss the cup finals, whatever.
Well,
I don't think you can sack Arteta. I don't.
I think you can.
Come from where they've come from.
No, but that's the point I'm making. He has taken them to this point. Now their time is now. Their time is now. And if it's not now, I don't know when it ever is going to be.
Harsh, Jace. Harsh. Sorry, harsh.
Yeah.
Right, so the Gunners hoping City don't cut the gap again. It's a big game. And Newcastle's not easy for City either, is it? Right, let's head to the phone lines to get your fans involved. Gary is a Gunner and has given us a call. Gary, morning.
Morning, Gary.
Good morning, Alan. Good morning, Ray.
Gary, how are you feeling about this game? No problem? You think there's a lot of fuss about nothing?
It's probably the best game to come back to after disappointment of Wolves. What a game to come back into. But we're going over there to get 3 points to try to win the title. Spurs are going into this game because it's their cup final. Every year, they want to be above the Arsenal or they want to stop the Arsenal. And they proved it the other year by choosing to beat us, to lose to City over the Champions League. So it's going to be a tough one. It's all they look forward to all season, stopping the Arsenal. They're our postcode rivals. We've never rivaled them for anything because they've never been up there since '61. And when they did, they bottled it to Leicester. So we're going to go over there, show them the Arsenal. We won 2 titles over there, more than they've won in their ground. So we shouldn't really be worried about them. Go over there, play your football, take the points, come home, and leave them in their relegation battle.
Okay, there you go, Gary. No problem at all.
Get Gary in the dressing room.
Positive, very positive.
Get Gary in the dressing room.
What is going to happen in this title race? I mean, it's such a talking point now, Simon. Arsenal well and truly blow a 2-goal lead at bottom club Wolves to leave Molineux with a point. They were cruising at 2-0 before tepidly succumbing in the second half. A mix-up between Gabriel and Raya, allowing Wolves to equalise via Calafiori putting it into the back of his own net. Heads down, no doubt. Heads down, because now all of a sudden they're looking over their shoulders and Pep and City are waiting. This was Arteta.
Well, extremely disappointed, obviously, with the result, with the way the game ended. But we have to blame ourselves. I think the performance in the second half Didn't show anything close to the standards that are required in this league to win, and with the margins that I think should have existed today, especially in the manner that we played the first half. So it's a moment of disappointment. We all want to talk a lot about how we're feeling. It's not the moment to do that, because anything that we do has to be always and only with the intention to help the team. And right now I think we have to swallow that frustration. When you are at this level and at the top, you need to take the hits, because today we deserve them as well, and move on as quick as possible, because on Sunday we have a big game coming up.
Very good. Full marks to Mikel Arteta there, Simon. But having said that, have they just handed the title initiative to Manchester City in the process?
Well, they've certainly given them some oxygen, haven't they? They've certainly given Man City an opportunity, because the perception is that Man City can control their own destiny, because they've got Arsenal at home. If they beat Arsenal at home, Man City win all their games, as Paul Merson was saying last night, they win the league. If they win all their games. So there's a lot difference between where they are and where they aren't in terms of the opportunities that lay in front of them. I think Arsenal got to get themselves together. Drawing against Nottingham Forest, drawing against Wolves, two of the sides that are in the bottom four, is inexcusable really when you're on a Premier League title tilt.
Yeah.
And it has the whiff of times gone past, losing to Southampton or whatever it was, losing to lesser sides, West Ham, I think, and Fulham during that period of time when they earned the bottlers tag. I think they've got the steel to get through this. They'll regroup themselves, but these are not. We know that the narrative is going to be every game that Arsenal play. If it's not a win, out comes the monarchy. If they play Man City in the League Cup final and they lose in that, bang, Man City are seeded with the psychological advantage. They've got to weather this storm. They've got a far better squad than they had 3 or 4 years ago. They have to weather this particular self-inflicted storm.
If it is a B, Simon, and let me explain, what is that B? Is it a blip, or is it the beginnings of serious bottle?
Well, they've had results in the middle of it. I mean, okay, you should expect to beat Wigan in the FA Cup, which they duly did. They beat Sunderland, who are nobody's fools, and put them to the sword. They beat Leeds, despite their lowly position in recent times, have been a very difficult side to play against for all of the top sides in the division. So there are moments in time, but these are careless missteps. Brentford away, look, on paper we say in our mind's eye Brentford should be beaten by Arsenal.
Yeah.
But in the form guide and what's happened this season with Brentford, they've done very well, so we can understand that getting a point away at Brentford is not quite as catastrophic as it might seem prima facie on paper. They lose to Man United. Okay, Man United have got a new guy in, and you can make a backstory for all of them. But again, you shouldn't be losing at home to Manchester United, not this version of Man United. But the two results that stand out, have to stand out, are the 4 points that have been thrown away. I don't care how well Wolves picked themselves up and got themselves together in that game. You were 2-0 up. You're the Premier League champions elect.
Yeah.
It's in your hands. You see these games out, however galvanised the home side may be. So there's 4 points there that are against Nottingham Forest and against Wolves that are unforgivable to some extent when you're on a title tilt.
Yeah.
So you look at those 4 points, all of a sudden the landscape is completely different, but they've lost them. And now it's about what they do next. Now they've got Tottenham and Chelsea. These are real games that they got on their toes now. Now, they should beat Tottenham, and I suspect there'll be a reaction. There'll be a reaction from Arsenal.
But they should have beaten Wolves.
They should have done, but they react. Now, I feel sorry for Tottenham because they're going to be on the end of a reaction. That being said, myself and Danny glibly turned around and said there's no parallel universe in this life or the next. The Wolves get anything out of this game. So nothing is guaranteed, but I would be very surprised if there isn't a reaction from Arsenal to the detriment of Spurs. And then they've got Chelsea.
Yeah.
And in amongst that, Newcastle, Chelsea have got Man City have got one. Newcastle and one other who evades me. Well, and Newcastle are no mugs either. So that's not a gimme for Man City, despite the fact Newcastle are 10th in the league.
True.
That's not a gimme either.
You see, after January's loss to Manchester United, we to a large extent turned our noses up when Patrick Vieira said there are still some questions about the mental strength of the team. That performance, they will really be disappointed with it. And he was talking about they need more energy, they've got to take more risks because they have the quality to do so.
Yeah.
And the very fact that we questioned it and we reacted to it in this very studio, and Emmanuel Petit kind of shut us down on it. Do you remember? This was Emmanuel.
I've been listening to former players on different stages, and saying the same thing. Mental strains, are they going to lose the title, or the same thing and again every week like this, Stop the negativity, especially for the Arsenal fans. I want you to support the team until the end. Stop. Yeah, I want you to believe that they're able, they have the strength, the quality to win the title. I'm so tired of it.
Well, he was tired of it then, but Vieira's words then, these days on, ring true after what we saw last night.
I mean, from Vieira's point of view, there's no loss in this, because if he's right, he's proven to be sage-like. If he's wrong, no one cares, because Arsenal are sailing away with the title. So he can't be wrong in that respect, because no one's going to pull up Patrick Vieira and say, well, hang on a second,
no,
you negative Nigel. They've shown you that they can actually do it.
Yeah.
People will be too busy consumed with the fact that Arsenal are up and away. The fact that he looks like he's now had an epiphany that other people didn't see, we'll see. There's no gimmies in this. There's no givens. Man City are not the Man City of old. They've got their own frailties. Let's see if they go capitalise on it. Because this title race, insofar as it's a title race beyond anyone other than Man City and Arsenal, neither side is gripping the nettle and really kicking on. And City have come again, they've come stronger, they've come better. But this expected steam train of Man City, and we know what they do. And when their engines start, they don't stop. Well, we'll see.
Yeah,
we'll see, because they're not quite the same.
The gap could be down to 2 as Arsenal go into the North London derby on Sunday with Spurs. Can you imagine the atmosphere at that? Every Spurs fan's going to dine out in it. Your bottle's going, and the Arsenal fans will be looking at it through gritted
But they're not
teeth.
playing against the Spurs fans. They're playing against 11 Tottenham players that aren't good enough at this moment in time. That have got a manager sacked.
Yeah.
Sitting at the bottom end of the Premier League, that have got worries the other way. And the question of this game is, Arsenal have got a better side, and they've just got to assert
I know
themselves
that,
in
but
this
we've
game.
seen them beat before. Other teams who have better
We'll
sides
see.
in derbies can lose.
Yeah, they can. But this derby takes a new edge on, because Arsenal have got jeopardy in this game, even more than they already have. They already have massive jeopardy because they can't lose to their local rivals.
Yeah.
If they lose this game on the back of the result against Wolves, they're going to have a full-on expose or inquisition into what they are and what they aren't. So they think they're under pressure now. Lose the Spurs game, see what kind of pressure you're under. I think they've got enough in that dressing room to pull themselves together. It's not Mikel Arteta. It's players pull themselves together.
Yeah, sure.
They've got to get themselves, back into the groove of assuming that they are the best team in the land.
Allow me to get a bit ahead of myself. But if it were to be a third title race dropped, would that be unforgivable in the minds of the media and the fans, but not in the boardroom?
I think listen, it wouldn't be unforgivable for me. I think he has done a good job. I think he's got to win something. So would I be out there with a full-on lobby for him to be fired? No, because I think the Arsenal boardroom look at it and go, massive progress. But you have to look at it and say, if not now, when? I mean, who said it the other day? If they don't do it now, they're never going to do it. I forget, there was someone.
Patrick Vieira said now or never.
Was it
Yeah.
Vieira who said
Yeah.
never? I mean, with due respect to Patrick, I know he was part of an invincible team, but he can't speak about the management capabilities of Arteta and when he's going to win something. But there is a feeling in me that this is the season, this is the opportunity. Man City will not be as loose as they've been at certain times in this season again. I think they will regain their points. Liverpool are not going to be as poor at times next season as they are this season. Maybe they will be. Chelsea are getting better. United are evidently getting better.
Yeah.
So this is the window. This is the moment. This is where you put your foot on your opponent's throat.
Absolutely.
I still think they will. I still think it was never going to be easy. And why should it be easy to win a Premier League? They were always going to have to battle to win their first Premier League in the best part of a quarter of a century.
Arsenal fans, I know it might be a tough ask, but I'm going to ask it anyway. You prepared to come on and join us this morning? Because I'm going to put it to you straight. Is this deja vu or no time to panic? If it is a B, which B is it? Is it a blip or the beginning of the dreaded bottle? You tell us. 03717 22 33 44. Ahead of the game against Tottenham on Sunday, we want to hear from you now. 03717 22 33 44. Jim White, Simon Jordan, live in TalkSport, live on your TVs as well. Still, the dust is settling from that incident-packed match the other night in Portugal. It was the first leg of the Champions League playoff between Benfica and Real Madrid. And of course, the storyline was that Real Madrid won it, but the storyline at the end of the day had nothing really to do with the eventual result. The fallout goes on with UEFA opening an investigation into Vinicius Junior's claims that he was racially abused by Benfica's Gianluca Prestiani. Young Argentinian player Prestiani could face a minimum 10-match ban from European competition if he's found guilty. He denied directing any racial abuse at Vinicius, and his club added that they fully support and believe his version of events. The club also says that the club regrets the defamation campaign of which the player has been a victim. So Benfica very much in their own players' camp. But what has been the reaction like in that part of the world since Real Madrid hopped on a plane and flew back to Spain? The editor-in-chief of the newspaper Record is Sergio Crucinas, who has joined us on the show previously. Sergio, good morning. Thank you for being with us again. No doubt you've had your hands full with this story because it happened on your own doorstep, after all. So it all took place in the Estadio da Luz. What has been the reaction, Sergio, both in Lisbon and in the wider parts of your country in Portugal?
Hello, nice to be here with you again. Actually, it was at my doorstep because our office is probably 200 meters away from Estadio da Luz, which is really, really close from here.
Okay.
Yeah, it's been a massive issue as well, big controversial. Of course, lots of people are blaming Benfica for the way they reacted, because their first reaction, or one of the first reactions they had, was to post a video on their online media to try to prove that Mbappe could not have heard what he said he heard.
Yeah.
That Prestiani called 5 times a racist
remark.
To Vinicius, and that instead of saying we are going to look into that, Benfica was saying, okay, he's not guilty for sure, he's innocent, and we are standing by him, and they are defamating him. And of course, this has sparked also a big, lots of discussions in Portugal. Lots of people, for probably my admiration and shock, lots of people are trying to justify what happened with the fact that Vinicius was provocative, he was provoking and everything. But then you see some images of the stand, some fans, not many, but some fans doing some chants, doing some gestures, and you see it's a huge problem in society because it's not acceptable, and that's why it became so shocking that you see a couple of teenagers on the stands just doing gestures as if they were monkeys to tease and to insult.
What stance have you took? What reaction have you made to Mourinho's part in this? Is it your belief that Jose Mourinho should be punished for his words post-match? Because in many ways, he was seen to victim blame here, was he not?
Yeah, I understand what you say. I think Mourinho took the same way that many people took. That's how Benfica is trying to defend his own player. Is like Vinicius was provoking, and of course it's a different question. It's a different argument. Vinicius is provoking. Let's discuss that. Okay, but the racism is not the alleged racism, because we don't know what really Prestiani said. I mean, all the he has a smoking gun on his hands. All the gestures, all the body language seems that he's somehow guilty, but we don't know for sure, of course. But Mourinho, he started, I think his reply in the press conference started in a good way, because he said, I listened to Vinicius, I listened to Prestiani. I'm not saying Prestiani is the best player, the best guy in the world, but I listened to both of them, so I tried to be in the middle, okay. But then he was like, why is Vinicius provoking? And that does not make sense. As well, it doesn't make sense as the claims Benfica have been using in the last days, that their biggest symbol as a player was Eusebio, and of course African, it's like the new, I also have African friends. You know, it doesn't make sense that the discussion on this particular case is to claim that Benfica had lots of several African players in the past, and it's historically it's been a very open club since the beginning. But this is not the discussion, and the discussion is not if whether Vinicius was provocative or not, because he took a yellow card for the way he celebrated the goal.
Yeah.
And probably it was too harsh. I think it was not that provocative, in my opinion, from what I saw on TV. And he took a yellow card for that. So that's a different question. And Mourinho went in the same line of defense that Benfica as a club used somehow, that tried to justify an action that has no justification.
Right. One wonders, we'll ask Sergio, Simon, how Mourinho is going to come out of this.
Well, he has to be asked to account for his words, because it's one thing him defending we don't know what was said to him by Vinicius Jr. If Vinicius Jr. said to him, Benfica is a racist club, and then his reaction is, no, it's not a racist club. We're not seated in racism. You can't make the individual that might be guilty of something extrapolated up to the entire club. So that might be the context. But he's not chosen his words wisely, because you look at it and it's irrespective of whether Vinicius Jr. was provocative or not provocative, the outcome can't be racism. It can't be racism, and it can't be an explanation to some extent, and there has been no explanation as to why a player needs to put a shirt over his mouth to say something clearly derogatory. Whatever that derogatory, and there's a variety of different versions of what he might have said. Some other insulting language might have been used, which wasn't a racial trope, but it was about sexuality, is an assertion that's being said in translations that people seem to think they have. Either which way, if you get into the territory as an influential figure of looking like you're victim blaming, Mourinho's decided that his player is innocent instantaneously. He's made that judgment, and that's why he's going on the offensive. And he would have been better served perhaps remaining neutral and keeping himself out of the equation, because the story now is not about necessarily just what happened on the field. It's now about Jose Mourinho.
Well, that's right.
And what he's
Simon.
now said.
Yes. Going forward, finally, Sergio, I noticed Benfica have a match in Primera Liga on Saturday against AVS.
I'm curious to see. I don't think that he will play in Madrid. I think the environment around him and the club it's really bad. Probably the best way to protect the player is take him out of that game, because you have to keep in mind he's a kid that turned 20 2 weeks ago.
Sergio, has he got any previous form, anything about this player that indicates that there's a history of challenges with him in the past? Because ultimately he's now in the eye of a storm for alleged racist abuse. Is there any history with this player that builds up a narrative around him?
Nothing related to racism at all. But he is a kind of aggressive, player who likes to chat on the pitch. He's a kind of player who is always talking around, trying to get into the others' minds. Is a kind of aggressive player. I would say very. I don't want to be. Don't have to be some prejudice, but he's very Argentinian in the sense that he's a as you see, as like Emiliano Martinez for Aston Villa, kind of player with a lot of antics, lots of this kind of behavior on the pitch. But most of the times he's seen as a kid, because he's also a very short player, as you probably saw, and he's a 20-year-old, but he looks like he's even younger than that, because he's really look like a teenager, and he behaves a bit like a very, I would say, childish way sometimes on the pitch, but he looks like a happy guy, he has a very strong connection with Nicolas Otamendi, who is the team captain of Benfica, the central defender. And people in Portugal almost say they are like father and son, because Otamendi is 37, 38 now. It could be actually his father. And they have this bond of a father figure like Otamendi for him.
I see. Sergio, can I jump in?
You saw a lot of times they were together on the pitch, even when they were like pushing.
Yes, I saw that. The Otamendi was with him quite a lot throughout the rest of the game. My final question to you, Sergio. I mean, you're no doubt proud of your heritage, a proud Portuguese man, proud of your country. Are you disappointed at how Benfica has reacted out of this?
I think Benfica was the way they reacted, their communication was a disaster after what happened. Honestly, I really think that. And but I know a lot of people in Benfica. I think they were just not ready, and they didn't stop a bit to think, what should we do now? Because they were like try to. I think they didn't see what was coming. In the sense they tried to stop a hurricane with their hands, or tried to stop this massive communication and massive power that Real Madrid and also the Spanish press and the English press have to make this such a big case. And I'm not saying it's wrong that it's such a big case, because honestly, I really think that every case of racism should be fought like that. And I think Benfica was not ready for that, and they made mistakes in the first hours after the game. And yesterday they tried to be quieter, They made a statement saying we are going to open the doors, we are going to work with UEFA, and we still believe our player. That's what basically they said.
Sergio Cruthenas, Editor-in-Chief of Record, thank you so much for joining us from Lisbon this morning. Jim White, Simon Jordan, live in Talk Sport with Selkos, where the trade goes. Before we move on, yesterday we touched on the topic of the Chelsea players arriving at Hull on Friday night before they played their FA Cup tie, an FA Cup tie that they won comfortably. But how the players arrived, Danny, we get into this, and Chelsea put this out themselves. It had 4 million views plus. But the players, not one of them, looked at the kids standing there, all expectant, excited. There are these superstar players walking by them, but not one player turned to give any of the kids any attention whatsoever. Thereafter, we get into an area of something similar but not quite regarding Arsenal boss Mikel Arteta. Arteta was in the street, in his car, in traffic, sitting beside his wife, and a fella came up and started asking for his autograph, tapping on the window, holding up an Arsenal shirt, saying, Mikel, you need to sign this for me, it's for my son, it's for my son. And Mikel Arteta decided to look straight ahead and didn't react one way or t'other, didn't wind down his window, just carried on with life unperturbed. Again, that went viral, but Arteta clearly had his own reasons for how he reacted to it, and he explained those reasons later.
I always try to be very respectful. I love to sign and photograph as much as we can. I think it's part of our role. But there are certain things in terms of security that we have to respect. And especially with certain people are doing it that they are not doing it for the right reasons. And we have other examples. The last time my wife was there and what was in the media was totally wrong and unfair. But that's it. I prefer to talk about the incredible other people that comes around genuinely because they want that to have that interaction. And I think everybody knows me how happy I am to do that. But there are moments and contexts that is not the case. And then we need somebody there to protect us as well, because if not, we will get exposed and you cannot move from your car and you don't feel very comfortable there. But that's it. I take it in the chin.
Danny, I've got to come to you on this. What should the expectations be, do you think, on players, on managers, both inside the precincts of a stadium, but in this case outside it?
Well, you do what you can when you can. I mean, we've all been guilty of at times, for whatever reason. Yes, it could be safety, it could be a bad day, anything where you've upset somebody by not signing something or acknowledging somebody.
There it is on YouTube.
The reality is, Jim, that he's right, because the context, that fella there saying it's from my son or whatever, he could be lying, and he could have seen him 14 other times in the last 2 weeks. And he's always getting stuff done and selling it online. So players and managers are very aware of the same faces, the same people being in the same, and then making excuse, oh, this is not, this is for me, this is for me. So I don't know on the exact incident, but I would imagine Arteta, being the type of guy he comes across as, does a lot. And on the occasion where he says no, and also in the car, by the way, if the space moves to go forward in front of you and then you stop and he puts his window down, you're going to have and then he'll have cars behind, then it'll happen to whoever's behind him. If there's other players behind him, I don't know where they even are, by the way, but I've got no problem with him sitting in his car and saying no.
Yeah. And he's got to think of his wife who's sitting to his left and his son who's sitting behind him.
Exactly. Exactly that. So generally, I think you should do. You have an obligation and responsibility.
Yeah.
And I actually was probably guilty many times of doing what those, just bringing up the Chelsea players. It's only sometimes when someone pulls you up, makes you aware, and you think, Christ, yeah, actually, a small gesture can make somebody's day. But you're a young man in a bubble where you think you're special sometimes, and you live and learn through those experiences. I would imagine any Chelsea player with an ounce of decency or intelligence will look back at that and go, that's not me.
We were wrong. Yeah, we were wrong. So Arteta and Arsenal, as I said, go to Wolves tonight, and if they win there, it's a 7-point lead over Manchester City. And then on Sunday, the small matter, not so small really, of the North London derby, and Arsenal will go to Tottenham. In charge for the first time since goodbye Thomas Frank is Igor Tudor, who's delighted to be there.
First priority is to give everything the team needs in these moments. The team need, I believe, first of all, to get some confidence, to get some courage, but also in the same way the concrete things in the pitch. Of course, I'm coming here knowing that situation is not easy. There's no time to find excuses. What I said from the first day here, each of us, each of players need to give something more, something extra, because the position of the club in this moment is not that anybody can accept. Every fans of Tottenham cannot accept the situation. We are aware of that, but it's not enough to just be aware of that.
We spoke about it before, Simon. This fella Tudor hasn't lasted any more than a year at any of his previous clubs. Having said that, he's in now, and he's in on an interim basis. Is a North London derby the best or worst start for this guy?
Depends how they play. If they play terribly and don't replicate any of the sentiments that he's been brought in to deploy, it will represent a poor start for him. The fact they're playing against arguably the best team in the Premier League, well, not arguably, they're top of the Premier League, so they must be. Then it gives him some sort of pass, but the performance has to be. If they lose the game, it's not a crime. It's the manner in which they lose the game. I mean, he looks like an imposing figure. He looks like the sort of character. First of all, it doesn't matter if he's been in jobs for 5 minutes, because he's only going to be there for 5 minutes. He's been brought in to fix a problem. And that's what he's been brought in to do. Clearly, they've identified the fact they think Thomas Frank didn't impose himself enough upon the playing squad, so they're going to bring an imposing figure in to do it. And he's going to have, and I don't think he's going to miss. I think he's going to put certain players in their mind, in their place, and concentrate their minds. And there won't be captains of the club coming in late, like they did with Thomas Frank and all that sort of stuff. Yeah. We'll see how they respond.
Yeah.
Because the players aren't just going to go, oh, okay then. Right, they're going to try their luck like players do. We'll see how bold he is, how strong he is. But playing against Arsenal, if they put in a performance and make Arsenal win the game, really take Arsenal to the wire, make them win the game, Tottenham fans are not going to have a problem with it. The ownership's not going to have a problem with it. The football fraternity won't have a problem with it. If they roll over and lay down and it's more of the same, then people are going to say, what was the purpose of this change then?
Yeah, I think it's a good game for him and the players, because you're not expected to win.
Not a free hit though, is it?
No. But
Simon's right. He looks imposing, doesn't he?
Yeah, but words and how you look last 5 minutes with players. It's got to have some.
To a point, but I mean, ultimately, he does look like an imposing figure. If he carries that imposing nature into the manner in which he communicates with the players, it will liven them.
Yeah, and I think he'd be silly to go in there with an iron fist. I think he'll embrace the players first and then be like, look, this is what I want us to do. And I think after what Tottenham fans have seen, there's only one way for him to go. He's not going to go in and be tactical and pragmatic. They're going to go, vroom.
Yeah.
They've got to, because that's what the fans... That conversation will have been had. So what you will see, I'd be absolutely gobsmacked if you don't see in the first 30 minutes of that game, Tottenham squeezing and pressing every inch of that pitch. Now, the question then is, will Arsenal be good enough to play through it? The answer is probably yes. But don't let them off the hook. And if you go out on your shield and you lose 2-1 or 2-0, 1-0, and they play really well, Arsenal...
Yeah.
It'll be all right, and the fans will go, do you know what, that was better.
See, conversely, how toxic might it get? Because it was pretty darn toxic of late with Thomas Frank there. So say, worst case scenario from a Tottenham point of view, they're 2 or 3 down at half time.
Where's the Tottenham fans need a central position for their toxicity. Right? Previously, it was Daniel Levy. Right? So Ange Postecoglou was excluded from it. The players were excluded from it. It was all about Levy. In the last 3 months, it's all about Thomas Frank. So where's the toxicity going to go now?
Well, I said, I don't know what show I did, but I was saying the best thing about a managerial change when a club is in disarray and they don't like the manager is the next home game, the fans are all with the players. Irrelevant of who's in the...
They're with the players.
Yes.
Irrelevant
because there's a relief. And there's
morally reprehensible about that, isn't it?
There is, but you know what? Do you know why it is? It's because the fans think they've won, and now we can get behind the players because he's gone.
Yeah.
And what it does as a footballer, temporarily, it gives you a little bit of freedom, and you don't feel like every negative pass you make or every time you give the ball away, they're going to be on you. As long as you run around and try and win it back, so you're going to see an energy in the Tottenham Stadium that hasn't been there for quite some time.
Yeah. This is what happens in football, Simon, isn't it? In comes Igor Tudor. 3 of Thomas Frank's backroom staff leave the building, including John Heitinga, who was only appointed 32 days ago. He'd signed a 2.5-year deal with Spurs in January.
Well, more fool them.
Well, it depends what exit clauses they have. If they've got to pay them the full 2.5 years, then it's a problem for them in terms of what a waste of money. I suspect they probably haven't. They've probably got some sort of mitigation in there. Tudor won't go in there like a bull in a china shop. If he does, then he's a fool because he doesn't know the personalities. He doesn't know whether there's criminals in that dressing room in terms of the way they've behaved previously. I don't mean criminals in terms of breaking the law. I mean in terms of their fact they don't behave.
Why would he care though? He's not there for long.
Well, no, because he wants to get the best from him. He's not there to make his reputation worse. He's there to enhance his reputation. So he'll be in there going, right, I will look around, make sure I'm clear in my communication, make sure everyone understands what I mean, what I expect of them, and then I'll start chopping the heads off of those that don't comply with me further down the line. But I won't do it from day one. I won't walk in the door and go, and you over there, and see you, because he doesn't know them. And what's the point of that?
Yeah.
He'll be trying to bring them on side, make sure that they're clear in their understanding of what he's saying and what he expects of them. And then when they don't comply with that, that's when you'll see him become heavy-handed. But that'll be further down the line.
Welcome back. Let's return to our top story and the escalating racism row, which again centres around Vinicius Jr. Real Madrid's Champions League match against Benfica last night was suspended for 10 minutes after Vinicius accused Gianluca Prestiani of a racist slur. UEFA have launched an alleged discrimination investigation, and in the last half an hour, Benfica have come out in support of Prestiani, saying he's been subjected to a campaign of defamation. Well, Vinicius Jr. gave Real Madrid the lead last night with a fantastic strike before celebrating by the corner flag, where he was then targeted by objects thrown from the home crowd. And before play restarted, Benfica's Prestiani covered his mouth and said something to Vini Jr., which caused the Brazilian to react furiously and report the comments to referee Francois Letexia, who subsequently halted play. As you can see on the screen, this is what Vinicius then posted on social media after the match. He said, "Racists are above all cowards. They need to put their shirts over their mouths to demonstrate how weak they are, but they have on their side the protection of others who theoretically have the obligation to punish. Nothing that happened here today was new in my life and my family's. I received a yellow card for celebrating a goal. I still don't understand why. On the other hand, just a poorly executed protocol that served no purpose. I don't like appearing in situations like this, even more so after a great victory and when the headlines have to be about Real Madrid, but it's necessary." And this is Prestiani's response. "I want to clarify that at no time did I direct racist insults to player Vinicius Jr., who regrettably misunderstood what he thought he heard. I was never racist with anyone, and I regret the threats I received from Real Madrid players." Well, Benfica also released a statement saying that match footage demonstrates that Madrid players couldn't have heard what was said between the two players because they were too far away. However, Kylian Mbappe insists he heard the whole thing and that his teammate was racially abused. Michael Silvestre is a Champions League winner and he sits on a FIFA panel to combat racism in football. He says that referee followed protocol, but that more needs to be done to crack down on players disguising what they're saying.
The referee did really well to stop the game, and he used a gesture that everybody should be aware of. The thing is, it's more designed for the fans, protect the players from the fans being abusive toward them. Amongst players, sadly, there should be more education and more sanction, as we can see, because this particular incident is Benfica player abusing Vini and covering his mouth. So we need to work on this because it's not perfect, but at least there was acknowledgement from the referee. The game was stopped, but the referee couldn't go any further because he had no obvious reason to stop the game, because, you know, he can go as far as abandoning the game, you know, if things doesn't get better. Our WhatsApp group was on fire last night, even this morning, and we're trying to find ways to sanction players who are talking, covering their mouth, because if it's one thing to talk about tactic with your teammates or to have a casual discussion, but clearly there was hate between the players, I mean, especially from one to the other. And maybe we need to sanction this type of behavior, whether you put your hands in front of your mouth or you're covering using your shirt like he did, you know. So these things needs time, because also we need to speak with the referees, what they can do, what they cannot do. So it's work in progress, but at least there was this moment when everybody was aware. There should have been also an announcement on the big screen in the stadium. I don't think that was the case. So, you know, we need to make everybody aware, the fans included in the stadium, and the referee should have been able to speak clearly about what was happening.
Okay, let's get more on this now with our chief correspondent, Kaveh Solhekol. Kaveh, it's a huge story, isn't it? And we've had some big developments in the last hour, including a fairly strident statement from Benfica.
Yeah, very strongly worded statement from Benfica, who seem to be doubling down. They're digging their heels in. They are fully supporting their player. They make it very clear, we fully support and believe the version of events of Gianluca Prestiani. And they go on to say that Benfica regret the defamation campaign which the player has been subjected to. They also mention the fact that their most famous player, Eusebio, was black, and they also claim that they are committed to anti-racism. So anybody expecting Benfica to come out and say, well, look, perhaps there are two sides to this story, we're looking into it, well, you're going to be disappointed, because Benfica are saying we absolutely believe, trust and support our own player.
We know that UEFA have appointed an inspector to look into this and essentially open the investigation. But what will they do from here? And what is the protocol and what do they have to do?
Well, it is going to take a while. It's not going to be done quickly. But if any player is found guilty of breaking UEFA's anti-racism rules and regulations, then they can expect a 10-match minimum ban. So any player found guilty, 10-match ban is coming their way. Now, UEFA talk tough, but I've been in this situation before where we've had a massive story about racism allegations, and then in a couple of days or a couple of weeks, everybody forgets about it. And when UEFA issue an update, there isn't really that much interest in the story. Having said all that, I've just had a look at UEFA's regulations, and they say we have zero tolerance on racism. We will redouble our efforts to eradicate racism from football. Stricter sanctions must be imposed on any player who's found guilty of racism, and any player who is found guilty will get a minimum 10-match ban.
Okay, Kaveh, thank you very much indeed. Again centres around Vinicius Junior. Real Madrid's Champions League match against Benfica last night was suspended for 10 minutes after Vinicius accused Gianluca Prestiani of a racist slur. UEFA is currently reviewing the match officials' report. Vinicius Junior gave Real Madrid the lead with a fantastic strike before celebrating by the corner flag, where he was targeted by objects thrown from the home crowd. Before play restarted, Benfica's Prestiano covered his mouth and said something to Vini Jr., which caused the Brazilian to react furiously and report the comments to the referee, Francois Letexia, who subsequently halted play. Well, this is what Vinicius posted on social media. Racists are above all cowards. They need to put their shirts over their mouths to demonstrate how weak they are. But they have on their side the protection of others who theoretically have the obligation to punish. Nothing that happened here today was new in my life and my family's. I received a yellow card for celebrating a goal. I still don't understand why. On the other hand, just a poorly executed protocol that served no purpose. I don't like appearing in situations like this, even more so after a great victory and when the headlines have to be about Real Madrid, but it's necessary. And this is Cristiani's response. I want to clarify that at no time did I direct racist insults to player Vinicius Jr., who regrettably misunderstood what he thought he heard. I was never racist with anyone, and I regret the threats I received from Real Madrid players. Kylian Mbappe was close to Vinicius when the alleged incident took place. He says he heard the whole thing and insists his teammate was racially abused repeatedly.
I know everything. I will explain everything that happened. Vinicius scored a goal, an amazing goal. He goes to dance and the people boo him. That's something that happens in football. After that, there's a moment of tension with the Benfica players. It's better it doesn't happen, but this can happen too. It's the Champions League, the best competition in the world for clubs. So it's normal that people want to win, to give their best for their club and their fans and defend their colours. After that, Benfica's number 25, I don't want to say his name because he doesn't deserve it, started to talk badly. You don't accept it, but again, it happens in football and it will continue to happen. After that, he puts his shirt here to say Vinicius is a 5 times. I heard it. There are Benfica players who heard it as well. And after that point, everything you have seen started. I want to try and explain it calmly. I don't want to speak in a general manner. I have come to Portugal many times. I have been lucky to have many teammates and friends from Portugal, and nothing has ever happened to me. With these kinds of things, it's very important to speak in a very clear way, and not to speak in general, because there are people who haven't done anything wrong. In the stadium, I think there are 70,000 people who haven't done anything wrong. They just want to support their team. I have the maximum respect for Benfica and their manager, who is one of the best in history and who has made history at Real Madrid. But this player, for me, doesn't deserve to play in the Champions League anymore. It's a wonderful thing to play in the Champions League, the best competition. Everyone here, all the journalists, love the Champions League. It inspires me as a player. It inspires the people. It inspires children. And we have to give the best possible example to young people. If we let this kind of thing happen, I think all of our values of football are worthless. All that we believe is worthless. We have to do something.
Trent Alexander-Arnold also spoke to the media after the match, and this is what the former Liverpool fullback said. I can't comment too much as there's probably an ongoing investigation. What's happened tonight is a disgrace to football. It's overshadowed the performance, especially after such an amazing goal. Vinny has been subjected to this a few times throughout his career. There's no place for it in football or society. It's disgusting. Benfica's official social media account released a video which they believe shows Vinicius' teammates were too far away from the incident to hear what was said. They also released the following statement. As the images demonstrate, given the distance, the Real Madrid players could not have heard what they claim to have heard.
I was watching the game with my son, and he's 13, and it was disturbing to see this type of behavior, the game being stopped, and for the reason we know. We need to find out about the investigation, and it's shameful for the game. It's damaging football as a sport, and it's sad for Vini and the players involved.
Well, there's been widespread criticism of Jose Mourinho by multiple former players and pundits after his response to the incident. Mourinho claimed Benfica could not be a racist club because club legend Eusebio was black. Mourinho, who was sent off later in the game for a separate incident, questioned Vinicius Jr.'s celebration and accused him of inciting the crowd.
Y he querido ser más equilibrado y más independiente que Álvaro y Kylian. Eu he hablado com Vinicius, Vinicius me diz uma coisa, eu he hablado com Prestiani, Prestiani me diz uma outra coisa. Eu poderia ser rojo e dizer solo creo em quello que me ha dicho Prestiani, pero he querido ser equilibrado e dizer que neste mundo del fútbol e en las cosas que pasan en la cancha, yo intento ser sempre um pouco mais equilibrado e não quero dizer Vinicius é mentiroso e Prestiani é chico incrível.
Players should be role models as well as managers, especially Jose. He knows better. I think he will regret it his comments straight after the game. You want to protect the club, you want to protect your players, but it's not at all cost. This type of behavior is unacceptable. Jose's comment was deviating from the truth, and I think he was trying to find an excuse, but there is no excuse.
I think it's disgusting what Jose Mourinho has come out and said. His comments are disgraceful. They really are. He's had a go at him for celebrating a goal. I mean, he scored a worldie, you know, a fantastic goal, which we should all be talking about, and he goes and celebrates. He doesn't antagonise anyone, by the way. His celebration is absolutely fine. He goes over, he celebrates, he enjoys his moment, and that's it. He gets booked by the referee for celebrating, which, in my opinion, is disgraceful as well. And then he gets abused, and he has to then go to the referee and say, "I've been abused." For Jose Mourinho to come out and almost, you know, say that he brings it upon himself, I think it's outrageous. I think it's totally unfair. You know, Vinicius Junior comes under criticism all the time because he's the one getting racially abused. So you can't say that he brings it upon himself, or, you know, it's always when Vinicius Junior's on a football pitch. Well, it's because he's the one getting targeted. And I think his comments in reflection, I think he will regret them. I think he's made a massive mistake, and I think he's bang out of order.
Well, we heard from Michael Sylvester there, part of the FIFA Players' Voice panel. It was set up in 2024 to monitor and advise on the implementation of anti-racist initiatives. Well, the panel is headed up by 1995 Ballon d'Or winner Georges Weah. He's the only African to win that award, and he's also the former president of Liberia. And the panel is diverse, and it's made up of 16 male and female former players from all 6 FIFA confederations. There are 6 former Premier League players on the panel, as well as Weah. There's Didier Drogba, Emmanuel Adebayor, Sun Jihai, Kalilou Fadiga, and Sylvester himself.
The referee did really well to stop the game, and he used a gesture that everybody should be aware of. The thing is, it's more designed for the fans, you know, protect the players from the fans being abusive toward them. Amongst players, sadly, there should be more education and more sanction, as we can see, because this particular incident is Benfica player abusing Vini and covering his mouth. So we need to work on this, because it's not perfect, but at least there was acknowledgement from the referee. The game was stopped, but the referee couldn't go any further because he had no obvious reason to stop the game, because, you know, he can go as far as abandoning the game, you know, if things doesn't get better. Our WhatsApp group was on fire last night, even this morning, and we're trying to find ways to sanction players who are talking, covering their mouth, because if it's one thing to talk about tactic with your teammates or to have a casual discussion, but clearly there was hate between the players. I mean, especially from one to the other, and maybe we need to sanction this type of behavior, whether you put your hands in front of your mouth or you're covering using your shirt like he did, you know. So these things needs time, because also we need to speak with the referees, what they can do, what they cannot do. So it's work in progress, but at least there was this moment when everybody was aware. There should have been also an announcement on the big screen in the stadium. I don't think that was the case. So, you know, we need to make everybody aware, the fans included in the stadium, and the referee should have been able to speak clearly about what was happening.
Okay, let's get some more on this now with our chief correspondent, Kaveh Solikol. Kaveh, thanks for coming on set. Why do you think Vinicius Junior is repeatedly targeted in this way?
I think it's because he's got a zero tolerance policy when it comes to racism. He's somebody who plays in a league which he has described as having a serious racism problem, and he's been targeted on numerous occasions. I think more than a dozen times he's been racially abused in stadiums, and he always stands up for himself, and he refuses just to take it on the chin. I think if you go back 20, 30 years ago, if you were a black player and you were racially abused, your manager would tell you not to react because it was a sign of weakness to be seen to be reacting. Now, we hear a lot of football authorities talk tough when it comes to anti-racism, but they don't necessarily act tough. Vinicius Junior is somebody who's always stood for what he believes in, and when he's racially abused, he stands up for himself. We've seen numerous football supporters in Spain, for instance, go to prison for racially abusing him. And in Brazil, we even have an anti-racism law named after him, the Vinicius Junior law, which targets racist incidents inside stadiums. So I think we're playing a very dangerous game if we start analysing his behaviour and saying that somehow he is to blame for the fact that supporters and players allegedly racially abuse him. I think it's very dangerous, for instance, to do and say what Jose Mourinho said last night, because the football authorities, they always say we have a zero tolerance policy, and I think it's time that the authorities acted tough as well as talking tough.
Well, on that, like you say, UEFA have talked very tough about racism. What do you actually expect them to do now?
Well, look, I expect UEFA to act according to their own regulations. I've been reading their regulations. When it comes to anti-racism, they say we have a zero-tolerance approach. We will redouble our efforts to eradicate racism. We must have stricter sanctions for players who are found guilty of racism. And they also say any player guilty of racism will receive a minimum 10-game ban.
Okay, well, former Arsenal striker Alan Smith joins us now. Alan, thanks for joining us this lunchtime. And how sad is it really that one of the best players in world football is repeatedly subjected to racist abuse?
Yeah, of course, it's incredibly sad, Hannah, and sad in general that this kind of thing still happens. Ground. How many years have we been trying to eradicate it? So yeah, it's sad, it's depressing, every adjective you can think of, but when something like this happens, you're not expecting people to pick their players as Mourinho did. So they've got to try. It's not easy getting to the bottom, is it?
Okay, with the escalating racism row, which again centres around Vinicius Junior, Real Madrid's Champions League match against Benfica last night was suspended for 10 minutes after Vinicius accused Gianluca Cristiani of a racist slur. UEFA have launched an alleged discrimination investigation. Well, Vinicius Junior gave Real Madrid the lead with a fantastic strike before celebrating by the corner flag, where he was targeted by objects thrown from the home crowd. Before play restarted, Benfica's Cristiani covered his mouth and said something to Vini Jr., which caused the Brazilian to react furiously and report the comments to the referee Francois Letexia, who subsequently halted play. Well, this is what Vinicius posted on social media. Racists are above all cowards. They need to put their shirts over their mouths to demonstrate how weak they are. But they have on their side the protection of others who theoretically have the obligation to punish. Nothing that happened here today was new in my life and my family's. I received a yellow card for celebrating a goal. I still don't understand why. On the other hand, just a poorly executed protocol that served no purpose. I don't like appearing in situations like this, even more so after a great victory and when the headlines have to be about Real Madrid. But it's necessary. Well, this is Cristiani's response. I want to clarify that at no time did I direct racist insults to player Vinicius Junior, who regrettably misunderstood what he thought he heard. I was never racist with anyone, and I regret the threats I received from Real Madrid players. Well, Benfica also released a statement saying that match footage demonstrates that Madrid players couldn't have heard what was said between the two players. However, Kylian Mbappe insists he heard the whole thing, and he insists that his teammate was racially abused.
I know everything. I will explain everything that happened. Vinicius scored a goal, an amazing goal. He goes to dance and the people boo him. That's something that happens in football. After that, there's a moment of tension with the Benfica players. It's better it doesn't happen, but this can happen too. It's the Champions League, the best competition in the world for clubs. So it's normal that people want to win, to give their best for their club and their fans and defend their colours. After that, Benfica's number 25, I don't want to say his name because he doesn't deserve it, started to talk badly. You don't accept it, but again, it happens in football and it will continue to happen. After that, he puts his shirt here to say Vinicius is a 5 times. I heard it. There are Benfica players who heard it as well. And after that point, everything you have seen started. I want to try and explain it calmly. I don't want to speak in a general manner. I have come to Portugal many times. I have been lucky to have many teammates and friends from Portugal, and nothing has ever happened to me. With these kinds of things, it's very important to speak in a very clear way, and not to speak in general, because there are people who haven't done anything wrong. In the stadium, I think there are 70,000 people who haven't done anything wrong. They just want to support their team. I have the maximum respect for Benfica and their manager, who is one of the best in history and who has made history at Real Madrid. But this player, for me, doesn't deserve to play in the Champions League anymore. It's a wonderful thing to play in the Champions League, the best competition. Everyone here, all the journalists, love the Champions League. It inspires me as a player. It inspires the people. It inspires children. And we have to give the best possible example to young people. If we let this kind of thing happen, I think all of our values of football are worthless. All that we believe is worthless. We have to do something.
I was watching the game with my son, and he's 13, and it was disturbing to see this type of behavior, the game being stopped, and for the reason we know. We need to find out about the investigation, and it's shameful for the game. It's damaging football as a sport, and it's sad for Vini and the players involved.
Well, there's been widespread criticism of Jose Mourinho by multiple former players and pundits after his response to the incident. Mourinho claimed that Benfica could not be a racist club because their club legend, Eusebio, was black. Mourinho, who was later sent off in the game for a separate incident, questioned Vinicius Junior's celebration and accused him of inciting the crowd.
Y he querido ser más equilibrado y más independiente que Álvaro y Kylian. Eu he hablado com Vinícius, Vinícius me diz uma coisa, eu he hablado com Prestiani, Prestiani me diz uma outra coisa. Eu poderia ser rojo e dizer, solo creo en quello que me ha dicho Prestiani, pero he querido ser equilibrado e decir que neste mundo del fútbol y en las cosas que pasan en la cancha, yo intento ser sempre um pouco mais equilibrado e não quero dizer Vinícius é mentiroso e Prestiani é chico incrível.
Players should be role models as well as managers, especially Jose. He knows better. I think he will regret it. His comments straight after the game. You want to protect the club, you want to protect your players, but it's not at all cost. This type of behavior is unacceptable. Jose's comment was deviating from the truth, and I think he was trying to find an excuse, but there is no excuse.
Well, Kick It Out have released this statement. When anyone reports discrimination in football or anywhere, the first priority is that they're listened to and feel supported. Focusing on Vinicius Junior's goal celebration or the history of the club instead of acknowledging the report is a form of gaslighting. This approach not only harms the individual affected, but also sends the wrong message to others around the world who may have experienced similar situations. Leaders in football have a crucial role in setting standards, and moments like these call for responsible leadership that reinforces respect, inclusion, and accountability. We look forward to a thorough investigation into this incident, appropriate accountability linked to the outcome as well. And we'll speak live to the Kicking Out chair, Sanjay Banderi, at 2:30 this afternoon. Now, though, we're joined by European football expert Kevin Hatchard, who commented on the game last night. Kevin, thank you so much for joining us. There's been some strong words, haven't they, from Vinny Jr. himself, as well as from the likes of Kylian Mbappe and Trent Alexander-Arnold. What were your thoughts when this happened?
Yeah, obviously, it's a really grim incident, and what we would love to have been talking about was the incredible goal that Vinicius Junior scored. But what really disappointed me were the comments by Jose Mourinho, and I'll tell you why. around Vinicius Junior, and this is a movie that we've seen before. Vinicius Junior it's been proven, not in this incident. There's an ongoing investigation in this incident, but there have been prior incidents in Spain where fans have received criminal sanctions for racially abusing Vinicius Junior. And around those incidents, there is always a narrative that Vinicius Junior provokes. He dances too much. He celebrates too much. This is outrageous. But it is a narrative that comes back time and time and time again. So that's what made Mourinho's comments so disappointing, because he knows that. He knows the history. He knows that that's been a through line throughout this debate. And Vinicius Junior has had to defend himself time and time again, has had to come out and speak, not just for him, but for others who receive racist abuse. And he's been happy to be a voice and try and help others. But what always comes back at him is this idea that he provokes. There is never a justification for racist abuse, and yet that's what comes back time and time again. So that was hugely disappointing, I thought.
Cristiano has denied, hasn't he, racially abusing Vinicius Junior. But you've got to ask the question, why would he put his shirt over his mouth if he wasn't saying something offensive?
That's a question for him to answer. He has said that players do that so that you don't know what they're saying. He said he's not alone in that. UEFA, as you have said, have appointed an ethics investigator to look through all of the footage, no doubt, look through all of the audio, take witness statements. I'm sure they will dig as deep as they can and try and get to the bottom of this. Prestiani is saying one thing, Vinicius Junior is saying another. As you've said, Kylian Mbappe, I thought, spoke in a very measured way in general. He has said what he said. We don't know at this stage, but I think there is a more important point here in general, if you broaden it out, about how do we respond to allegations of racial abuse, whether it's from a player, whether it's from the stands. And when we start trying to justify things, when we start saying, well, the player did this, they shouldn't have done this, they should have been more reserved with their goal celebration, I think we're on a really dangerous road. And I think we see that far too often. So as I say, that's why with somebody like Jose Mourinho, who has the platform he does, who has the pull that he does in terms of what he says, I thought that was a real disappointment.
And play was halted for 10 minutes as per UEFA protocols. The Real Madrid players left the pitch. Do you think they should have made a statement by not returning to the field of play?
It's something they spoke about, and Alvaro Arbeloa, the Real Madrid coach, did say if Vinny had wanted us to go off, then we would have. And Kylian Mbappe said that it's something they've spoken about before. And Vinicius Junior personally has talked about this before, about how do you respond when this kind of incident happens, or alleged incident in this particular case at the moment. But when these incidents do happen, the protocol is invoked, how do you respond to it? So I think if Vinicius Junior was clearly upset, I think if he had pushed for them to go off, it strikes me from what Arbeloa has said and from what others have said, that they would have backed him up in that and they would have gone off. The referee invoked the protocol. They all did go off. There were all kinds of arguments on the pitch. What I would say is that once they went back and resumed the game, Vinicius Junior played with incredible, energy, and he drove forward and he played like it was, a one-man band. He had, 2-3 goal attempts. He clearly wanted to carry on and wanted to win this game for Real Madrid, having scored the only goal of the game. So, look, I think if he had pushed for that, the impression I get is that they would have gone off, yes.
Vinicius Junior, in his social media post, he called Cristiano a coward, didn't he? What does UEFA need to do now if Cristiano is found guilty of racist abuse? And we should say as well, this investigation has just begun, so there's a long way to go in all of this.
Absolutely. If he is found guilty, then yes, there have to be sanctions, absolutely, whether that's a long ban or what have you, whatever UEFA decide is the requisite punishment. And they have to do this very thoroughly. The eyes of the world are watching, and it's not just this incident. There are incidents that unfortunately in our sport crop up, time and time again. It's far too often. UEFA are working with players. They are working with panels to try and come up with ways to combat this. There have been initiatives, but I know a lot of people will say it's not enough. You know, more needs to be done. But there also has to be process. So you have to allow this investigation to run its course. But I think there are two tracks to this. What I've spoken about, which is the investigation, but also the language we use, the justifications people use for, you know, abuse of a player. There is no justification. It's as simple as that. But unfortunately, there are some people that will look to find those justifications. So I think that's the wider debate. How do we talk about these incidents, and how do we fight those who would justify this kind of incident?
Well, as you can see at home on the bottom of your screen, Benfica have, whilst we've been talking to Kevin, issued a statement in which they fully support their player, Gianluca Cristiani, and his version of events. They also reaffirm that they are committed to their historical and unwavering commitment to defending the values of equality, respect and inclusion. And they say in that statement they fully support and believe the version presented by their player, and they regret the defamation campaign to which the player has been subjected. So a very strongly worded statement there, Kevin, from Benfica in support of their player. Does that surprise you that they've put out a statement to that effect? And I appreciate as well this is the first you're hearing of it.
It doesn't surprise me in the sense that they've already put a post out saying that Mbappe couldn't have heard, or players couldn't have heard the alleged abuse. They've already done that. Look, it's their right to defend their player. However, once you start straying into suggesting that their player has been defamed, that's a completely different issue, because really what you need to do is need to wait for the investigation. So it's completely their right to back up their player. It's completely their right to defend their club in a certain measured way. But once you start going a little bit further than that and you start saying, well, they couldn't possibly have heard what they're alleging to have heard, once you start saying our player has been defamed, that's a completely different thing, because you're effectively then saying that the allegation has no merit and isn't true. So what they need to do, what a lot of people, all of us need to do really, is let that investigation run its course. But again, it's about this wider debate about what language do we use, how do we treat players who are making these allegations, because at the moment I think we are falling short. And if you look at the discourse around Vinicius Junior, and we're talking about years, we're talking about multiple incidents, we're talking about multiple clubs where this has happened, where fans have been given criminal sanctions. You know, this track is always there. Does he bring it on himself? Does he provoke? Does he dance too much? Are his celebrations appropriate? These justifications are an outrage and they need to stop.
Kevin, just how damaging has this been, or will this continue to be, for Portuguese football?
I don't think it. I think I would take us back to what we heard from Kylian Mbappe. I thought he was very measured. If this is proven with Cristiani, obviously it is a mark, but you've got to be very, very careful not to mark a whole club, and certainly not a whole country, by what happens. And we don't know if this is going to be proven or not, so it's only an if. But if it is, obviously that is not a great look, but we have to be very careful not to damn Benfica. I thought it was bizarre what Jose Mourinho said in bringing up Eusebio's name, because I think to bring that in was ill-judged as well. So yeah, I don't. It's obviously not a headline that Benfica would want to be associated with, the Portuguese football would want to be associated with, but I think we have to be careful not to generalise and just to look at this specific incident.
Kevin, really appreciate your time this lunchtime. Thank you very much indeed for joining us.
Thanks a lot.
Vitor Pereira has returned to the Premier League as the Nottingham Forest manager. He was sacked as the Wolves boss earlier in the season. I can't work out whether or not this is a more or less inspiring appointment than Igor Tudor, because this is I don't know. Vitor Pereira has been linked with Premier League jobs. He eventually got the Nottingham Forest job. The Wolverhampton Wanderers job. Now he's got the Nottingham Forest job. But he eventually got the Wolves job after being linked with the Everton job and almost getting that, and linked with many other jobs over the course of his agent. I'm guessing it's George Mendes. Am I right?
You might be right there, yeah.
I don't know how I managed to guess that. Has been touting him around for a very long time. What has he done to earn the right to be considered a better option for Nottingham Forest than Sean Dyche?
Well, it was only a couple of weeks ago he was touting himself for the Leicester job in the Championship. So this has obviously developed quite quickly. What has he done? Well, I guess if you're making a case for the defence, you would go back to his first few months in charge at Wolves when he did bring a real uplift. It was pints with the fans and very much points on the board as well to steer them to safety. But if you're making a case for not hiring him, you would look at how it unravelled at Wolves, and it was very toxic by the end of his tenure. He might say, well, actually, you sold all my players, which is true. And that's what concerns me, because you look at Wolves, he had Jurgen Strand Larsen in brilliant goal-scoring form. Forest haven't got a striker who can do that in the Premier League, I don't think. He had Matheus Cunha, who was a match winner. He had Ryan Aït-Nouri marauding from left-back. So he had the tools. And I look at this Forest squad, and they've invested heavily. And I think, by the way, we're going to start seeing stories about the future of Edu as overall head of football operations.
And rightly so.
I think that relationship is going to come to an end because their signings have been poor. Particularly,
I mean, I'm not saying he should get sacked, but definitely, like we said last week on this podcast, maybe there should be a little bit of scrutiny on that situation, because arguably that's where the whole falling out with Nuno Espirito Santo started.
Yes, it was, because Nuno wasn't convinced by the recruitment, and you have to say he's been proved right. You know, Kylian Mwendo was signed for a lot of money, is now at Frankfurt and scoring goals in the Bundesliga, which again highlights the difference between some of the top European leagues and the Premier League. Alexander Zinchenko came in. Clearly, he was an Edu signing, having had him at Arsenal. They had to terminate his loan. He was so unsuccessful. Amari Hutchinson has just been added to the Europa League squad, but he's not pulled up any trees so far. They've obviously had issues in the goalkeeping department. They've now got Stefan Ortega, and again, he was registered for the Europa League squad for this playoff round. So a lot of the signings don't bear scrutiny. I think part of the issue with Sean Dyche, actually, was that he was telling Marinakis, some of these players that you've hoisted upon me are not fit for purpose. So I think Vitor Pereira's got a massive job on his hands. You can't turn water into wine, to quote one of Scott Minto's favourite phrases.
They are away in Fenerbahce on Thursday night. We're recording this during the day on Thursday, so we don't know the Crystal Palace result. We don't know the Nottingham Forest result. But what is very difficult for Vitor Pereira is, no matter what happens, is that his team have travelled to Turkey, and then they have to go back and face Liverpool, Scott, this weekend. Now, it's not an easy game if you've got a whole week to prepare. It's certainly not an easy game if you travel back Thursday night and you find yourself with just one training session, or maybe even just a walkthrough and a recovery before you travel to the game on Sunday.
Yeah, you know, new managers, what do they want? We mentioned about Igor Tudor would have been putting his hair out what he's got left of it, knowing that the players are 5 days away at Spurs. Well, Vitor Pereira just hasn't got the ability to do that with the game against Fenerbahce. Look, I mean, obviously, you know, there was the link with and the fact that he did well in a short space of time at Olympiacos a decade ago. But that was a decade ago, and that was, you know, a different football, as Crookie was saying, with the Premier League and Igor Tudor. So I'm with you. Which one are you going to get here with Vitor Pereira? The one that came into Wolves and kept them up, but had the likes of Matheus Cunha to step up and show a bit of magic? Or the one that just bombed, you know, had a bit of control of the transfer market at the Wolves and then just bombed this season? I think he's a really, really good coach. Again, this is another one where this is such a tough one to call. It really is. And the owner, let me just say, the owner does have to take a lot of responsibility here. There's the bigger picture, and the fans love him for where he first, you know, picked up. But the Edu thing, if you're going to get rid of Edu, if you really don't believe in him anymore, then what a horrendous error that was to break up the Marinakis-Nuno Espirito Santo relationship, where it was going so well. And even if they did fall away, from a Champions League place to a Europa League place, well, that's still an incredible season.
And you've lost Ross Wilson in the process as well, who's a very capable sporting director, who's gone on obviously to Newcastle United. So there's a lot of moving parts that's happened at Nottingham Forest. But I get the feeling that Nottingham Forest is a little bit like a sort of a Dodgem circuit. It's always moving and everyone's always bumping into each other, and at some point someone's got to get off. Obviously, the turnaround is very quick for Nottingham Forest, but for Liverpool, they've had a free week for the first time in a little while, and the feeling is that they're starting to play a little bit better, Crook. Obviously, their ambition is to get back in the Champions League, and it's quite a competitive race now, isn't it, to get into that top 5?
Yeah, I think the Sunderland result for me was really important for Liverpool. To become the first team to go there and win, I think was a massive statement of intent. They backed it up by beating a strong Brighton side, albeit one in not great form, in the FA Cup. So I do think a corner has been turned. I do think recent performances and results have been better, and I expect them to win at Forest. I really do. I think it's difficult for Pereira to balance a tricky trip in Istanbul. I think the owners still got aspirations to go deep in the Europa League, despite the fact that clearly Premier League survival is the priority. And Liverpool should be fresher, they should be sharper. So, yeah, I don't think it's going to be a honeymoon start to life at the City Ground for Vitor Pereira.
I just wonder whether or not, Scott, and I suppose you would never advocate this, but there might be a time when you look at the Premier League table and you start thinking to yourself, we probably should focus on staying in the Premier League rather than worrying about getting Europa League glory.
Yeah. I mean, what I would say is, I think sometimes it can be a really good distraction. If all you've got is day after day, sort of the gloom of being down there, then there's no escape from reality. I mean, I was talking at the weekend, and I also heard Piercy say the same thing with the FA Cup. But at least you're travelling within England. Then, if you're travelling different places, that can affect then the league form going into that Sunday game. But look, the bottom line is 100% all about the Premier League. And I think Forest do not get anything out of this game. I actually think because Liverpool are on 42 points, it was a massive win for them against Sunderland. It really was, not just because they were the first team to win up there, but you see where they are. And it was a really big win for Aston Villa against Brighton. It wasn't a big win. It wasn't a great win. It wasn't a great performance. But that means they're 8 points ahead of Liverpool right now. And that gives them a real buffer. Because I think from 3rd to 6th, someone's going to lose out in that Champions League spot, and it would be unacceptable if it were to be Liverpool. And Villa looking a little bit tired at the moment. The home form has been brilliant all season, but not in recent times. So that win for me was absolutely massive. But I think Liverpool free week up against a team that hasn't. They've got better players. They're going to win this game.
We love that, Scott. Nice little revelation there, teaching us the maths, the fact that between 3 and 6, someone's going to miss out on a Champions League place when there are only 5. So, yeah, that is definitely true. But Brentford are, hanging on in there, aren't they? They're only 4 points behind Chelsea in 5th, which is an amazing achievement already. But it is very tight for those European places because basically, the way it works is this. England gets 4 Champions League places and a Europa League place via the league. Now, we know that never works out like that because what happens is that they do really well in the European competitions. So they get 5 Champions League places. That knocks everything down a place. So 6 ends up being the Europa League and the top 5 go into the Champions League. Then someone from the top 6 usually wins one of the cup competitions. We know that's definitely going to be the case because Arsenal and Manchester City are playing each other in the Carabao Cup final. So the Conference League place that ends up going to the winners of the Carabao Cup or is allotted to those Carabao Cup winners goes to 7th place, right?
Yeah.
Now, the FA Cup, we don't know who wins it. We don't know who's in the final. But usually it's someone inside the top 7. So if it's someone inside the top 7, then that Europa League place then comes into the Premier League as well. So what we're talking about here is the top 5 in the Champions League, 6th, 7th in the Europa League, and 8th in the Conference League, likely. Now, it could be, if someone outside the top 7 wins the FA Cup, that it's 6th Europa League, 7th Conference League.
Yeah.
Either way, Brentford, Everton, Bournemouth, Newcastle, Sunderland still have a chance of getting European football of some kind next season.
Tell you what, Gab, I did say yesterday, this is nowhere near over. It's not over yet.
There was Snow at left back, had Madueke in his pocket. Madueke got dragged in the second half. I thought Arsenal's attacking. For me, watching the game, Al, we'll come on to Newcastle later on, but watching the game, yes, Arsenal were the better team first half, but Wolves were showing a lot of fight defensively. Breno at left back, had Madueke in his pocket. Madueke got dragged in the second half. I thought Arsenal's attacking player didn't do much. Declan Rice, great assist for Saka's goal, but Arsenal were lethargic, they were slow, they were happy just to hold on to a lead, they were time wasting at the end. They weren't playing like a team that you'd say would win the title out. And
what if you're a Yam Yam? Are you not scratching your head after that game?
Yes.
How can we draw with the potential winners, and there we're at the foot of the table looking up?
You'll be looking at that and saying, like, where has that been most of the season? Yes, Rob Edwards has come in and, you know, he's galvanised the squad. He sold a lot of players and brought in players as well, ready for next season. But last night they showed fight, Al. The fans are with them. They were putting tackles in. You know what? They didn't roll over.
Yeah.
When you look at their league position, you might think, oh, okay, games they might roll over and they're going to take it easy. They were smashing into players. Mascara, the Wolves defender, kept on kicking Martinelli all game. Breno at left back, kicking Saka, kicking Madueke. They're up for the fight, Wolves, but Arsenal, listen, we might have had a bit of banter over the course of the season, Alan, but they are bottling it like you wouldn't imagine. They are bottling it, Alan. 3 wins in 2026.
Yes, I question the odds, thinking it's over. It's not over.
You're City, Al. It's in their hands now, Manchester City.
I know. Arsenal, they look. I said yesterday they should be 9 points clear, and City have somehow been whittling away. And when City have had chances already this year, they've blown it.
Yep.
But I just feel it's a different time of the year now. Pep's now thinking he smells blood. And what does this do for the North London derby at the weekend now?
Well, look at Arsenal again, Al. They've just played. They've got, 3 days rest, 4 days rest before they play Spurs. Spurs have had 12 days rest. The players have had 5 days off. They've been probably sunning themselves, enjoying a rest. New managers come in, new manager bounce. He's going to have them ready for it. Igor Tudor likes to play the 3 at the back. So this is a game where you start to look at it and you start to say, Spurs, this is your chance.
Yeah.
You know, it's been so long since Spurs have beaten Arsenal in the Premier League. This is your chance. If you're Arsenal, you're looking at it and saying, oh, you could easily lose this game.
City play Newcastle, that long journey back.
Yes, Newcastle, fantastic result in Karabakh, but like you says, long travelling distance. No game for Manchester City midweek. You'd say Manchester City are favourites for this game. And you could come to the stage, Al, where if Man City win their game in hand on Arsenal, they'll go ahead of them.
Yeah, amazing.
If Arsenal lose to Spurs on the weekend.
Yeah, amazing. Right, what the hell happened? Arsenal 2-0 up, cruising via goals from Saka and Hincapi before a beautiful Bueno curler. It was a good goal. A shambolic mix-up then led to a Calafiori own goal. Wolves up to 10 points. Probably too late for the Wolves, I'm afraid.
Yes.
On the sports bar last night, Jason Cundy, he ripped into Arsenal for dropping those points.
There's no way they should draw on that game, Jay. No way.
You've bigged up Arsenal so much this season, mate.
I have, but it's the first.
And I'm telling you, they're not a great side.
Right, it's the first time.
They're a good team, but they're not a great side.
It's the first time I've said Arsenal season. I've said no, it's the first time I've thought maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. First time tonight. And away at Wolves, the bottom side, one of the worst sides the Premier, not just this season, one of the worst sides the Premier League has ever seen. And they go 2-0 lead away at Wolves. Wolves are all over the place, mate.
Oh, mate, they were terrible.
And yet they score. They come back from 2-0 down. That's not the side of champions tonight from Arsenal. That nowhere near it, mate.
So, Arsenal, by the way, have a listen to this, have won only 3 of the 8 Premier League games so far in 2026. Let's hear how the Gunners reacted last night here on TalkSport.
North London forever.
The process is over. Title race is over. It's finished. It's over.
We played as if we had 9 players, no creation, no imagination, no flair, no link-up against Wolves.
Well, if you can't do it on a Wednesday night in February with sleet and snow, gents, then you don't deserve it.
He's not the guy to get us through. He's not the guy. The last 7 games in the Premier League, we've won 2 of them. He hasn't got the material. He's not got the nutrients. Minerals.
I just don't think Arteta has it anymore. We've bottled the league. He keeps going, trust the process. There is no process to trust.
If you could get someone in, like a Klopp or something, who could take us to the finish line, because we're in such a good position.
In 2022-23 season, we were 8 points clear in January. He's bottled it. Oh look, deja vu. It's happening again.
Arsenal are red, City are blue. When the league's in their hands, they don't know what to do.
Arsenal, bottle jobs, they do it every season.
Whatever the weather.
Pretty sure they'll have a day off today, but
they shouldn't.
I think they will.
Maybe they have to get that dog back out. The dog that they called Win. Maybe he's had a few days off.
When Mikel now has got to sit them down.
Oh,
sit them down now, Gab, and say, guys, listen, you can't blow this now. No. Impossible. Look at our squad. Look around you. What a squad. What a squad. We cannot blow this.
Do you know what, Al? He needs to sit them down, or they need to have a team meeting today themselves, where you've got the leaders, Gabriel, Declan Rice, Saka, and you've got them together, Al, and you close the dressing room door and you say, guys, you know what's going to be said about us out there. We're bottle jobs. We do it every season. Man City are going to catch us. Are we going to allow that, or are we going to kill that narrative and go on a run now and win the Premier League? Stop feeling sorry for yourselves. Right. Get out of this rut. There's 3 wins out of 8 in 2026. You're not going to win the Premier League in that form.
So, Gab, so where we break now, where does that leave Villa?
Well, Villa win their game in hand. It's down to 5 points again.
And?
We're back. We're back in the title race, Al. We've got Leeds on the weekend.
Well, you got to think that.
Why not? Why not? Why not? You look at the last 5 games for Arsenal. 2 wins, 2 draws, and 1 defeat. If Aston Villa can beat Leeds, then it is back on for Villa as well. But I'm just looking at Pep Guardiola, Al, and he said something a couple of weeks ago in his press conference. He says, if they slip up, we'll be there. But I think he's been confident, Pep, that this Arsenal side, they haven't got it in them. They haven't got the cojones, Al. They haven't got what it takes to get it over the line. The pressure's been on for Arsenal, and it's happened before, Al. When you know you've been ahead and Man City have chased you down, they've chased you and chased you. Last season, Arsenal's final 13 games last season, Al. Only won 5. Drew 6, lost 2. Yeah. Terrible form again. So, if you're a betting man now, you're betting on Manchester City.
Arsenal fans, give us a call, 03717 223344. It's amazing what one game, the difference it makes. Yesterday, this time, in the morning, you're thinking, whatever, thing, it's all over. Well, is it all over now? How damaging could last night be? Are City now the title favourites? Could you have a quadruple coming up of seconds? I said yesterday for a bit of fun, Gab. What price Arsenal not to win anything?
Not to win anything.
Yeah, listen, I don't think that's going to happen, but...
You never know, Al.
People have a quick couple of little pounds on, they will.
Al, this game, this Carabao Cup final, it's going to be tight in the Premier League when that's played. If Manchester City win that, what does that do to Arsenal?
And in fact, if you're a Tottenham, in the olden days, very briefly, if you're a Tottenham player, you are fired up like madness.
Oh!
Hey, boys, come on, they're laughing at us. They ain't laughing this weekend, right? Yep. We're going to make this as hard as possible. In fact, we're going to beat them. Our season starts here. We're going to beat them. It's going to give us a bit of oomph and thrust. We're going to finish the season well.
Guess when Arsenal last lost to Spurs in the Premier League?
Long time ago, isn't it?
2022. May 2022.
Rules are there,
Spurs fans are probably looking at their team now. New manager come in. Arsenal not in great form. This is your chance.
Who give Spurs a chance up at City? I mean, you just don't know with a bit of Tottenham.
You never know.
Someone's got to galvanise them. Someone's got to kick them right up the backside as they go out on that pitch.
Yep.
They have to.
Is the media right or wrong to continue asking athletes and sports stars for their views on political issues? The fact of the matter is, if they're asked a question and it suits them or doesn't disrupt them in any way to answer it, then why not answer it? In recent weeks at the Winter Olympics, US athletes have been asked about political and domestic issues within their own country, which they, on occasion, have opened up upon. Freestyle skier Hunter Hess was asked what it means to represent the US right